A measured 50 in Ben Duckett's stun.
Crawley drives straight into the hands of backward pipe. Wow, that's incredibly close. Surely, yeah, Root is virtually walking.
On, brilliant.
Swept hard, and he's a powerful player.
He gets to his 50s, 4 test match, 50.
And the change works.
And gone.
5-wicket haul for Sajid.
It's no mean achievement. The guy is unstoppable.
Brilliant from Leach in England. Gone. The plan has worked. Everything Stokes has done. And the plan is perfect.
Beautiful day here on this third test match at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. We're here for day 2 of this Bank Alfala presents Kingdom Valley series between Pakistan and England. Quick reminder of how day 1 went on this test match. Things are rather evenly poised. Perhaps England with a slight advantage, but they were bowled out for 267 runs in that first innings. In response, Pakistan lost 3 wickets for 73 and they are trailing by 194 runs. We're great to be back on pitch side, and there's plenty to look forward to in today's play because, like I said, matches evenly poised. Pakistan have lost 3 wickets. They bowled really well yesterday, but Jamie Smith, his innings was the standout, and he kind of demonstrated how to bat in these conditions. I've got with me Michael Atherton as well as Rooj Mumtaz. Athers, I don't know which team would be the happier one yesterday, but one thing is for sure, that Jamie Smith was the standout performer, sort of demonstrating to everybody how to bat in this pitch. No real demons, but the signs are encouraging because they managed to get 3 wickets of Pakistan at the end of the day's play.
Yeah, I thought that innings and the partnership with Gus Atkinson in the afternoon, which was worth 105, just put England in an advantageous position, particularly with the 3 wickets that were taken late in the day. So, as you say, it was a hard fought, fairly even day, but England just pushing their noses in front. And that innings from Jamie Smith was outstanding in 2 respects, really. England were in trouble. They were 98 for 5, then 118 for 6. But he quickly worked out how to play in the conditions. And England had looked to sweep in Multan in that second test match on a quite a viciously spinning pitch. But here, with the low bounce, it's a much more difficult surface to sweep on, and Jamie Smith recognised that, and then he decided to put away the sweep shot and basically hit as much as he could down the ground with a straight bat. That's the way to play on this surface, because if you sweep from straight and miss, it ain't going to be going over the top. So Smith sized up the conditions pretty quickly. He brought some clarity and a good strategy to bear in a difficult situation, and his innings and that partnership, I thought, just gave the day to England.
Absolutely, and I guess, Rooj, when you talk about Pakistan batting, they can take a leaf out of Jamie Smith's batting as well, because like Athers mentioned, before lunch you saw a different strategy. England was trying to sweep the ball, but after lunch it seems like they revised their plans, and that's something that Pakistan can learn from as well. They lost 3 wickets, but it's not an improbable pitch to bat on.
I mean, the entire question after that first session was, everybody was talking about, you need to figure out a method or an approach that works. Yes, stay true to your game, but also understand the challenge that the surface is presenting, and hence why the sweep shots was put away. What works in Pakistan's favour is they're not a side that will push for 5 or 6 runs and over. Given the lack of pace and the lack of bounce, it actually suits the template and the tempo that they play with. And like you said, they can just pull a leaf out of Jamie Smith's book and just look to play straight, which does obviously poses challenges when the slow bowlers are on, because you don't want to be pushing at the ball in front of you, but it is the best place to score, and it is the most lucrative. And once you put the grind in, even when the big shots, again for Jamie Smith, even when he brought out the big shots, it was in the V or the wider V. He still didn't look to go square. In fact, the wicket came when the field was pushed slightly straighter, and he decided to go square sweeping, and then that's where he lost his wicket. So I think for Pakistan, they just need to look at that and stay true to what their strengths are, which actually plays in their favour given the nature of the surface.
Let's not forget the contribution of Gus Atkinson, because he was on the other end. He was brought in as a replacement for Potts and Cast, and then the kind of innings that we saw from him definitely seemed to show a lot of maturity.
Yeah, we saw it last summer. He had an outstanding start to his Test career, both with the ball but also with the bat. He got 100 at Lords, which was way beyond his own expectations, but showed that he's a serious talent with the bat. And he, a bit like Jamie Smith, he took the lead from Jamie Smith and decided to play down the ground. And it was really the point at which Zahid Mahmood came on, the leg spinner. Up to that point, Sajid and Noman Ali had bowled 44 overs unchanged. I think about the 44th over was when the change was made. And that was the point that Gus Atkinson thought, right, we can start to apply a bit of pressure back on Pakistan. He hit Zahid for 3 fours in 1 over, all straight down the ground. So he played his part, and then he got a very important wicket late last evening. Cameron Ghulam, who obviously played brilliantly in that second Test match, got one that scuttled through his defences. So don't forget the seamers on this pitch. Because of that low bounce, you can be effective as a seamer if you hit the pitch hard, as Atkinson does.
Pakistan then losing Abdullah Shafiq early once again. He's been struggling with his form recently, Rooj. Of course, he scored that 100. But overall, if you look at his the last year, how it's gone for him, very obviously low in confidence.
Yeah, and it doesn't help because if you string a sort of succession of low scores, it doesn't help. At the top of the order, they obviously want partnerships. And there's been questions around the angle that his bat comes at, so that's been something that maybe he can look at. But it's about a confidence. Yes, we know he's got the talent. He's amassed a lot of runs, but every time there's a bit of a challenge in the surface, he seems to struggle slightly. So that's something that he can look at. And everyone's obviously had their share of pitches. It's an interesting one because they're trying to figure out some spot in there, Athos.
Well, I think it looks a pretty good pitch. Yeah. You know, if you took away the context of how this pitch was prepared, you know, all the heaters and the fans and the scratching or whatever, and you just looked at it in front of you, you'd say it looks a pretty good surface. Yep. But what we saw yesterday is obviously it's a slow, low turner. There is some spin there from the outset. The very first ball of the game spun down the leg side for Sajid. And then a couple of balls that kept very low. The one that Ben Duckett got really scuttled through and hit him. He's only about, he's over Aruji's height, about 5'1", but it still hit him on his bootlaces, so it was unplayable. But that's only the odd ball. Yep. So I still think there are runs to be had out there, providing you play in the right way.
Absolutely, but if there's one thing that works in England's favour is that Pakistan will be batting last on this pitch. More on the pitch after this break.
Numbers suggest that day 2
Back on pitch side, and day 2 is traditionally considered the best for batting in Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. We also saw Brendan McCullum having a closer look at that pitch. Ramiz Raja was also out there having a look at it. Let's hear from him.
Numbers suggest that day 2 is generally good for batting here in Rawalpindi. But this is a different surface. We know that how much of an effort has gone through to keep it parched. Well, because there is no grass on top and there is no moisture underneath, the top is going to be a little crumbly and powdery. But even today, on appearance, it doesn't look that bad. There are few cracks here and there. The plates actually are not really shifting, they're not really moving. But from batting perspective, what you need to do is to be more on the front foot. The low bounce will be more pronounced, so you've got to look out for that low bounce. The degree of spin will be just a little bit more as well, so you've got to make account for that. But overall, if you apply your faculties, make sure that you're brave enough to play with a defensive ploy and be on that front foot more than on the back foot, you can survive it. From bowling perspective, you don't have to really bowl magical deliveries because the pitch will take care of the magic. All you have to do is to be decent with your line and direction and be persistent. Perseverance commands success, as they say.
Just reiteration then, Athas, that if you do apply yourself in these conditions, then you can score runs, and this is exactly what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I thought England were a bit slow to adapt in the morning, particularly the wickets of Brook and Pope, who were both out sweeping to straight balls. But then, as we saw in the afternoon, Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson playing down the ground. So Ramiz is absolutely right. Think forward, not back in defence. And when you're attacking, think down the ground, not square of the wicket. And if you keep those two things in mind, you should have a chance of scoring runs on this surface. There might be a ball with your name on it, your number on it, but I think there are runs to be had.
Pakistan take heart from the fact that they have one of the best players of spin out there in the form of Saud Shakil, who scored a lot of runs against spinners. So if he gets going, then obviously they can hope to get some kind of a lead then.
I think not just Saud, even Rizwan to follow and Salman Ali Agha has been prolific, especially towards that latter middle order part. And all of them play spin really well in contrast to pace. So this will suit them, the way they play. I think Shan still out there also likes to get onto the front foot, dance down the track, but Saud Shakil has been the mainstay of that middle order, scored a lot of runs along with Rizwan. So I think there's a lot of positives that go into Pakistan's favour. And like Athas said before, and Ramiz also said, still by no means is it a minefield. They still got runs. Yes, the odd one might roll and have your name on it, like Athas said, but it's still by and large a very good surface.
How important do you think England's seamers are going to be playing that role today? Because they have been effective. We saw that in the last test match as well. Bryden Cast really running in and putting in his 100%.
Yeah, don't forget the seamers. The one thing to negate the seamers is the lack of abrasiveness around the pitch. So the outfield and the square is very lush, so there'll be very little reverse swing. And so I don't see Ben Stokes doing a lot of bowling. He likes to bring himself on when the old ball is reversing, but there may not be that. But for Atkinson, he's going to come in and hit the pitch hard and try and get that ball scuttling through. So he's going to be a threat and not to be ignored.
Absolutely. That, like we said, there's plenty to look forward to in today's play because you just never know which team is going to be coming out on top at the end of the day's play. We'll take a short breather, and when we come back, we'll hear from one of the players. Back on pitch side, and we were talking about the conditions and how it's not impossible to be batting out here. Mohammad Rizwan also caught up with Bazid Khan and spoke about how he feels the pitch fared yesterday.
रिजवान साहब का यही सवाल है, लेकिन आपसे मैं पूछता हूँ कि आपके हिसाब से कल पिच कैसा खेली?
बजीर भाई, मेरे ख्याल से अगर ऑनेस्टली कहा जाए कि अगर अर्ली ऑन देखा जाए इतना, क्योंकि आप स्मिथ की बैटिंग देख लेना, वो बिल्कुल आके बिल्कुल प्रॉपर खेला है, तो सारी चीज़ उसके कंट्रोल में थी। मेरे ख्याल से जो एक सर्टन टाइम था, हमने प्रेशर डेवलप किया उन पे, जिसकी वजह से वो अपनी स्वीप्स और चीज़ों पे आए। जो उनका गेम है, बहरहाल कभी सक्सेस होता है, कभी नहीं होता, मगर हमें उस टाइम लग रहा था अगर वो प्रॉपर खेलते तो शायद ये लंबा जा सकते थे।
आपने प्रॉपर की बात की, तो आज तो बैटिंग है, तो शायद यही फिर पाकिस्तान का प्लान होगा कि प्रॉपर बैटिंग की जाए इस पे।
बजीद भाई, बिल्कुल। आप जब भी आपसे पहली कोई इनिंग्स खेलते हैं तो आप इसे कुछ सीखते हैं। अगर हम उसकी बैटिंग देख ले, ये जेमी स्मिथ जो जिस तरह अर्ली ऑन आके बिल्कुल प्रॉपर खेला है, उसके बाद उसने चार्ज किया, मोमेंटम पकड़ा, फिर उसमें गया है, तो हमारी भी कोशिश यही है कि हमारे पास अगर मोमेंटम आएगा तो हम अपनी इसी गेम पे चले जाएंगे। मगर उससे पहले हमारे पास ये एक क्लू है कि जिस तरह प्रॉपर गेम हो गया इस पे से, वो बेहतर है। क्योंकि रात को जब शान और वो भी आ गए, मसूद ने भी यही जो है ना दिया है कि मैसेज के पीछे अगर हम प्रॉपर खेलेंगे तो थोड़ा सा बेहतर खेल रही है।
एक सवाल ये भी है कि जैसे जैसे बॉल थोड़ा पुराना होता है तो शायद स्पिनर्स का भी बॉल उतना तेजी से नहीं निकल रहा है, उतना तेज स्पिन नहीं हो रहा। ये बात ठीक है, आपको लगा ऐसे?
नहीं भाई, मेरे ख्याल से ये थोड़ा सा समझ में इसलिए बाहर है कि अप एंड डाउन हो रहा था थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि नए बॉल्स पे थोड़ा सा स्किट कर रहा था, जो ऊपर नीचे हो रहा था वो थोड़ा सा मुश्किल कर रहा था। स्पिन बाद में भी साजिद का हुआ है, जायद का भी बाद में हुआ है, तो वो तो सेट हो गए थे, इसलिए थोड़ा सा वो प्रॉपर लग रहा था कि यार बॉल पुराना हो गया। मगर मेरे ख्याल से ये नहीं था कि स्पिन और उसमें कमी आएगी, मगर अप एंड डाउन हो रहा था, इसलिए थोड़ी सी उसकी मुश्किल पड़ रही थी उनमें से।
चलें, थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड गुड लक।
थैंक यू।
Well, Mohammad Rizwan just talking about the fact that Shan Masood coming back into that dressing room and saying that, it's not that hard to bat out there if you apply yourself. So that's giving them some kind of a confidence. And of course, Rizwan himself is a decent player of spin.
Yeah, and obviously he referred to Jamie Smith as well, that he played straight, and they did stick to their natural game, which was playing the horizontal bat shot earlier. But then everybody's come back and reiterated the same message, which just then again will provide a little bit more confidence to that Pakistan dugout, even when Shan and Saud do come out. He did, however, mention one thing, that the variable bounce with the new ball, because it was skidding, was probably the most difficult part for the spinners to pick up. So that period is now gone. Obviously, the ball is slightly older now, but I still feel the pace, like Athas mentioned, might be how and when Ben Stokes uses Gus Atkinson.
First session is going to be key for both the sides then, Athas.
Absolutely, yeah. Pakistan 73 for 3, 2 good players of spin in, and they need to get up to England. If they allow England to get a first innings lead, they've obviously got the disadvantage of batting last on the 4th innings. So Pakistan's first innings, absolutely vital. They need to be up or thereabouts, maybe even get beyond England if they can, to apply some pressure on 3rd innings.
Like you rightly pointed out, it's going to be an important first session for both the sides. So plenty to look forward to in today's play. We're going to take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll be back with all the live pictures. So don't go anywhere.
A measured 50 in Ben Duckett's stump.
Crawley drives straight into the hands of backward pipe. Wow, that's incredibly close. Surely, yeah, Root is virtually walking.
On, brilliant.
Sweats hard and he's a powerful player.
He gets to his 50s, 4 test match 50.
And the change works.
And gone. 5-wicket haul for Sajid. It's no mean achievement. The guy is unstoppable.
Brilliant from Leach in England. Now gone. The plan has worked. Everything Stokes has done. And the plan is perfect.
Rawalpindi, the venue for this third and deciding test match between Pakistan and England. The test series evenly poised, the test match evenly poised. Could well be a low-scoring affair. It looks like that at the moment. 13 wickets fell on day one, 12 of them to the spinners. England 267 having won the toss, thanks mainly to Jamie Smith with a brilliant 89. Sajid yet again with a fifer. What an introduction to this series he's had in the last test and a half. 6 for 128. Noman Ali 3 for, and in reply Pakistan 73 for 3. Their skipper is there, Shan Masood. Saud Shakil is a very good player of spin. You need to be on this surface. Pakistan trail by 194. 3 wickets down, and the first one, Bashir. Abdullah Shafiq going back to one that he wished he'd gone forward to, and we've seen this a lot on this surface. Trapped on the crease, very similar to the Joe Root dismissal. And then first ball after drink, Stokes had a word with Leach. Change in plan, round the wicket, change in field, 2 men on the drive. Same Ayub just chipped it to Joe Root at short mid-wicket. And then excellent captaincy. Kamran Gulam, who played spin well. And England field is a weakness against seam. This didn't seem, it was a straight ball, but the change to Atkinson from Stokes was excellent. That was the only wicket that fell to a quicker bowler yesterday. So it's still warm, it's still sunny. And earlier today, Ramiz Raja had a look at that pitch.
Numbers suggest that day 2 is generally good for batting here in Rawalpindi. But this is a different service. We know that how much of an effort has gone through to keep it parched. Well, because there is no grass on top and there is no moisture underneath, the top is going to be a little crumbly and powdery. But even today, on appearance, it doesn't look that bad. There are a few cracks here and there. The plates actually are not really shifting, they're not really moving. But from batting perspective, what you need to do is to be more on the front foot. The low bounce will be more pronounced, so you've got to look out for that low bounce. The degree of spin will be just a little bit more as well, so you've got to make account for that. But overall, if you apply your faculties, make sure that you're brave enough to play with a defensive ploy and be on that front foot more than on the back foot, you can survive it. From bowling perspective, you don't have to really bowl magical deliveries because the pitch will take care of the magic. All you have to do is to be decent with your line and direction and be persistent. Perseverance commands success, as they say.
is not as pronounced. It's sort of more stark with that low bounce or the ball that kicks up, but it's still, you look at it and you still think, I want to bat on this.
Yeah, low bounce I think did for most of the batters yesterday. To sweep, and Ben Duckett told the England team being on here, and if Duckett's it's a concern. First innings runs, that's the other thing players have said overnight. They don't feel it's only going in one direction. So as with the last test in Multan, where England gave up a 75-run lead, that was vital. First innings lead on this surface, either direction is going to be crucial. It could come down to a one innings game to decide this series. One captain is ready on the sideline, the other one is full of smiles, and his plans would have been formulated, worked out, and England are ready to go. We just need the umpires. Hopefully a few fans in today. It was a good crowd yesterday. Obviously slightly different timings today. 2.5 hour first session. England fans would have enjoyed the conditions here. It is cooler in the morning and definitely cooler in the last session as well. It's that middle session that's hot. Perfect conditions for cricket here in Rawalpindi. Players are ready, they've been waiting patiently on the sideline. The umpires come, they stroll to the middle, and the game is set up perfectly. 73 for 3. Pakistan will start. They will want a partnership to build. Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith showed yesterday, if you play the right way, you can definitely score runs on this surface. Fascinating to see who England will start with. Definitely be spin at one end, whether they'll start with Atkinson because of Saud Shakil and his vulnerability against the quicker bowler, or whether it be spin at both ends. Masood played nicely. Saud Shakil has excellent stats in Test match cricket. Look at that average, 53 and a bit. Ramiz, it's set up perfectly.
Yes. Good morning. I think the thing to see is whether England will go for a regimented approach or a flexible approach, and I think there is value in both. So you can start out with spin, and then there's got to be an out-of-box thinking regarding when to introduce pace, against whom to introduce pace, what kind of field set is required, because this is a day to pitch, and I think it's going to deteriorate further. Maybe not in the first session straight away, but second and third could be feisty and bit testy for the batsman.
Yeah, you sense and feel that Ben Stokes has more faith in all his bowling attack. He will at some stage turn to Atkinson or he'll turn to Rayan Ahmed. You sense with Sham Masood that he had faith in those two spinners up front, but Zaid Mahmood was a bit of an afterthought, the seamer, a definite afterthought, if at all in his mind. New ball, Bazid Khan reckons this new Kookaburra will just misbehave a fraction on that surface we see. It's going to be Bashir. First ball of day 2. Oh, but a turn and just short of Pope, who's got a helmet on and he's very close at gully.
Yeah, not entirely comfortable playing off the front foot and played it down with soft hands. Didn't have the bounce, and I think that's going to be the real issue here. Spinners not having a lot of bounce and pace to play with.
Well, Bashir plays his cricket at Somerset when he does play. And often you'll see when Somerset play at home at Taunton, Marcus Trescothick will be in that poke position with the helmet on, when he did play Marcus a while ago, but they will have a gully in with a helmet standing very close.
Yeah, that's what Shan does. He closes the face off the bat. He's always looking to play leg side. And this is what Bashir is bowling at, that closed face. There is open space at mid-wicket for that single, but that's exactly where Stokes wants him to play.
Yeah, he's got to play with the straight bat. That's better. You're absolutely spot on, Bazid. Stokes has purposely left that mid-wicket open, saying, go on, clip it to leg. Was better. He let that come to him and takes the run to mid-wicket.
He plays with hard hands. He was caught once in Multan, the second test match, where he went or wanted to play through mid-wicket and was caught in the gully. So England would want him to once again play that shot with hard hands against the spin.
Well, we're going to have a delay here, I reckon, unless Saud Shakil hasn't seen it. No, he has seen it. The people in charge of the sight screen have just pulled the white screen down early. Revised session times today because it's a Friday, so the first session 2.5 hours, then it's an hour for lunch, and then 1:30 to 3 and 3:20 to 5:20 the final session. Got more overs in yesterday than the allotted 90. Good start from Bashir, 74 for 3. Well, a lot of talk about England trying to play straight yesterday afternoon. In the morning session, they were trying to play square of the wicket with a horizontal bat, at times an angled bat. With the low bounce here in this test match, you can see how much lower it is. That is dangerous. So they changed their method and played with a straighter bat. And you can see that from Smith, it worked. Well, it will be two spinners. Jack Leach, the left arm spinner, who got a couple just to dust late last night.
Yes, off.
Decision has been made. It's going to be Leach versus two left-handers, not Joe Root. And I think when I talk about thinking out of the box against left-handers, the way Bashir bowled that first over, Joe Root could have been handy for a couple of overs, 3 overs. But England pinning their faith, hope in matured option in Leach.
In outfield from Stokes, a slip and a short leg, but protection on the fence, long on and deep mid-wicket. So Shan Masood normally likes to launch the ball down the ground, use his feet and hit the bowler over the top. Not massive on the sweep shot. Shan Masood's go-to shot is hitting straight down the ground, but it may be a risk trying to hit it over mid-off.
Lovely, mate. Real good nut. Lovely nut.
Interesting what Saud does, because he does, a bit like Duckett, he does like the sweep shot and the reverse sweep. Now, whether he puts it away or he just backs himself, he says it's one of my shots. I back myself, even with the low bounce, to nail it. We will see.
Marking his guard, Shan Masood was almost on that off-stump line when he's playing to the left-arm angle of Leach, making sure that the ball doesn't come back from the rough area to strike his stumps.
me, Leachy. Very good, that
The other thing batsmen need to do is to think of this track as a perfect track. You can't go out there thinking that there'll be something happening after every couple of balls. That can dent your confidence. So it's all about playing on merit and not thinking too much about the variations, about the ball keeping low or spinning a yard.
Nicely clipped through those two men on the leg side. 76 for 3. Yeah, the other thing is to make sure you get them in the first innings on this pitch. Who knows how it's going to play second time round, so if you get in, go big. Every first innings run's so valuable. Try and get a lead for your team. Well, you can see why England changed with Kamran Ghulam when he came in. His average against spin 55, it's lower against pace. It's not bad, 37, but they immediately brought on Atkinson. And you look at the next three, their averages against spin, a marked difference. They are huge. Good players of spin. Back cut beautifully. The outfield's been quick here in this test match, so Leach will have to give chase well, and they'll check that with his boot. He pulled it in with his hand, but just was his boot on that cushion.
It's demolished the boundary, but this was beautifully played. Handled himself quite well, played with a lot of calmness and was assured through that point area. I think he's done well. I think is the boot touching the rope when he's in contact with the ball? Probably a boundary then.
Yeah, lovely little back cut there. Used the pace of Bashir.
Great skills, boy. Like it, across that, eh, Bass? That's what we like to see, boy.
Shan Masood's tendency to play with hard hands against the line of the spin delivery was caught in the gully area in the Multan test match, and here today similar kind of a shot, playing with a crooked face, crooked angle. That is what England are hoping for. Another mistake, another hard hands from him.
Edged, but just no bounce on this pitch. They have to get so close at slip and gully. Nowhere near carrying.
Very good, Bash.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Not even carried halfway to Stokes, and he's quite close.
Stokes himself was out. Salman Ali Agha took a good catch, didn't he? That did carry, but Stokes went at it pretty hard with a dead bat, just defending. That's when it's tricky to get the edge to carry. Good again from Bashir, 81 for 3.
Awesome that, Bash.
Well, it's a reason why Pakistan want to play on these sort of pitches, because they believe in that middle order in particular. They have exceptional players of spin. And now they have two very experienced spin bowlers as well. It has definitely evened up the series after the first test. Spinning pitches with two good spinners and good players of spin.
I mentioned this yesterday as well, just talking to cricket fanatics and overall public view of Pakistan playing against a team that plays three spinners. Everybody says that's much more comfortable instead of playing against three seamers. They get nervous when they see 11 with a couple of great seamers in there.
Yeah, and that's on any pitch. When England won here last time, late, 4:35 with 10 minutes to go, Leach got the last wicket bowling this end, but the 9 wickets before went to seamers, Atkinson, Robinson and Stokes with reverse swing.
Absolutely, they made the difference. Even in Multan, you remember those 3 dismissals with Anderson and Wood getting the ball just to seam back off the surface. So it was the paces that really did the damage. And once it come down to spinners, with their bowling and their batting, Pakistan feel much more comfortable.
Happy with this, or do you want that man across again? I don't mind it. I'm happy.
That epic test match, that was the first time that England won in good light, not bad light.
Let it go, Baz.
Not as comfortable playing off the front foot as he is when he's hitting the ball off the back, so need to push the ball up to Shan Masood. Test him with a front foot defensive shot. He plays that shot well. Wrist and through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he could be braver. There is a bit of rough out there where the spinners have followed through. Obviously, Atkinson's the only seamer that's bowled 3 overs, so there's not a lot of traffic on a length. Just a fraction wider. Bit straight. 82 for 3.
Game of patience, application. Got to hang in there, make sure that this is a good partnership for Pakistan.
Well, Bashir looks the threat this morning with 2 left-handers in. He's the one that's found the edge of the bat twice now.
The 2 fielders at cover, so that is probably forcing South to play more off the back foot. He doesn't really want to drive through those 2 fielders or go for that booming drive. There's a slip in place for an outside edge if he ventures to drive. So this is good thinking from England. On a slow pitch, those 2 short cover fielders can become very handy. Early into the drive and out.
Oh! Beautiful bash. Great skills, boy.
A lot easier when you're playing off the back foot compared to when you're looking to play off the front foot. In Pakistan have somehow found the way on the slow surface to create their own length.
Tickles it, so it should be a couple.
And this is what Saud does really well. He's been able to pick gaps to get off strike and then just pick spots where he can also get a few runs. His angle off the bat at the very last moment, he rolls the wrist on it, opens the face so he can get the gap. And that's been the feature of his play since he started.
Oh, now, was there an edge there? Definitely a noise. Jamie Smith just came up a fraction. It was down by his bootlaces.
Definitely a noise. Yeah, a massive edge hitting him on the pad.
Well, exactly what we showed with Shan Masood. what they were trying. They got the leading edge. Quite a big deflection. Yeah, big deflection. A big edge. Excellent from Bashir. That's 3 edges he's found. None of them have been caught. 88 for 3. Plenty of batting to come. Norman Ali showed what a player he can be. He's coming in at 10. Some fighters in there as well. It's what you want on a pitch like this. You want some real gutsy cricketers. Rizwan, Salman, Jamal, Sajid, and all the emotion he shows. Norman Ali, exactly what you need in a decider, in a tight game. You want character. Pakistan have got it in the middle order. Can they deliver?
When we talk of adjustment and adjusting to the low bounce, I think it's critical for the keepers also to stay low, maintain that position as long as possible. He's pretty tall. Jamie's what, 6'2"?
Yeah, actually, I thought it went low. It actually went about knee-high, shin-high. So he did stay down, but it was just the deflection that took it past his gloves.
Yeah, so he went up just slightly and then he went down. I think that meant loss of time, costly loss of time.
Got to be careful there, just pushing and prodding. That's exactly where Pope is. One just turns and it's bat and thigh pad or bat and pad.
Beautiful bowling this, Nat. So good, Nat.
A change of angle with round the wicket. Now that brings the pads into play. So anything that Shan Masood plays across or misses, Leach is in play.
Catch it! Yeah. Hey, moving, Brooke.
Actually, that's good batting. As long as you have a plan and a batting graph, where to play, where to avoid, you know what stance you want to be in if the bowler is bowling over and round the stumps, and you're fine. And I think Shan Masood has found a way to get a run, get off strike, and just concentrate on building a partnership. Playing well within his means, Shan.
Well, so far this pitch has played how it looks. On both days it's looked fine. Yesterday there were definitely a few that kept low, Duckett in particular. Today it's played how it looks, as a slow turner. That's it.
Oh, Leachy! Beautiful, Nat. Just a spin, Leachy. That's in front of all 3, boy.
Super Saf Premier Detergent, and it says cleans like a dream.
Oh, nice, look at you. Nice skills,
90 for 3.
Lovely set, Leachy.
Yeah, he's found the edge 3 or 4 times. Leading edge, a couple that haven't carried to slip and gully, and then one that just hit Jamie Smith on the shin. Big deflection.
Nice bash.
Don't know enough about wicket keeping, but that one that hit Smith on the knee, whether it had carried to Stokes or not. He has quite a wide stance, Jamie Smith. Because he's tall, he has to go wide, a little bit like his batting. And hence that left leg does get in the way of edges a bit. If you watch his stance there, look how wide he is because he's tall. So that one that hit him on the shin, his left leg is almost in the way of Stokes at slip. Now you can't really change halfway through a test match. It's how he's always kept.
I don't know whether that stance hampers his mobility, because, I mean, it's almost make another stride or go for another stride.
Good change of pace.
With that kind of stance, I think England can have Ben Stokes a little wider and not have a gully, because he's almost in that first slip line, the keeper.
His left leg is, his left knee is. Oh, now. Bowled beautifully. Two left-handers in. That's his match. Really well to left-handers. And the edge.
Yeah, lovely. The seam position and also the drop and the spin. Perfect.
Bash.
30 overs done. 3. Pakistan just trying to grind out a partnership, grind out a score. No sweeps, no uncharged boundary. A back cut from Saud Shakil.
For you, isn't it, Naz?
Yeah. No, out. Shouldn't be given out.
Almost on that off-stump line, Shan Masood in his crease. So primarily for this kind of an appeal, avoid any accidents out of the rough.
Good take down the leg side.
Now Jack Leach gone back over the wicket. There's much more to work with in terms of rough outside the off stump of the left-hander.
Great work here, fellas.
I think this is a better line. Even Stokes may give him an extra fielder on the offside, or just leave it open. Throw it out in that rough and get Shan Masood driving or cutting out of the rough. High risk. Likes it there.
Beautiful, Nat. Great questions here, Nata. Brilliantly, Jay. Great questions, this, Nat. Oh.
92 for 3.
Quality, Nat.
Well, historically in the last 5 years or so, second day is the best day to bat at this venue.
So good, Basha. Yes, Bash.
Last over was a maiden. She needs to just continue with that pressure, not allow batter off strike.
What do you think of the tempo of the innings? You just keep batting like this, or do they need to put some pressure back on the bowlers?
Well, all the talk from the dressing room was just bat normally, just don't worry about the tempo. Because it's a slow pitch, you just bat as you will. And Shan Masood, who's normally very aggressive against spin, he's tempered himself down and thought, now we bat time, it'll get easier. And also the fact that you don't want to take risks. So at the moment, they're just making sure that they don't lose wickets.
And there will be time, or come a time, when the ball will do just a little bit more for England. So I think if this pair is still out there, I think they'll tackle that situation just a bit better compared to someone coming in and starting the innings.
Just went at that a fraction hard, which you very rarely say about Saud. He plays spin with such beautiful soft hands, but this he just went at hard.
Any player, you dry up the runs completely. So this is coming to the last delivery of Bashir's over, and that's back-to-back maiden, so pressure applied.
It's been a bit of a subdued morning. Just scoring at a tick over 2. 9 overs have been bowled, a couple of maidens in succession. And as expected, it was a spin to start off from either end. Shan Masood and Saud Shakil, both 16 at the end of the day yesterday, now putting on 46 between them. There's been a few that have taken the outside edge. Pakistan looking to carry on according to their own tempo, their own template. The trail by 175, it becomes a very important innings for them. And try to get as close as to that first innings score from England. If not, try and get beyond. Pakistan's leading home appliance brand, Super Asia. The magic of one touch.
All without a script now, Aruj.
Know them by heart. Some say I have shares in all of this. Or the gentleman to your left, Lord Gower, he definitely has shares in all our activations. Avid user.
Still negotiating, Aruj.
Which one?
Well, there's the apartment at Royal Kingdom, still pending. 87 cases of Super SAF waiting at home. Vigo haven't been in touch. Just a wrong SIM card or something. Haven't got my number. Who else have we got? Bankar Falah, there's account pending. Pending verification, ID.
Very good, this nutter.
I'm actually dining with Mr. Tapal today. Thought you'd like to know? Like, oh, by the way, 94 for 3.
It's quite wild from Stokes with that throw. Fortunately, his mate was wise to it and backed it up. So no overthrows, but a handy partnership. Starnworth 46 for 3. Interested to hear the comments of the previous commentators about the tempo. I feel that they perhaps could try and put a little bit more pressure back on the bowlers. A little bit more proactive.
Well, normally between the two, just off late, Shan would generally be the one who would look to take the attack on, look to press on. He likes to play at a rapid pace. Innings from Saud so far is a very Saud template innings where he takes his time, gets himself in. But because I think the sweep shot's been put away in the lock, I think that's a scoring opportunity for either of them, given the nature of the surface. We saw what happened with the England top order. And because that's been put away just generally down the ground, maybe play the first session out a little bit and then press on a little bit. They've got Rizwan, Salman Ali Agha, both excellent form, excellent players of spin to come.
Yeah. Nice basher, nice basher.
50 between the two of them. It's come in a little bit of a subdued fashion. 120 deliveries, but they've now gotten themselves in.
I wouldn't worry about the pace if I were them at this stage. And I thought the lesson learned yesterday is that you can survive, and the longer you survive, the more comfortable it gets. And then instinct will tell you at some stage. I mean, Jamie Smith said this last night. Instinct just basically said at some stage, time to go. Time to go a bit bigger. What they're doing at the moment is useful reconnaissance, I would say, and that's very, very valuable. The other thing is, I mean, Shan last night had one heave at a ball trying to go over wide long on, miscued it, and that's one of the messages on this pitch. You've got to be very, very sure of yourself and slightly lucky to get those big shots away. So only when you're ready do you really need to do that. And in the meantime, look at it the other way. England will be just starting to get a little twitchy with these nudges for ones and twos. 99 for 3. The odd one that goes, we've seen the couple from Bashir turn past the outside edge. We've seen the outside edge taken. Those are the things that encourage England just to keep plugging away in the same sort of fashion, because one will do just that little bit more. And when luck is with you, you might pick up the wicket. But equally so, as time goes on, 30 minutes becomes 45, 45 becomes an hour, and you haven't taken a wicket, then it's up to Stokes to say, okay, maybe you need to change something else, a moment of inspiration, try something different.
I mean, the other thing that's happened in the game is that day one progressed quite rapidly. 13 wickets. So in terms of time in the game, still plenty. We're just still in the first session here on day two. A loud shout from Jack Leach. Umpire not interested.
Quite rightly so.
Nice nut.
Saud got his pad outside the line of off stump. He was playing a shot of sorts, but it's a nice line and length from Leach. What I would say though is Stokes has set an unusually definitive in and out field, so he's got his catches in place, but he's also got boundary riders. You don't normally see quite as many boundary riders from Ben Stokes. So in terms of Pakistan looking at rotate the strike, the gaps are there. It doesn't have to be boundaries. But I think your point is the salient one, David, about it's almost like doing your homework out there for a period of time, and then the ability to find those gaps becomes that little bit easier. If they can just start ticking over, that's when Stokes will have to change it, either field or bowler.
This one slightly closer. Umpire still not interested. Again, a long way forward and outside.
Well, that's the right spot with a bit of turn.
Another maiden from Leach. It's 99 for 3. I think the other thing with that, what is the utilization of Gus Atkinson. We saw in that Multan first innings, even to Kaman over there was hardly any pace. Predominantly it faced spin up until he was closer to getting his century. So was also slightly vulnerable against pace earlier on. And gets in a bit of a tangle. Normally the LBW or just the channel outside comes into play off a length. Be interesting when Ben Stokes does throw the ball to Gus Atkinson. I don't think we'll see much of Ben Stokes unless the ball does reverse. Now, on this square, except for the two practice surfaces, very lush, so we might not see a lot of that, if any, I don't know. Gone! It's that same dismissal again where Shan Masood lunges forward, closes the bat face, and Gully takes a smart catch. Extremely well.
hindsight being a great thing as ever, leaving the bat face a bit more open, a bit straighter down the pitch would have possibly done the job for him. If you're not looking to do much more apart from defend at that stage, so if your primary ambition is defence, then it's an error. If you present the full face under those circumstances, the ball might still slide off an edge, but in a different way, might not carry in the same way. But what I would say is good value for perseverance for Bashir, because he's beaten the bat a couple of times, he's found the edge once, he's got the odd one to turn big, he's kept his lines and his lengths steadier really than at any stage during the series prior to this. So I think that's good work by him.
It was one of the key features that the Pakistan spinners did well. They bowled and held that immaculate length. That's what Shoaib Bashir has done. And like you mentioned, both of you, it's not the first time both left-handers have just hung their bat. Just close the face. Saud as well was dropped by Jamie Smith when he was on 26.
I wonder if Rizwan will get the sweep out here. He was actually practicing it before he faced his first ball.
Well, from what he said at the top of the show, he wouldn't. Because he mentioned about Saud and Shan coming in last night, telling him that, well, let's put that one away. And praised Jamie Smith as well, that he read conditions really well. So play straight is what he said. 99 for 4.
It was an ambitious shot to that last ball, given that there is now some spin for Bashir. Some planning this morning going on and some chat between Shoaib Bashir and Brendan McCullum. You can see the amount of turn there, and the key there is the turn, the line, and where Shan Masood is trying to hit that ball. Shutting the face, outside edge, could catch Shamoli Pope. What do we had now? 45 minutes of play this morning. Might just be the time that roller, and it wasn't the heavy roller, might be wearing off.
Yeah, if you drew a line down the edge of the bat where it was positioned with that closed face, and then an imaginary line just an inch or two, couple of inches outside it where the bat could have been, then you'll see, you can probably guess as to a very different outcome.
It's absolutely well done. Is it Ben Stokes? Yes. Anticipation. The first time we've seen a sweep of sorts being attempted.
Yeah, I wonder if that's been brought about by the fact that he's seen the ball turn. We've been saying that on this pitch, with the lower bounce, less turn, some turn, like Jamie Smith yesterday, play straight. But once it starts to spin, maybe then you're trying to change the angles, and that brings a sweep in. That's ambitious, though. But there is room on the offside. Goes again, Stokes goes again. This time it's past him and safely on the floor. But I think maybe he's now thinking, right, something's happening with this pitch. If I just sit here and operate as I've been doing, I'm a bit of a sitting duck.
With the batsman or batter, depending on your point of view, of slightly smaller stature, you don't have the same reach. As I look to my right, two perfect examples. You don't have the same reach going forward to smother the spin, so you've got to be more nimble on your feet and very good off the back foot sometimes. And it is instinct, we mentioned it earlier, it's instinct in a batsman's mind what his best option is. And if you're good at these shots, as Rizwan is, and you pick the right ball, because it's the same thing applies to the reverse sweep and sweep shot, you've got to pick the right ball as with every other shot, then you're okay, or could be okay.
Now field set for Rizwan. On the offside, getting him driving or draw him forward to bring Joe Root, who's short man catching in front, 2 slips away.
Well, Rizwan was halfway down the pitch. Saud, sorry, was halfway down the pitch, and Rizwan was just sat there. Nah, not interested. No, go away. Still going on. What are you on about?
I think it's disturbance in the air. It was the drone, I think, in closer proximity. I think he's still having a look. He's not happy. He's one of those who sees things everywhere. Side screen.
Has he got eyes in the top of his head so he can look directly up?
360 view. He seems to notice things that nobody else does. Well, if it was the drone, it's not in close proximity anymore. Oh, we can crack on. There's a sweep. Calls for two, push back. Gets there in the end.
Yeah, well, he may have said what he said, but he was practicing it this morning, and before he faced a ball, as he walked out to the middle, he shadow batted a sweep, and he's just played a good one there.
So far this morning, the pitches by and large stayed consistent with the bounce, albeit lower. We haven't had any that have rolled. 102 for 4. Even yesterday, I think, off memory, remember there's a couple of them. One that got bent ducket, the other one didn't result in a wicket, but the two that didn't really get anywhere in terms of bounce. But generally the bounce has been low. Hasn't misbehaved as much.
Predicting pitches is not an exact science. I don't think any of us expected it to be quite as low as it was yesterday. You mentioned a few that kept low. Duckett actually got two, the one that got him out and the other one where he really had to jam down on it. Speaking to a couple of the England boys this morning, they didn't say it's going to get worse. They said, well, it ain't going to get any better. That was their view. And actually any of the traffic that's on the pitch is actually more of a result of the batsmen running up and down, because we've hardly had any seamers, so it's not like those big craters outside off stump for the spinners to work with. Leg slips slip.
The other thing, generally, the chatter out of both camps is because they've changed the innate nature of a Pindi surface, which historically, obviously, they've tried to leave grass, predominantly seam friendly. Oh, beauty. Slightly slower in the air as well, draws him forward. And the turn does just enough.
Yeah, all you can do there, I think, as a left-hander is play the line and hope it spins past it, which it did. See, that I find an unusual position for Ben Stokes to have posted a long off. Don't actually see him popping out of his crease and bopping him over his head like we saw Duckett do. Now, if he does it, then you can put the man back, but unless he's leaving that tempter just to tentatively push it past root at extra cover, but he might be better served just bringing him up.
Just on that, the discussion around the pitch, I think there's nobody really who actually knows how this will play out. He's done well just to get the bat down in time.
Very good, Bash. Nice Bash.
Well, he does well to get it back there, doesn't he? But he's turned, he's kept low. He's played it. Ooh. Now, did that involve contact? Maybe, maybe not. leg byes gives you the answer. So session with prayers this morning, prayers at lunchtime, so a long session. Let's have a drink.
Toss, put themselves in. They got 267. Because once again the spin all out from Pakistan. All 10 wickets shared between their three spinners. Pakistan in reply at the moment 105 for 4, trailed by 162 runs. The 1 wicket to fall this morning, that of the Pakistan skipper. A brilliant piece of off-spin bowling. Shoaib Bashir with 2 wickets now. He's been guilty of closing that bat face and nothing short in the end. A sharp catch from Ollie Pope. He's been good this test match, Shoaib Bashir, with his lengths, with his lines. He seems to have enjoyed that one as well. Right then, post-drinks spin continues. Just worth keeping an eye on whether Gus Atkinson is loosening up or not. Just feel it's worth having a crack with the quicker bowler, in particular to Rizwan, who does have this tendency of losing his wicket. Just around the off-stump channel, off a length. About 34 minutes to go.
You're feeling a bit hangry. Now the little hands on.
Now I'm trying to do the math of how long is left before. Well, it is Friday. We're obviously going to have that extended session, but we're far from any of that.
Hour and a half will do.
Thank you very much.
Can't be hangry. He brought that massive bag of peanuts in, or whatever it was this morning.
Wasabi cashews, assortment of salted walnuts, peanuts, the whole shebang. It's for the crew. It's for you guys.
Oh, that's so good.
Well, just before we go off the nuts, these deep fielders, I mean, the other option, even if you don't like the deep fielder, is that if you're trying to get someone to push, there are plenty of options. This is a shot he was practicing before play, and that practice session seems to have worked off, because not only has he smashed it out the middle, he smashed it out the park as well. This is a very, very good contact. Doesn't turn particularly much. Trusts his eye, trusts his hands. Just launches it.
Oh, Leachy. That's a lovely ball.
112 for 4. It's what you get with Mohammad Rizwan. He's not the kind of player who will hang around. He likes to play his shots in that you obviously get opportunities, especially earlier on while he's in, but he's not the one who will shy away from playing his shots, and because obviously slightly shorter stature, picks up length fairly early. It is a Friday, so we'll have an extra half an hour in that first session. Extended lunch break, and then we come back on in that second session at 1:30.
You're going to give us the numbers for the session timings now? What I'm going to say is that Gus Atkinson is going to come into the attack. There's some equipment adjustment for Mohammad Rizwan. I think either he's decided to start wearing a thigh pad or his other thigh pad broke, but he's just got to sort himself out. What do you think of this move, David?
I like this. It's completely stuffed me in terms of the analysis of the long off versus the short extra cover and prodding around and all the rest of it, which we'll come back to, no doubt, at a later stage in the day, because there'll be plenty of that later. But Atkinson is a good option. It doesn't have to be for long, does it? You've got two players. I mean, Rizwan seems to settle in very quickly. Sal's been there very comfortably, relatively comfortably, for how long is it? Around an hour, I think. And therefore, just a change of pace is well worth a go.
Well, I've got my maths bearings out of place, but what's not out of place is our official styling partner, J. Dot. Now, this is a good move, especially to Rizwan. Mentioned it earlier as well. He can be vulnerable in that channel just outside off stump, tends to hang his bat, which brings the slips or the keeper. And if Gus can get one to just jag back in, LBW comes into play as well. Once again, the slip cordon, Joe Root, Harry Brook, in line with the keeper, probably even slightly ahead given the lack of pace in the surface. Just there, that's the line.
Yeah, that's perfect. Ben Stokes gave him a bowl late last evening. That line and length did for Kamran Ghulam. Very good captaincy from Stokes, excellent from Atkinson. Little puff of dust late in the day and the off-stump knockback. And that last delivery to Mohamed Rizwan was in a similar line and length. Bash away at that pitch.
Plays it well and with control as well. Guided through slip and gully. Will pick up for Rizwan.
Well, it's an interesting shot. Plays it very nicely on this particular occasion, but he's just given himself, curiously, just a little bit of room. What I'm going to be interested to see now is, when the ball is full and straight, how far forward he manages to get. And that's short of a length. What we saw, for instance, in the previous two test matches, Rizwan against the pace, he gets very front on, plays from the crease, and you just have the feeling on this pitch that even if it's alien to your natural instincts, you've got to somehow try and force yourself just to get forward if you possibly can.
Well, he's a sort of player who's got a very good hand-eye coordination. So he might not look aesthetically pleasing with his technique. But his hand-eye coordination is very quick. That's why he manages to access pockets, plays the ball late. Brilliant. That's precisely the channel they're looking for. 117 for 4.
Steady first hour, just the one wicket to England. That fell to Shoaib Bashir. One catch put down as well. Bashir has looked the more dangerous of the two spinners, because for most of it we've had two left-handers at the crease until Shan got out. Just closing the face on the ball. Burst from Gus Atkinson, which I think is a good move to Mohamed Rizwan in particular. Jack Leach to continue.
Yeah, the left-handed batsman South Shakil has gotten used to this angle with what Jack Leach is bowling. He's picked up South Shakil bowling round the stumps. He hasn't felt the need to change the angle. They have to be proactive with their thinking.
130 for 6 here. 130 for 6 with you, Nat.
There's a sweep shot. I think probably his first of the day, and it has earned him a 4.
Yeah, the line was good. With that kind of a stroke, pick the line early, use the angle and place the ball into the gap.
Seamlessly seems to get to the pitch of the ball, and he's got the quality to play with soft hands and play a shot like that. Full-blown sweep shot, and then the reverse is out as well. This is good batting.
And they've shown this morning that runs to be had on this surface. It hasn't really played any tricks. It's turned a little bit, albeit slowly. We haven't seen any of the grubbers that we saw yesterday.
difficult to predict, actually. You know, I did a pitch report, but it's almost impossible to know the character of this particular strip, because so much of work has gone on top before the test. I mean, it was like the Industrial Revolution.
Lovely, Leachy.
Well, I thought you got your pitch report spot on this morning, if you don't mind me saying, Rambo. You said that it's not a minefield, that if you apply yourselves, there are runs to be had, and I think that's true.
We know that there's certain batsmen, certain teams actually, who are more keen for optics, you know, look at the pitch and then decide what to do. 1, 2, 3 for 4. And clearly not a minefield, this surface. So if you're willing to be on the front foot and have confidence of a solid base, which is your defensive base, and not worry about the close fielders, you know, in that close net of fielders, I think you can score runs.
Industrial Revolution. There was no steam engine, Ramesh. It was the fans.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pain went into preparing a dry surface. Fans, pay to your heaters. Steam engine probably is the only locomotive that was missing.
But it's why, for England, Gus Atkinson becomes an important part of this attack, and Ben Stokes as well. I don't think you can ignore your seamers. I think there comes a time, and Stokes probably got it just about right this morning, when you feel that the batters are just getting in against the spinners, and therefore you just have to slightly change it for a short period of time. And particularly to Rizwan, who at the start of his innings just looks a little vulnerable to the quicker bowlers, to me, particularly as that last ball did, when it starts to angle back in onto the stumps. And of course, young Gus Atkinson's father, Ed, is in the stadium there watching his son.
Yeah, we have seen Rizwan getting out to the ball, angling in. And yes, this move has a merit, but this is dealt with quite nicely. Didn't try to overhit the ball, just use the pace on that occasion. Rizwan for 3 runs.
2,000 test match runs now for Rizwan. He's an excellent all-round cricketer, very, very good and apt behind the stumps, and not bad when he's been asked to bat successfully at that 5 and 6 position.
He's a competitor as well, and that's the situation we're in here. This game is very finely poised, very evenly balanced, and in a game like this, in a situation like this, you want your competitors out in the middle. That's what Rizwan is. Very good cricketer.
A royal lifestyle for you, Kingdom Valley. Sprawling city, that. Or a mini city.
And talking about these two batters, they pair off well so many times. They forge big partnerships.
Is temperamentally rock solid. Very good against spin, and in such conditions, very difficult to dislodge. He's got a solid game plan as well as, you know, he looks extremely calm. Doesn't have any fidgety movements, and plays with soft hands against spin, can play with hard hands as well. And so this low bounce is not going to really test him a lot. If you're a pacer, he'd be doing that all day long.
Yeah, he's assured of his defensive technique, and that's why he's never rushed. Plays within himself. doesn't rely on those extravagant or expensive strokes. Score his runs with alacrity, South Shakil.
No.
1-7 for 4. Got that average against spin.
Are Oasis big in Pakistan, Ramiz?
Yes.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
Ground.
Yeah, playing Oasis.
PA system, playing Oasis mid-over there. Didn't think they'd be big in Pakistan, but it's good to know that they are.
Middle. Correct. One leg.
The big query and question right now for England would be whether they can flip the switch from aggressive to something conventional. Can these bowlers be just a little bit more defensive against this pairing? Do they need to be defensive? Squeeze runs. Right now there's good momentum to this partnership, 29 of 41 balls. Because there's certain bowlers, like Leach for example, he can play both roles, I think. Because the way he bowls, he can be aggressive from that rough area, he can be defensive also bowling the channel. But Ben Stokes, Athers, do you think he'd probably have that strategy in his mind?
Well, I don't think the run rate has gotten away from England this morning. They're just starting to pick up some momentum now, Rizwan and Saud Shakil, but it feels like one of those pitches where sometimes you just have to hang in as a captain and the bowlers. So there's going to be a partnership because, as we've said, it's just essentially a bit of a slow turner. And if you apply yourselves, you should be able to get in. There will be a partnership. You hang in there, you keep control of the run rate, and when you do get a wicket, then there's a chance of getting at a new batsman.
I think the spinners have done a decent job. But the only question mark, have they bowled with the right pace? What we saw from Pakistani left-arm spinner Noman Ali, he was looking to bowl around 72 to 80 miles per hour. But when you speak about England bowlers, it's lurking around 88.
That's a good shot, swept it all along the ground into the gap for 2. Rizwan says only 2.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, where there is a slow turn, overthrows. You know, as a bowler, as a finger spinner, you need to deceive the batter with the flight. But if you dart the ball in, you're actually helping the cause of the batters. So it's highly imperative for English bowlers to find out the right pace to bowl on a pitch like this.
Yeah, he shouldn't be forgotten. His role could be critical. Leg spinners always provide breakthroughs. And that is what England want. Pronounced low bounce off the straight.
Oh, sorry, no, ball's over.
4 down for 133.
पाकिस्तान के 4 विकेट के नुकसान के ऊपर 133 रन सब एक साथ जाके मिलेंगे पाकिस्तान के लिए। That one, I'll jump in here.
The most interesting contrast there is Noman and Leach, the two left armers, and there's quite a significant contrast which I think backs up your point that England's spinners are a little bit quicker through the air. Noman though is a different type of bowler to Jack Leach. He is more of a traditional flight and guile type of bowler, whereas Leach tends to be at the batsman a little more, but the job of a spinner is to find the right pace for the conditions and adapt accordingly.
If you've developed a style to hit the deck hard, I'm talking of Leach, and then suddenly ask him to flight the ball like Noman, he may not get it right all the time because it's a different trade altogether, and you may not have the kind of control. Like Noman, for example, it's difficult probably for him to hit the deck hard at pace. But I think bowling...
What's worked for Pakistan is the contrast, though, between Sajid and Noman, because Sajid has been at the batsman a much quicker pace. And he's been the one who's threatened more in the first innings, and then obviously at Multan, it was Noman who took advantage in the second innings. Whether that will play out again here remains to be seen.
And to be able to become a well-rounded spinner and compete in a better way at this level, as a spinner, left-arm spinner or finger spinner, you have to learn how to release the ball. You know, when you talk about Noman Ali and few other spinners who rely on the flight, they release the ball slightly early, just behind their head. And by releasing the ball earlier, they get their fingers involved more, give the ball more tweak, and then a bit of flight. And that's how they deceive the batters with the flight. But if you release the ball slightly late, it'll be quicker. And instead of involving your fingers, it'll be the earlier deviation of the wrist.
He did that in Multan's second innings also. Every now and then he'd jump out of the crease and surprise a pacer.
It's a good shot, this, because he was advancing at Atkinson and he looked as though he wanted to wind up at it. We saw this in Multan when he skipped down and then whacked it over the leg side, and that's what he was aiming to do, and then realised that the ball was a little fuller and straighter, and he changed his shot at the last minute to nudge it down the ground.
Right on.
Big Hotel introducing new 26. Picture perfect.
Can you tell us about the specs, Ramiz?
Yes, after I finish my stint. That's a good battle. Nicely played by Rizwan. That last ball, 135 for 4.
kind of session that can cost you a test match sometimes, but thankfully for England's perspective, Smith and Atkinson repaired the damage. Late last evening, what did you think? Did you think 267 was about par, or
300? I think it's a 300 kind of a pitch. And looking at how South Shakil has played in this innings, in this knock, I mean, there are no gremlins, there's no real threat of getting out with a scooted delivery or the ball jumping at you. I think that high bounce is more awkward to deal with from batting perspective than a low bounce. You can easily camp on the front foot and back yourself against spin here. Sweep shot, nicely played. There's a fielder, and that shot has missed him by a mile. Half century to South Shakil, his 8th 50 in Test and 6th versus England. He likes batting against them. Second in Pindi. There's 100 to his name as well at this venue, so he likes batting here, likes batting against England.
He's got a fine record, hasn't he? An average in the mid-50s. Very good player of spin. England gave him that one chance this morning, a very sharp chance to Jamie Smith when South Shakil had made 26, and he's not the kind of player you want to give a life to. Very, very composed, excellent technique against the spinners, and of course plenty of scoring options as well.
Every time he has slog swept the ball, South Shakil, he made sure the ball had a bit of pace and the line to be able to hit the ball into the gap. Yeah, he's batting with discerning eye, and that's for sure. South Shakil.
Not easy to play the slog sweep against the spin. And Bashir has bowled superbly. He's tall, he gets the ball to spin also. And Rizwan will keep on doing that. There'll be a lot of oohs and ahs because he's playing against the spin, but somehow he watches the ball closely and gets away with it.
And the ball is older. It's the 45th over. Yes, we saw a couple of batsmen getting out. Have a look how. He got a chance.
Yep.
142 for 4. Yeah, that was a reflection on that drop chance. South Shakil was on 26 at the time, and Jamie Smith, of course, is well above 6 feet. Rizwan much shorter, so Smith has to have that wide stance to get himself low. Now this is a very thick edge. It's a very hard catch. The question is, had Rizwan been behind the stumps for that edge, would it have gone past his shins and past his leg because he has a much narrower stance, and would it have gone to slip? Because of the width of Smith's stance, because he's so tall, that thick edge actually cannoned into his shin. You can see Stokes there, just behind Smith's left leg. And had it not hit the shin, it might have carried actually to first slip.
He's quite unusually large as a keeper. I mean, his height, what, 6'1", 6'2", and normally I think as a prerequisite we were told that, you know, keepers should be short so that they can have that normal stance and can bend low as well. And you look at all the great keepers that have played cricket. I can't remember a 6+ foot keeper.
No, he's the tallest I've seen, although Adam Gilchrist was quite sizable for Australia. But you're right, generally wicket keepers are a bit shorter, like Rizwan. And I think the other aspect of the physique that has changed for keepers is they've become much bulkier, because now keepers are batters as well. If you think back, and I'm giving an England perspective here, to the likes of Jack Russell, say, and Alan Knott, they were very lithe and small.
But now, because keepers following on from Gilchrist are expected to bat and certainly whack it at the top of the order in 50-over cricket, they're quite bulky and physically much bigger.
Bob Taylor comes to my mind as well.
Ramesh bhai, your height can be an advantage if you're a wicket keeper. Gives you more reach, especially against the faster bowlers.
On certain surfaces, yes, but I think with that wide stance, you're unable to really then move again because you're stuck with that wide stance.
Just to back up your point, Amir, I was thinking of a wicketkeeper from South Africa, actually, called Ray Jennings, Keaton Jennings, his father, who was wicketkeeper of a famous team in Transvaal that were called the Mean Machine. And of course, they were playing on pitches like at the Wanderers or the Bullring, where there was tremendous carry. And he was quite tall and had a fantastic reach, and there are many great photographs of him diving across first slip, but a very different kind of surface here on lower bounce and standing up to the spinners. 6'2" might not necessarily be the advantage.
Yeah, you need submarines here.
Even though as a wicketkeeper, if you have a wider stance, as long as your weight doesn't go to the heels, you still have that athleticism and fleet-footed. And the idea to keep spinners on surfaces like this, get up with the bounce. And with that wider stance, you do not have to lift your hip, just the hands.
Now, it's pretty clear what England's plan is here to Rizwan, with those two catches at mid-wicket. Atkinson bowling very straight, 143 for 4.
Pakistan would look at this session as a bit of a success. Another good partnership now between Rizwan and Saud, and I think that's been the talk so far of that first session. Partnerships, conventional batting, not take a lot of risks, get England there and not worry about how the pitch will play. I think they've not played the pitch, and that is very sensible, especially from Saud Shakil.
Yeah, if you pick up 10 wickets on the first day, time is on your side. And the Pakistanis can afford to spend a lot of time at the crease and get a substantial lead. They don't have to be extravagant. Just keep on batting sensibly. Keep on rotating the strike with odd boundaries. They'll be there.
Oh!
Time for 2-3 overs of Rayan Ahmed. Leg spin out of the rough could be a bit handy, and Rizwan does play with hard hands. So England may have a strong case right now to uncouple this pair. 44-run partnership, 124 runs behind England.
Surprised you haven't brought up the score in Pune during this commentary stint, Ramiz. You've been keeping half an eye on it, no doubt.
Yeah. Waiting.
The last breaking news from you, Athers, was England bowled out for 46. And I almost made that as my ringtone. India 107 for 7. New Zealand are really playing some solid test cricket. And that's a rarity. India so good at home, particularly. Good dogged batting from Rizwan. South on a serene 54, 144 for 4.
Played is quite evident. Right, first look at Rayan Ahmed. Pakistan have progressed. They've got 71 runs in just the 1 wicket that they've lost. So England now in a situation where they think it's time for a wicket. Trailed by 123. Things have gone well for Pakistan this morning.
Yeah, different challenge now for them, because Rayan Ahmed will drag the odd ball down. He'll bowl the odd hit-me delivery, as young wrist spinners do, but he'll also bowl the odd jaffa, slightly quicker than the Pakistan spinner, Zahid Mahmood. It was noticeable yesterday, Rizwan telling the leg spinner to bowl quicker.
Oh, what a start that is, Ray!
And there'll be more action if you watch Rayan Ahmed. He runs in and bowls through his action, and he's trying to bowl it quicker for this surface.
Right start, Razor!
And this is what South Shakil does so well. He'll be able to manipulate the deliveries into areas to get singles.
Yeah, he almost bowls through that action. He doesn't stop and gather. Bowls a very good wrong, and his leg break doesn't spin as much. That's what he's been working on, trying to lower that arm and get more side spin on the ball, but he's got a good wrong. And you'd hope Rizwan, as a wicket keeper, would pick him. You've also got to work out when you do get that long up or the full toss where you're going to hit it. On here, he bowled one late last night and that one over that just stayed very low. And then keep an eye on the Jaffer he'll bowl somewhere in there.
5-6 quickly here, Ray.
And Rizwan naturally is aggressive against spin. Now this is a matchup which almost works in his favour. He gets the opportunity to get a boundary to put it away.
Oh, Rayan, that's lovely, boy.
So far he hasn't quite found the rhythm in this innings, but he'll always look at an opportunity to get a boundary.
That was Rayan Ahmed's dad on screen there. Very proud moment for him on the last tour. Rayan made his debut in Karachi and got 5 for. And Dad was there in the huddle when Rayan got his cap.
Quite a few dads touring with the England side. Shoaib Bashir's dad's here, Gus Atkinson's dad's here. You look for a repeat performance.
Lovely, Ray.
Mentioned as 6 odd kilometers quicker at an average already from Rayan Ahmed compared to Pakistan's leg spinner.
South Shakil able to just find pockets. 147 for 4.
Sorry.
It just seems as if the pitch is quietened down. Maybe it's the batting, maybe it's just an illusion, but nothing much on offer in terms of low bounce or invariable bounce.
Yeah, just that slow turn-up. I think we all expected in the first 2 days. Who knows how it will play in the days ahead. But it's a pitch when you get in, make sure you cash in for two reasons. One, it may be harder for a batter to start on it. And secondly, second time round, you just don't know whether it will be spin big. So great opportunity for these two.
Just on that, Nas, the 50 partnership being raised, just on the way that the pitch has behaved. Our colleague Mike Atherton, we made numerous trips to the pitch in Multan and also plenty here in Rawalpindi. And so I looked at an article, somebody sent me an article that Michael Atherton's written. I thought maybe I'll get some insight, maybe I'll get something out of that. And the article was out art of photography. So no pitch, no cricket, art of photography. And I think Michael Atherton, who's covering the series and covering the pitch so often, he goes to an article which is about photography. I just opened the link and shut it.
I would say that's the best way to go with most of At's pieces, to be honest. There he is typing out his next dull piece, this time on the cricket.
It's a shot that he plays well, the back cut. 149 for 4. And it is time for drinks. So far, 149 for 4, led by Saud Shakil. He's not out 57. Pakistan at the moment trailed by 118, but Rizwan and Saud looking pretty confident and pretty settled against the spin of England. Saud Shakil, a very good player. He's picking up length quickly and able to maneuver the ball square of the wicket.
Yeah, spot on, Bazid. I was trying to work out next door how you explain why he's a good player of spin, and all those things you said are spot on. Manoeuvre the ball, soft hands, wristy, not sort of dominated by one type of shot, the sweep. He has the sweep, but he puts it away occasionally. As does Rizwan, so you're always guessing as a bowler. Work the angle, score square of the wicket. Sometimes in England's first innings they were hard hands, 150 up for Pakistan, going well.
Yeah, South is almost a throwback. In the old days or a few years ago, you'd say anybody coming from the south, especially from Karachi, will play spin exceptionally well. And he does exactly that. He's almost like an old traditional left-hander from Karachi. There's a big appeal. That looks very straight. Rayan has the wicket, big wicket of Rizwan.
Well, he was always going to be a tempter for Rizwan. Rizwan was never going to let the leggies settle. Rizwan finally says, I'll have a look, but he doesn't look confident.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked both feeds, fair delivery, front on, replay please. Okay. You can go to the ultra edge when it's ready. Flat line as the ball past the bat, no bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision is out, pitch in line, impact in line, wicket sitting. You can go to the crease, you can stay with your original decision out. You're on the screen, make a signal.
Yeah, the wicket that England needed. Rayan has provided that wicket. Elation. It was one with a needless review in the end. It was hitting middle, halfway up. Number 7 his own. He's been magnificent with the bat. Very good player of spin. Now herein lies England's challenge. Previous test match in Multan, it was lower order and Salman Ali Agha who rallied, got runs, got very important runs. Rayan with the wicket. England won back-to-back wickets. This is the moment where really want to drive the game forward. Now another wicket here, and then England are in the ascendancy.
Come on, lads, sense it, boys, sense it now. Big push, boys.
Just a solitary slip.
Oh, back to you, Ray.
Nice drift on that occasion. First delivery to Salman. This was the wicket. Actually gripped. The spin of the ball looked almost like a top spinner. It wasn't your classic leg spinner, but it did grip. And now he's running through his variations.
That one stayed low. It's turned a lot, but it also stayed low.
You said his googly turns a lot more. He's done extremely well, Salman.
Oh, the outside edge. This is testing. This is good from Rayan. Successful over. 151 for 5.
Yeah, excellent from Rayan Ahmed. A bit of drift in. And Salman twice trying to work to leg, getting a leading edge. And this was the wicket again. Just straightened. That was the key. And with a lot of batters who have swept on this pitch, it stays low. And
If you miss, it is often hitting.
He is dancing, he is dancing.
The wicket changes it. Pakistan still trailed by 116. Still have batting to come. Salman Ali Agha, we talked about how good he is. Amir Jamal, Sajid Khan, Noman Ali. He can hold the bat, but at the moment it just seems as if this is that little period where things start to happen. Jack Leach brought back into the attack.
I think from Pakistan's point of view, get a couple of 50-run partnerships. We've already spoken about the importance of just grinding it out and then staying in, because it's not an easy wicket, especially for the new batter. It's twice now that batters gotten in. They've gotten partnerships. Has been broken by England.
Oh, that's a lovely start. Great start, Nutter. Beautiful there, Nut. Go, Gussie, go, Gussie. Three, mate. Nice, Nut.
Inverix is doing a fantastic job keeping the fans involved. You can charge your tablets, mobile phones. Stay in tune with this contest.
We're moving good. Come on then, Nat. Oh, that's a lovely ball, Nat. Beautiful, that. Oh, Leachy. 6-7 here. Come
The
on,
wicket
Leachy.
has made Barmiami find their voice. And this is the pressure now created. Very good from Stokes. Brings back Leach, his premier spinner throughout this series.
Yeah, just a new batter, and even a batter who's in very good form. Got runs in the last test. Just a new batter on here. Opens the door.
Big streak of no. 152 for 5.
Just looking at that wicket that Rayan Ahmed got and the non-classical spin of that ball, you can see it's almost spinning like a top spinner. If you think of Shane Warne and the position he got of the seam, which would be rotating towards gully, that was rotating on its axis really. And that's why it's quite easy for Rayan to go from there to the wrong un. There's a very high arm, so the googly is going to be a danger, and to the left-hander he'll bowl quite a few googlies. Both these batters would have played Rayan Ahmed in Karachi on Rayan's debut, so should be picking him, have seen him before, maybe just have to rethink about what he's doing with that wrist position. Watch the spin of the ball as it comes down.
Right, that's awesome, boy. Quality, Rayan. Nice, this Ray. Keep pushing, boys.
He'll paddle around the corner.
Like that, Ray.
Salman gets off the mark.
Very good, Ray.
Stokes will be thinking about Salman Ali Agha. He got out to fast bowling in Multan. That little guide down to third where he's nicked off a couple of times. Gave a few opportunities too. That's a lovely shot. On to the back foot quickly and with the full face of the bat. That's why he's so good against spin. He doesn't close that face very quickly. Normally, even when he's going forward, he plays it late, then he goes back and also exploits that. Appeal maybe just missing off. Given. It was turn, so Salman Ali Agha goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check both feet, fair delivery. You can go to front on. Replay, please. Nice and slow. Okay, would like to see the ultra edge when it's ready. I can see a clear gap between the bat and the ball, flat line. You can go to ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact umpire's call, wickets umpire's call. Chris, you can stay with your original decision out. Wait.
Stays with the
yep,
umpire.
You're on the screen, make your signal, Chris.
It was clipping only just, and Rehan provides another breakthrough. The leg spinner working this time around, and it's a huge wicket. Salman Ali Agha, he's gone for 155 for 6.
Boys, eh? So much closer than 2 umpires.
Pakistan losing 2 for 4. And the match turned around. It has Rehan He's been able to get those 2 wickets. Amar Jamal walks in, very good with the bat, but the pressure clearly now back on Pakistan. Courtesy leg spin. And it was leg spin that got Salman Ali Agha.
Come under the lid, please.
Again, that seam position helping Rayan Ahmed, because you look at it there, it's rotating on its axis. It's not a classic leg spin, but that means it doesn't spin big. It just spins enough. And the tiny bit of spin there has just meant that it's hitting in line and hitting the off stump, just. If it was a classic leg spin that turns big, it would have gone past the outside edge and past the off stump. Dad was thrilled, as are England.
Googly inside edge. Difference between the googly and the leg spinner, but it's working. It's a beautiful spell from Rehan. It's 156 for 6.
Yeah, and from that position, look at the wrist. It only has to go that little bit further, and that's why his googly spins more. And it can be quite tricky to pick. He doesn't have to drop his arm or his shoulder. He's bowled beautifully here. England picking 3 spinners, backing their 3rd spinner. And he's got 2 in 2.
Suddenly from 151 for 4. Now Pakistan in a spot of border, 156 for 6. Still trailed by 111. Now that 111 looks far, far away.
Fascinated how the lower order, who can all bat, maybe not number 11 there in Zaid Mahmood, but how they're going to play their tempo. Think of Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson. They played some shots to get that score up.
Well, the instructions from Saud Shakil to Amir Jamal as he walked in to Rayan was watch out for that wrong one. And he got it straight up. Now, the other thing he told him was just hang in there. Give it a little bit of time.
Yes, Saud will play in his own tempo. This is the way that he bats. Especially against spin, he's very comfortable defending, and he'll just carry on the way that he does. Now, Jamal has to find his own tempo. Jamal is a much better player when he's attacking. So does he temper that down? I don't think Saud should change a thing. This is the tempo that he likes and is very comfortable with.
Pakistan under a bit of pressure. Bazid Khan under a bit of pressure. Michael Atherton has just appeared over his left shoulder, asking about that wonderful piece of work on photography that he wrote.
Yeah, and I appreciated it on comms. I said it was brilliant.
He's hovering.
Just that it was not about cricket, it was about something else, which I couldn't comprehend.
Not what you said, Baz. You had a few colorful words to say describing that piece. Well, you didn't read it. You opened it and you shut it.
Because it was too intellectual for me.
Top jaw on that.
That's the art. Reverse sweep, and Ben Stokes does well. Pakistan 159 for 6.
Just a reminder on Fridays that we have an extended morning session, a 2.5-hour morning session, and then an extended hour for lunch. So we're into that final half hour of what has been a fascinating morning, actually. And it's Rayan Ahmed, who was belatedly brought into the attack by Ben Stokes, England's third spinner, who has provided two important breakthroughs. Mohammad Rizwan, first of all, and then moments ago Salman Aliaga, and he's bowling nicely. Energetic action, gets a lot of overspin on the ball, bowls a good googly. He's not a big turner of his leg spinner, but this low bounce surface might just suit him because he bowls wicket to wicket very straight and targets the stumps. That leg spinner that he bowls tends to bowl with a lot of overspin, so it doesn't really get a lot of side spin on it, but his googly is a very natural ball for him to bowl.
Yeah, he has made a lot of difference. And listening to our fellow commentators, Athas, Nasir and Bazid, I didn't know you challenge people cerebrally.
Very occasionally. Actually, we're chatting a lot to the photographers who are here. Stu Forster from Getty Images, Phil Brown. They're both two fine photographers who travel around the world watching the England team and actually add a lot to the game. I think they're so good, and the images that they provide really enhance the game. There they are, and it's quite an arduous thing sitting there all day long, 6 hours worth in the heat of Multan or Pindi as we are now, and they've got to keep their concentration up just as the players have.
And I've just been told that David Garr actually travels with a couple of them everywhere he goes.
Can I just say to everyone, don't believe a word you hear.
There's that googly again from Rehan, 163 for 6. Two big wickets. They dearly love to see the back of Saud Shakil, who's played beautifully this morning for his 62. He looks in no trouble at all. Gave him that one life early on, but since then has played splendidly.
Put simply, it's just a great demonstration of what you can do if you play properly. And again, the recurrent theme, if you last long enough to get used to a pitch and the bowlers and the way everything's working, it just does seem to get easier. You'll always have one, maybe.
That's a good, powerful shot from Ahmed Jamal. It was a little short from Jack Leach, but rather than play it cautiously into mid-wicket and for an easy single that was there for the taking, he really clubbed this down the ground.
Yeah, we saw, I guess, Atkinson getting out, attempting a similar stroke, but this time around, Ahmed Jamal was clever. Didn't try to hit the ball very straight, knew where the gap was.
Haven't seen that many that have spun today, but that one just went off the straight.
Yeah, picking up from the theme was you'll always get one. You'll get the odd one to hit, and then you'll get the odd one like this where what is a basic defensive shot is beaten simply by line length and the right sort of turn. There's very little you can do about that. So if you look at, say, a top six, if they all decide to play in this same vein. It'll take time, yes, but it can be what's needed under the circumstances. And okay, 1 or 2 will get a ball which will have their name on it. That happens. But if 1 or 2 or 3 do a Saud Shakil, then you end up with runs on the board.
Now, hold on.
Yeah, patience is the key, and you have to give it to the English captain. He remained cool, although there was a partnership was forged by Rizwan and Saud Shakil made the right changes, and now on top in this test match. England, it's 168 for 6.
We had a good crowd yesterday. It's a little more sparse this morning. We'd expect that to increase after Friday prayers this afternoon.
That's a nice ball, Ray. Awesome, Ray.
I'm enjoying watching Rayan Ahmed bowl today. After his first test match here a couple of years ago, ups and downs, learning curves.
Oh, it's only just gone past Stokes at slip. Saud Shakil was down the pitch to Rehan, and a thick edge that went past the England captain's left-hand side. Causing 1 or 2 problems here, the leg spinner.
Well, he's keeping his lengths good, and the lengths and lines are sometimes what can bedevil leg break bowlers. But he's got the lengths and the lines right. He's got the ball just turning enough to cause problems.
You talked about Rehan's development, and one of the issues is that he plays for England sporadically, usually when England come to the subcontinent, and England won't be coming back to the subcontinent for Test cricket until February 2027 when they go to Bangladesh. But in between times, he doesn't get that much bowling with any great success for Leicestershire. Just 13 wickets at an average of 60 last year in the Championship, because obviously the conditions are very different.
He looks much improved bowler, Rehan. You know, with this energetic action, to be very consistent with your liner length and land those googlies in the right areas, that's quite impressive.
Why the Lions programme and things like that are very important from England's perspective and from the selectors' perspective, because if players that they like and they've got their eye on aren't getting level of opportunity or the number of overs under their belt that they'd quite like in the Championship, they have to find different ways to allow these players to develop.
Oi!
174 for 6.
Yeah, just talking about Lions tours. Shoaib Bashir, so front line here in Asia, in Pakistan, on these turning pitches, which of course is where he'd like to be for that very reason. Going to Australia with the England Lions to get an early look at conditions down there, which makes really good sense ahead of an Ashes tour in a year's time. I've always been a big fan of A tours, for all these myriad reasons. You give a chance to players on the fringe to experience what it takes to be an England tourist, play against good opposition, experience different conditions, and it works, say, for people coming through. It works for people like Shoaib Bashir as was saying just now,
you were too good for an A-tour, though, weren't you? Straight into the main team. Didn't faff around with A-tours in between.
To be fair, in the late 1800s, the money wasn't there for it. Well, Michael, to be honest, despite that mischievous smile on your face, I went on things like, I tell you where I went on, Derek Robbins tours. So we had a man called Derek Robbins who used to take sides to various different places, including the Far East, including South America, including Canada, a mixture of senior players and younger players. And it gave you an experience of touring. The cricket was sometimes good, sometimes not so good. We played in Sri Lanka, for instance, a couple of years before they got test status. And we played against actually some of the players. It was probably 5 years. It was 77, so 5 years before Sri Lanka's first test match. We played against some of the players that would then play in that inaugural test. And whatever fun we had elsewhere, places like Singapore Cricket Club, the Selangor Club in KL, Dog. He said to us in Colombo, right, now take it seriously. And that was, in a sense, sort of precursor of official ECB or TCB in those days A-tours. So yes, you can bypass, but I think it's a really good thing to have if countries can afford to do it. Get on and do it.
Oh, lovely again from Leach. He beat Jamal's forward push in the last over and has done so again with some sharp spin on this occasion.
Very good. Good line, good length. Yeah, talking about the A-tours, these opportunities, when given to the players, it makes sure their development is not arrested. It's 177 for 6.
.77 for 6, still trailing by 90. It's been an intriguing morning. The wickets have fallen relatively recently to the leg spinner, which has just moved the morning session England's way. But so Shakil still there, 68 from 123. Ahmed Jamal getting settled.
Oh, yes, Ray.
Yeah, Ahmed Jamal doesn't look comfortable against the leg spinner.
Oh, one of those Vigotel mobile selfie moments. Just creating moments and memories.
It was the googly, and Ahmed Jamal has dragged it onto his stumps. This is a terrific intervention as we move towards lunch on the second day from Rayan Ahmed, who now has 3.
Yeah, 2 googlies on the trot. One was Fuller and dragged the ball ever so slightly on this occasion.
Salman Ali Agha, and moments ago Amir Jamal. 2 LBWs and then a googly that was dragged on to Jamal's stumps. So Noman Ali now comes to the crease. England supporters give Rayan Ahmed a good hand as he walks down to the boundary edge. Bashir back now because 2 left-handers are in the middle, Noman Ali and Saud Shakil. Bashir looked the more dangerous of the 2 spinners at the start of the day because there were 2 left-handers on strike then, Shan Masood and Saud. Well, pretty well, I thought, this morning, Bashir.
Well, a lot has been said about this googly. This turns nicely. And as a batsman, when you're not quite sure, and you can tell that by the late dab on the ball, just that little hesitation means you're not using the right part of the bat. The little inside edge, bottom edge drags it on. But there's that little hesitation, just barely visible, but you know it's there.
And it was a nervous fraud, wasn't it?
Gives that googly a good flick out of the back of the hand. It certainly spins more than his stock ball, which is his leg spinner.
Oh!
Swept firmly by Noman. Rayan Ahmed does well out in the deep. Watches it all the way onto the bat. 179 for 7. Brought Rayan on just at the right time. Rizwan and Saud Shakil had got through that combination of Bashir and Leach. They got through the spell from Gus Atkinson. Run rate had just started to pick up. England needed a wicket at that point, and that's why Rayan Ahmed is in the team. Has that ability because he turns his googly so much to be able to spin it from round the wicket as well. The ball is going against the angle, but he really gives it a rip and he gets it to straighten from around the wicket. So that's the threat here, the left-hander.
Now these bowlers have given control of the game to the captain. And the Pakistani batters, they need to realize, Saud Shakil especially, he needs to up the ante. He needs to be proactive.
Popey. Oh, Rayan, that's a lovely start.
79 for 7.
Just wondering there whether England, Armour used the word proactive, but about Saud Shakil, England could have been maybe more pressurising, equally proactive with Noman. Just the slip in position. The man's just got there. It's nearing lunch, traditional time to bring men in. Everyone's thinking about their chili chicken wrap. I don't really like it when there's new man at the crease, chance just to sneak one more wicket in before lunch, and no real pressure on him.
Okay, we're about to bash.
I can only think of one reason why this kind of field placing has been employed. English captain is looking for a big lead, big first inning leads, and that is going to matter a lot in this test match.
Well, a couple more catches come in now for Noman Ali, the left-hander. Pope comes into a very close catching position at gully. Root is catching on the drive at short extra cover.
Yeah, I can understand why for Saud, who's batted so beautifully, so well, that you have a more conservative field. That's fair enough, even though actually you can do things just nearing a break to put pressure on. But for Noman, I just thought, man, new to the crease, get the pressure on.
He's shown a lot of stumps behind his leading leg there. It was a good job. He made contact.
Well, the break is coming up. Time to do a bit of washing with your finest Super Soft washing powder. Cleans like a dream.
Good bash.
182 for 7.
Finish with one here, boys.
Should just be time for one more over before this extended opening session comes to a close. It's been a good one for England. 3 down overnight Pakistan, so England have picked up 4 more wickets this session. 3 to the leg spinner Rayan Ahmed, 1 to Shoaib Bashir.
Stay where you are, Stoney. Fine. A little bit straighter, Pope. That's what I'm over. Calm, Ray. Let's take this one with us here, Ray. Ray.
Well, that's the Jamie Smith way yesterday, and it works for Noman Ali. Just before lunch, he's not worried about the fact that this is the final over before the break. He saw it flighted, a little more flighted from Rayan on this occasion, and belted it down the ground.
He's reading him well. Looked like a googly. Picked early and knew how to deal with it. That's a good hit.
Good, Ray.
Over bowled and session done. An extended opening session here on the Friday, and one that has gone very much England's way. Thanks to that man on screen, Rayan Ahmed, young leg spinner brought into this team for the third Test match and making a significant intervention in the final 45 minutes of play. 3 wickets to him, 4 in all for England in the session. 39 overs, 114 runs, and those 4 wickets. 3 to Bashir, 3 to Rayan Ahmed, correction, and 1 to Bashir. And those wickets have put England in a commanding position here. Pakistan 187 for 7, and still some way adrift of England's first innings total.
Yeah, very good memories. See, coming over here for the first time in a long time. Coming back 3-0, I think the one that stands out the most thing is obviously the wicket that Jack Leach took on in the day 5 of the first test. You know, I think what was it, 6 minutes left to go. Everything was on the, you know, just no one knew what was going to happen. You know, the game had been in a certain way for the first 4 days, and then we found ourselves there with 6 minutes left, 1 wicket to take, and I think the last pair had maybe been out there for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then yeah, hit him on the pad, and it just looked good. And there's a great picture of everyone close around the bat, you know, celebrating with the umpire's finger up in the air. So out of our tour in 2022, I think that moment definitely is a standout one. Yeah, and that was his, you know, sort of series where he showed the world what talent he possesses. Then you look where he is now. He's continued his unbelievable form against Pakistan. You know, one might not be long before Brook is a citizen of Pakistan if he keeps coming out here and playing the way that he is. He's, you know, he's had a great PSL. He's toured here with England a few times. Got runs everywhere he's gone. So yeah, I think Pakistan would love to have Harry Brook playing for them, but thankfully he's ours. I think the heat, it's hot. It's actually a lot hotter now than what it was last year. Sorry, 2022 when we came. I think obviously it's a different time of the year, but yeah, the first few days here training was very, very tough. But we've sort of acclimatised now. It doesn't feel as hot, but it definitely is. It's just draining and constantly feeling like you just need to keep on top of your fluids and your food, because it's very, very draining. It's a tough ask to stand out on the field in that heat all day. So yeah, definitely the conditions that you find yourself playing in. Yeah, look, I've obviously coming back from an injury, you naturally need to put yourself through the ringer to test yourself and see where your body's at. See, hamstring is a very important part of the body, especially as an athlete. Yeah, I wasn't quite ready for that first test, but then obviously the work that I put in throughout that first test has set me up nicely to say that I'm fit for this one. So yeah, looking forward to getting back out there.
Hello and welcome from Multan Cricket Stadium, where we're here for the second test match between Pakistan and England. Now, as we know, it's been a highly anticipated series between both these sides, and we've been seeing a lot of fans coming in to follow their respective teams. Talking about fans, there's some very special fans that have come out in huge numbers to support their team. I'm talking about none other than the Barmy Army. When we're talking about fans, and fans have come in huge numbers, you have to talk about Barmy Army, because they are a special group that travels all around the world to really cheer and support for their side. So I've got one member next to me from the Barmy Army who I've seen in the hotel. He's been around smiling rather, because England is leading the series 1-0. Sorry, what's your name firstly?
My name is Andy Thompson.
Andy, welcome to Pakistan, welcome to Multan. Just initial thoughts on how this tour has been so far for you?
Well, obviously when the tour was being planned, we didn't reckon on 2 tests in Multan, but we make the best of it, of what we can do really. We find the security a little bit stifling, but you know, we understand why it's there and we respect it.
All right, well, one thing that we've seen from all of you is the kind of passion that you carry wherever you go around the world. I mean, it is unique in a way, because the kind of following that you have for the England cricket team to be here now in Pakistan. What have you most enjoyed about this trip so far?
Well, obviously the victory in the first test was extremely enjoyable, a wonderful partnership between Brook and Root. But you know, we are here for the cricket primarily, but Pakistan, all of these people here are very serious cricket fans, and they're very serious Pakistan fans in terms of the country, the people and the food.
I hear some of you are traveling to Hunza after the series as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Some of my tour group, because I run the tour group for the Barmy Army, some of my tour group are going up there.
Have you had a chance to look around Multan? You know, there's a few historical monuments around.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did that when we were here 2 years ago, and you know, we did it again, really, because there's nothing else to do. I'm sorry, but there isn't. But yeah, it's a great city.
What's the next stop now?
On this tour, well, we're going straight up to Rawalpindi, and we're going to do a bit of sightseeing. And then we're going to Murray and some place beginning with T, which I'm sure my guide can tell me, where there's some historic shrine there. So we'll do a bit of culture. And then we'll. I think we got an invite to the High Commission, so we can do what we normally do on tour, which is have a bit of a party before the test, and then obviously we're going to win the series in Rawalpindi.
Oh,
Here.
I love the confidence that you're showing now. But you gotta be optimistic. Thoughts on the game so far?
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Unheard of, playing on the same pitch twice. It's held together pretty well, really, hasn't it? Yeah, I feel sure we'll have a day 5 to play with at the way we go. It's going to finish tomorrow. Hopefully our boys can chase down whatever we got to chase down.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. I can tell you that it's always a pleasure having you here. The kind of unity that you show all around the world, the passion and energy that you bring to the game of cricket, we need more fans like you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for your hospitality. It's wonderful.
Oh, got him. Oh, bowled in. Beauty. Sahij is on one here. Oh, beauty.
Sajid Khan, 7 for 111.
अगर इसको कमबैक के तौर पर देख ले तो बड़ा अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है, क्योंकि आप जब टीम से बाहर होते हो तो आप अकेले हो जाते हो। जो आपके अपने होते हैं वो भी पराए होते हैं, पराए तो वैसे भी पराए हो जाते हैं। तो आपके साथ अल्लाह के साथ थोड़ी सी नज़दीकी बढ़ जाती है और थोड़ी सी आप मेहनत डबल कर लेते हो। तो इसी चीज़ पे वर्क किया और प्रोसेस रहा, और अब बार बार यही कर रहा था, दिल में यही आ रहा था कि इंशाल्लाह जब भी मुझे मौका मिला, और अल्लाह ने फिर ज़रिया बनाया, सारी चीज़ें मेरी तरफ आ रही थी। अभी लास्ट टेस्ट अगर देखे सारी चीज़ें स्पिनर के लिए हो गई, तो ये अल्लाह के क्या कहते हैं एक निज़ाम है, और अल्लाह ने हमारे लिए वो बनाया, जो पीछे जो मेहनत की अल्लाह ने उसका सिला भी दिया। नोमी भाई एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है। नोमी भाई से जैसे पहले इनिंग में मैंने आउट की, दूसरी इनिंग में उसने आउट की। हमारा प्लान यही था कि वो अटैक कर रहे थे, क्योंकि वो अटैक खेलते हैं जैसे वो बेसबॉल खेलते हैं, वो बहुत अटैकिंग खेलते हैं। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के खिलाफ मैं खेले, वो ऑस्ट्रेलियन भी खेलते हैं, लेकिन ये किसी और तरीके से खेलते हैं। आपके अच्छी बॉल को इस तरह मार लेते हैं, आपके बुरे बॉल पे पत्नी कोई और तरीका कर लेते हैं ऐसे। तो हमारी पार्टनरशिप स्टार्ट में हमें दोनों को मार पड़ रही थी। फिर जाके बाहर फिर थोड़ी सी मीटिंग हुई, फिर बाहर हम दोनों स्पिनर्स ने मीटिंग की कि जहाँ पर भी मौका मिला हम चांस अब कम लेंगे, फील्ड लेके चांस हम कम लेंगे, इनको करने दे। फिर हमने उन पर वर्क किया और अल्लाह ने इसमें
Spin all the way, all 20 wickets to spin. It's been a long time coming, and Shan Masood and all of Pakistan can celebrate.
ये स्टोरी तो इतनी ख़ास नहीं है। मेरा फादर जो था वो आर्मी में था, और वो भी अपनी मेहनत पे बड़ी उन्होंने आर्मी के लिए सर्व किया था। मेरा भी अरमान था कि मैं आर्मी में चला जाऊँ, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली फिर क्रिकेट, और वो उधर जा नहीं सकता था, तो क्रिकेट से बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार था, मास्टर भी उसके लिए छोड़ दिया। तो बस स्कूल कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी क्रिकेट से यही सेलिब्रेशन बड़ी पसंद थी, तो दैट्स ऑल। बड़ा अच्छा रहा है टीम, अब जो टीम का माहौल है बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है। सारे जिल करके खाने पे भी, ट्रेनिंग पे भी, सुबह गेम भी हुआ, बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है। इंशाल्लाह वो कोशिश करेंगे अपनी तरफ से 110% कोशिश करेंगे, जिस तरह हम लास्ट मैच में हमने कमबैक किया पहले मैच के बाद। इंशाल्लाह भरपूर कोशिश करेंगे कि ये सीरीज़ पाकिस्तान के लिए, स्पेशली पाकिस्तान के लिए, इस सितारे के लिए हम जीत जाएं।
We've got some highly skilled players on their side. Obviously, Baba Azam, he's obviously going to look to lead the way with the bat. He had a successful time against us last time, and we know the skills that he's got. But they've got guys who have had a lot of success with the bat, and obviously with the ball too. Shaheen and Nazim Shah potentially.
I can't say it on there. Yeah, there's been a few though. Probably high score at Old Trafford. I know quite a few, but only a couple that I could probably say. Our analyst Rupert Lewis he's the team barista. I can try. I have Michael Vaughan, Marcus Trescothick, Gavin Hamilton, Graham Thorpe, and Dean Headley. Usman Khawaja, maybe, or Michael Clark, one of the two, I can't remember. He's got 7 first-class centuries and 3 List A centuries.
Yeah, we had an amazing trip. Obviously 3-0 in such tough conditions to win in as well, on flat, docile wickets where it's hard to get 20 wickets. Especially this ground, that win we had here is very, very memorable for me and everybody else who played in that game here. There's that one photo which I remember fondly, and it was a mega moment. I was just thinking, watch the ball, to be honest. There wasn't much going through my head. I think that's usually when you bat your best, when there isn't much going through your head. So I just went out there, tried to watch the ball as closely as I could, and I got off to a bit of a flyer, which always helps. And yeah, and then I had Ruti at the other end, and yeah, he was making it look so easy. So it just calms everything down a bit, and yeah, just what happened is history. Like now, looking back, saying I've got a 100, that's pretty cool, isn't it? And not many people can say that, and for me to be able to say that is, yeah, I'm fairly proud of that moment now, looking back. But not when I'm out there. No, definitely. We do like to try and break records in this changing room, and you have a lot of fun trying to do that. So yeah, we do talk about records here and there, but yeah, we're just trying to entertain people and promote cricket in a good way. It was all about that match at that time, to be honest. There was no chat of records, really, during the game. We were just trying to focus on putting ourselves in the best position to win that game, really, and I think we did that perfectly.
टोटल रन जो है वो इसके थर्ड फ्लोर पे, यानी ये 3 पोर्शन में डिवाइड है, तो आपको थर्ड पोर्शन का मैं विजिट कराता हूँ। आगे और ये जी नेम प्लेट्स लगती हैं यहाँ पे, कौन कौन सी टीम्स होती हैं हाईलाइट करने के लिए। ये देखें, जैसे ये इंग्लैंड की टीम है और जो टीम बैटिंग कर रही है उसकी नेम प्लेट यहाँ पे लगती है, लाइक ये पाकिस्तान है। और उसके अलावा जी ये टोटल रन होते हैं यहाँ पे, जैसे रन होंगे वहाँ पे चेंज होगा और यहाँ पे भी ऐसे रन चेंज हो जाएंगे।
Some highly skilled players on their side. Obviously, Baba Azam, he's obviously going to look to lead the way with the bat. He had a successful time against us last time, and we know the skills that he's got. But they've got guys who have had a lot of success with the bat, and obviously with the ball too. Shaheen and Nazim Shah, potentially they're two seamers that they go with. So yeah, look, they're a team full of high quality. So not something that will take.
प्रिपरेशन काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही है और आई थिंक थर्ड डे हमारा ऑलमोस्ट 4 डेज़, तो प्रिपरेशन काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही है। उससे पहले हम डोमेस्टिक टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे थे और उससे भी काफ़ी हेल्प मिली है। और देखें, बैक टू बैक आप जब क्रिकेट खेलते आते हैं तो वो प्रिपरेशन आपको उस हिसाब से आप चलते हैं। और जिस तरह हमें शेड्यूल का पता था, जैसे हमें हर सीरीज़ का पता था, तो उस हिसाब से आप प्रिपेयर होते हैं। आई थिंक जैसे जिस तरह थ्रू आउट लेके चल रहे हैं टेस्ट टीम को, पॉजिटिव वाइब, पॉजिटिव टॉक, पॉजिटिव एनवायरनमेंट काफ़ी मैटर करता है। एज वी नो, हमने जो बांग्लादेश सीरीज़ थी हमारी, वैसे अप टू द मार्क नहीं गई थी जैसे लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, हम वैसे नहीं खेल पाए। लेकिन कोच की तरफ से जो है वो पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस और उनका बिलीव वो है हमारे पे है, और हम उस चीज़ को कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं कि हम भी अपना जो है वो जो स्टेप अप करें परफॉर्मेंस में और मैचेस जीतें।
Bangladesh well. They can celebrate because they picked up the really big wicket of Babar Azam.
ये चीज़ें एज अ प्लेयर आप पे आती हैं, उसको आप हैंडल कैसे करते हैं, जो आप सोच रहे होते हैं या जो आप फील कर रहे होते हैं, लेकिन वो वहाँ जाके जब आप खेल रहे होते हैं ऑन द मैच, वो डिलीवर नहीं हो पा रही होती है, जो आप जो है वो जो प्लान करके आते हैं वो एग्जीक्यूट नहीं होता, तो वो आप फ्रस्ट्रेट होते हैं। तो आपके उसमें जाके अपनी प्रैक्टिस वैसी करते हैं कि यार मैं उस चीज़ में दोबारा हूँ, लेकिन वो आपको अलाउ नहीं करती, कभी कभार आपको वो चीज़ अलाउ नहीं करती। तो उसमें ये है कि जितना आप पॉजिटिव रहें, अच्छे लोगों में बैठें, अच्छी सोबत में बैठेंगे, उसमें आपको फ़ायदा है, क्योंकि अच्छे बातों से, कॉन्फिडेंस से आपका जो है वो माइंड स्टेबल रहेगा। अगर नेगेटिव थिंग्स, नेगेटिव थॉट्स, नेगेटिव बातें आप सुनते रहेंगे तो आप खुद नेगेटिव हो जाएंगे और आपकी चीज़ें जो है वो नेगेटिव वे में चलना शुरू हो जाएंगी, क्योंकि आपको हर चीज़ जो है वो आपको लगेगा कि गलत कर रहा हूँ मैं। एज वी नो, जिस तरह वो खेलते हैं वो डिफरेंट क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, वो थोड़ा सा डोमिनेट करते हैं, जितने भी उनके प्लेयर हैं वो डोमिनेट करते हैं। तो वो हमने उसी तरीके से प्लानिंग की है कि हमने कैसे उनको जो है वो स्ट्रिक करना है, कैसे उनको हमने आउट करना है जल्दी। तो ये जितने भी हम सीनियर प्लेयर हैं वो हमें स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेनी पड़ेगी, अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलनी पड़ेगी, कम्पेटिटिव क्रिकेट खेलनी पड़ेगी। तो उस हिसाब से हमने प्लानिंग किया कि हमने जो है वो पॉजिटिव खेलना है।
Third and final test match at Rawalpindi, the decider. But let's talk about important stuff. The weather has turned, it's beautiful weather, and you want to be sitting outside and be having a meal. A meal that consists of a lot of stuff. So here, got so many options. I'm not going to be tied down on one, so I'll first explore my options and then sit down. And hopefully, this will take a long time because I'm going to eat a lot today. जी क्या बन रहा है?
ये ब्रेन मसाला है।
कितना तो बनता है दिन में?
जी?
दिन में कितना तो बना लेते हो?
20-25 प्लेटें लग जाती हैं। ब्रेन मसाले की 20-25 टगड़ा की और शाम मसाला, मटन तवा कीमा, चिकन तवा कीमा, तवा पीस।
क्या बात। लेकिन आज मैंने सिर्फ आपको उस्ताद एमी नहीं कहा, मुझे आपने सिखाना है ये।
इंशाल्लाह जरूर
आ रहा हूँ मैं।
आ जाए।
क्या बात है उस्ताद जी, आज आपको उस्ताद मान लिया, आप मुझे सिखा दें तो क्या बात है। हाँ अब बस देख ये तो ऐसे जैसे कि मैं पिच बना रहा हूँ स्पिन वाली। बड़ा जोर लगता है। हाँ अब बता। होए शनवारी, इसी को तो ढूंढ रहा था, वॉक कर करके पागल हो गया हूँ। फाइनल यही हो गया भाई, दुम्बा कढ़ाई और तिक्के, बस फाइनल डेस्टिनेशन जो थी ना इस सारी वॉक की वो ये थी, यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो गया, एंड दी एंड। खाना ज़्यादा नहीं आया, बहुत ज़्यादा आ गया, लेकिन बात यह है कि अली है, आतिफ भाई हैं, उसामा है और ओवैस तो है ही है। तो ओवैस आ गया, हमारा बटन बंद कर, कैमरा शुरू हो जा, बस छोड़ इसको, बंद कर बंद कर बंद कर।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, एज अ क्रिकेटर के लिए ये एक ड्रीम होता है कि वो अपने मुल्क के लिए रिप्रेजेंट करे, और फिर उसके बाद इस तरह ड्रीम डेब्यू हो तो हर क्रिकेटर यही चाहता होता है। तो ये मेरा भी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह एक ड्रीम डेब्यू हुआ, तो मैं भी काफ़ी खुश हूँ। जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अब मैं KPK से भी काफ़ी खेला हूँ और रिजवान भाई के अंडर कैप्टनसी काफ़ी मैं खेला हूँ, तो बिल्कुल काफ़ी खुशी की बात है कि आपका एक डोमेस्टिक लेवल से आपका एक कप्तान होता है, फिर पाकिस्तान टीम को आप रिप्रेजेंट करो और आपको वो कैप दे और फिर नॉन स्ट्राइक पे भी आपके साथ वो खड़ा रहे। तो आपको पता ही है रिजवान भाई काफ़ी पॉजिटिव माइंड सेट का बंदा है, तो मुझे भी काफ़ी खुशी हुई उसने मुझे कैप दिया, तो काफ़ी खुशी।
And a first Test 100 in his first Test innings for Cameron Ghulam, a moment he will never forget.
जाहिर सी बात है, आपका डेब्यू हो, 10-15 साल से आप मेहनत करते हो, तो आपकी फैमिली आपके लिए दुआएं करते हो, फिर आपका डेब्यू इस तरह डेब्यू अल्लाह आपको करवाते हैं और फ्रेंड आपका फैमिली भी साथ मैच देखने के लिए आते हैं, आप मैच देखते हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है काफ़ी इमोशनल होता है। तो काफ़ी मैंने भी काफ़ी इन्जॉय किया और मेरे फैमिली वालों ने भी काफ़ी इन्जॉय किया और जाहिर सी बात है जब आप इस तरह डेब्यू करते हो और उसमें प्लस आपको पाकिस्तान में आप इस तरह डेब्यू करते हो, फिर आपका टीम मैच जीतता है, तो इससे खुशी और क्या होता है और फिर इस तरह डेब्यू होता है, तो काफ़ी खुशी थी, काफ़ी एक्साइटेड था और फैमिली वाले भी काफ़ी खुश थे इस तरह डेब्यू पे। जी माहौल काफ़ी अच्छा जा रहा है, लास्ट मैच हमने जीते, काफ़ी बूस्ट मिला है लड़कों को। आपको पता है जब आप मैच जीतते हो तो टीम का माहौल सब कुछ काफ़ी अच्छा होता है, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह काफ़ी अच्छा सब कुछ ज़बरदस्त जा रहा है, फिटनेस टेस्ट और नेट सेशन वगैरह काफ़ी अच्छा जा रहा है, तो इंशाल्लाह ताला उम्मीद है इस टूर्नामेंट को, इस सीरीज़ को हम जीतेंगे।
Yeah, very good memories. See, coming over here for the first time in a long time, coming back 3-0. I think the one that stands out the most thing is obviously the wicket that Jack Leach took on in the day 5 of the first test. You know, I think what was it, 6 minutes left to go. Everything was on the, you know, just no one knew what was going to happen. You know, the game had been in a certain way for the first 4 days, and then we found ourselves there with 6 minutes left, 1 wicket to take, and I think the last pair had maybe been out there for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then yeah, hit him on the pad, and it just looked good. And there's a great picture of everyone close around the bat, you know, celebrating with the umpire's finger up in the air. So out of our tour in 2022, I think that moment definitely is a standout one. Yeah, and that was his, you know, sort of series where he showed the world what talent he possesses. Then you look where he is now. He's continued his unbelievable form against Pakistan. You know, one might not be long before Brookie's a citizen of Pakistan if he keeps coming out here and playing the way that he is. He's, you know, he's had a great PSL. He's toured here with England a few times. Got runs everywhere he's gone. So yeah, I think Pakistan would love to have Harry Brook playing for them, but thankfully he's ours. I think the heat, it's hot. It's actually a lot hotter now than what it was last year. Sorry, 2022 when we came. I think obviously it's a different time of the year, but yeah, the first few days here training was very, very tough. But we've sort of acclimatised now. It doesn't feel as hot, but it definitely is. It's just draining and constantly feeling like you just need to keep on top of your fluids and your food, because it's very, very draining. It's a tough ask to stand out on the field in that heat all day. So yeah, definitely the conditions that you find yourself playing in. Yeah, look, I've obviously coming back from an injury, you naturally need to put yourself through the ringer to test yourself and see where your body's at. See, hamstring is a very important part of the body, especially as an athlete. So yeah, I wasn't quite ready for that first test, but then obviously the work that I put in throughout that first test has set me up nicely to say that I'm fit for this one. So yeah, looking forward to getting back out there.
Hello and welcome from Multan Cricket Stadium, where we're here for the second test match between Pakistan and England. Now, as we know, it's been a highly anticipated series between both these sides, and we've been seeing a lot of fans coming in to follow their respective teams. Talking about fans, there's some very special fans that have come out in huge numbers to support their team. I'm talking about none other than the Barmy Army. When we're talking about fans, and fans have come in huge numbers, you have to talk about Barmy Army, because they are a special group that travels all around the world to really cheer and support for their side. So I've got one member next to me from the Barmy Army who I've seen in the hotel. He's been around smiling, rather, because England is leading the series 1-0. Sorry, what's your name firstly?
My name is Andy Thompson.
Andy, welcome to Pakistan. Welcome to Multan. Just initial thoughts on how this tour has been so far for you.
Well, obviously when the tour was being planned, we didn't reckon on 2 tests in Multan. But we make the best of it, of what we can do, really. We find the security a little bit stifling, but, you know, we understand why it's there and we respect it.
All right. Well, one thing that we've seen from all of you is the kind of passion that you carry wherever you go around the world. I mean, it is unique in a way, because the kind of following that you have for the England cricket team to be here now in Pakistan. What have you most enjoyed about this trip so far?
Well, obviously the victory in the first test was extremely enjoyable, a wonderful partnership between Brook and Root. But, you know, we are here for the cricket primarily, but Pakistan, all of these people here are very serious cricket fans, and they're very serious Pakistan fans in terms of the country, the people, and the food.
I hear some of you are traveling to Hunza after the series as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Some of my tour group, because I run the tour group for the Barmy Army, some of my tour group are going up there.
Have you had a chance to look around Multan? You know, there's a few historical monuments around.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did that when we were here 2 years ago, and, you know, we did it again, really, because there's nothing else to do. I'm sorry, but there isn't. But yeah, it's a great city.
What's the next stop now?
On this tour, well, we're going straight up to Rawalpindi, and we're going to do a bit of sightseeing. And then we're going to Murray and some place beginning with T, which I'm sure my guide can tell me, where there's some historic shrine there. So we'll do a bit of culture. And then we'll. I think we've got an invite to the High Commission, so we can do what we normally do on tour, which is have a bit of a party before the test, and then obviously we're going to win the series in Rawalpindi.
Oh,
Here.
I love the confidence that you're showing now. But you gotta be optimistic. Thoughts on the game so far?
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Unheard of, playing on the same pitch twice. It's held together pretty well, really, hasn't it? Yeah, I feel sure we'll have a day 5 to play with at the way we go. It's going to finish tomorrow. Hopefully our boys can chase down whatever we got to chase down.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. I can tell you that it's always a pleasure having you here. The kind of unity that you show all around the world, the passion and energy that you bring to the game of cricket, we need more fans like you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for your hospitality. It's wonderful.
Back on pitch side, and England dominating that first session, taking 4 wickets, which is exactly what they needed today. Pakistan are still trailing by 80 runs, and they are 187 for 7. Rayan Ahmed was the pick of the English bowlers, taking 3 wickets today. Well, great to be here, and it's a session that has definitely belonged to England. It's put them in a really good position, actually, because there's still quite a few runs that Pakistan needs to get even close to the total that they made. I've been joined by David Kaur and Amir Sohail. Amir, Pakistan losing 4 wickets today. Like I said, it's definitely a session that's belonged to England. What would you say? Perhaps was it a case of England bowling really well, or was Pakistan a little lackluster in their approach?
I think English bowlers and the captain showed a lot of patience. They knew there's going to be a delivery which has a name of the batsman on it. And because of that patience, they were able to pick up 4 wickets. But, you know, when you talk about Pakistani team, I think initially what you needed from Ishan Masood to get going. He got
Absolutely. Perhaps a rather overcautious approach by Pakistan. I mean, we saw Jamie Smith yesterday, what he did against Pakistan, just in terms of dominating the ball. But England were fantastic. Rayan Ahmed was in particular very, very special, just right on the money today.
Yeah, just on the batting approach, you're right. We've seen, yesterday we saw England do 2 things. One, go too heavy, too hard, too soon, and lose wickets. One was then to take their time, get stuck in, literally get in and then expand. I think that's the right way to do it. We've seen Saud Shakil today play with one little tiny bit of luck. We've seen him play a very measured innings, and he's survived and he's played well. With Rayan Ahmed, he was left until the last over of the day yesterday, as if to say, hang on, you know, we haven't forgotten about you, but you know, we'll use the others first. Today he's taken 3 important wickets in double quick time, because he's got his lines right, he's got his lengths right. He gets the googly going. I mean, the googly is his best asset. He turns that more than the leg break. And he's got that sort of drive, that enthusiasm, that drive that just allows him to keep the pressure on.
Absolutely. And talking about from a Pakistan perspective, at least one positive for them is that Saud Shakil is still out there, who plays spin really well. He's out on, not out on 72. But remember, he did get that one opportunity from England.
Well, you know, at times batsmen, they do need luck to be able to play a big innings, and that was the opportunity for him. But the important thing is he really cashed it in. You know, yes, the situation is dire for Pakistan, but he should have complete faith in his partner. Noman Ali can hang about and he can gather some important runs. So what these 2 batters need to do is keep on rotating strike. I'm not talking about going berserk. I'm not talking about finding a boundary every over, but have the scoreboard ticking so you get closer to the total, which was achieved by England side. But if you concede a lead here, that will psychologically boost the English team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Agha Salman you know, he batting with the tail enders in that previous test match, and he demonstrated exactly how it's done. Noman Ali can bat. We know that. We've seen that as well. So perhaps Saud Shakil will also need to play that kind of role. I mean, he's been really good so far.
You know, where Salman Ali Agha makes the difference. He knows when to be aggressive and how to find boundaries. And he's very assured about his ability. And that's why we have seen him hitting, big sixes in a dire situation, because he backs his ability. That's what we want to see from, Saud Shakil. Occasional boundary, singles, hitting the holes and all that. And that's how Pakistan can get closer to the total. In the morning, Pakistan was threatening to take a lead. Now, it looks improbable.
Rayan Ahmed seems to be a good inclusion by England so far. He seems to have bowled beautifully.
Well, it helped that everyone telegraphed days in advance of this game what the pitch was going to be told to do. And so England paid attention. They looked at it as well. They said we need the extra spinner. And one of the great things that Ben Stokes does is Yeah, but even if he doesn't put you on straight away, when you're on as one of his bowlers, you have his full backing. And if you negotiate with your captain in terms of field settings, the whole thing, and it's a very friendly relationship, again, that builds confidence, allows you to do what you do best. So I think when looking at the afternoon coming up, his contribution is likely to be very, very important. But Stokes is very good at sort of looking at the various circumstances. You have two left-handers, so you bring the off-spinner on, that sort of thing. And he's very quick to react as well, so he's never going to let it drift. And it becomes a key session. I mean, I know every session can be described as key. This becomes a key session because if Pakistan can whittle away at the lead, which is now 80, that's good for them. If England strike often and quickly, then they'll feel delighted they'll have a sizable lead going into the third innings of the game.
At some point, though, questions will need to be asked of that top order from Pakistan. They haven't really done much in the series, whether it's Shan Masood, barring that first test match where we saw the flattest of wickets. But Abdullah Shafiq, Saim Ayub and Shan Masood have been struggling. The bulk of the runs have been made by Arslan.
And low middle order.
Yes.
You know, your tail has been contributing in a huge way. Look, if a batsman gets out in different fashions, you know, his luck is not on his side. But if a batsman keeps on getting out in a similar fashion, that is a worry and a concern for the coaching staff. But not one, two batters in the Pakistani lineup, Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood, been getting out in a similar fashion on a same kind of a delivery with angle bat, and nobody has been able to identify that and at the same time give a solution. So I think that's where you know, the management have to really look into why these players are not performing.
Pakistan think tank, then, you know, they must be, in terms of strategy, is it really about getting close to that England total for this session?
Yeah, it's a very simple strategy, or let's call it a simple ambition. Strategy is then actually how you get there. So that balance that Ahmed talks about, which is, you know, when do you play the big shots? I mean, for instance, Noman Ali played one shot in that last over before lunch, straight down the ground, banged it straight over the heads of the infielders. He has that sort of license to do that because that's, I mean, he has the experience, that's the way he does it. And if Saud at the other end is happy to find the gaps, the odd boundary, then actually that can get you there soon enough.
All right, then we are ready with the next session. Now it's over to the commentary box to take us through.
Thank you, Zainab. Ben Stokes and the England squad make their way out on a post an extended first session here on a Friday, so 2.5 hours this morning. And apart from Saud Shakil, by and large the session belonged to England. They added 4 more to the 3 wickets overnight, so Pakistan 187 for 7, and more importantly they are 80 runs behind at this point and well into the tail. So Noman Ali made his way out just prior to the stroke of lunch, and they've got 10 in between them, Saud and Noman, and Saud's got a massive role to play here. 72 of 132. He's nudged along with 1s and 2s. He's played well square of the wicket on either side, where he's stronger suited, especially to spin. But Rayan Ahmed given the ball late in the piece, the 5th bowler, and he picked up 3 very, very important wickets, very big wickets as well, and to break that middle order open for Pakistan. I've got Bazid Khan alongside. Baz, what did you make of that extended first session?
Yeah, look, it seemed as it was going all Pakistan's way, but it was turned by those almost back-to-back wickets. And that always turns a test. Right now, Pakistan trailed by 80. You think that maybe a lead of under 30 will level the game up, but anything over that, that counts as a significant lead. 50, 60, that is massive. But Pakistan needs runs. Saud Shakil is well set.
Yeah, you talk about that lead, and it's so important because it is going to be a low-scoring thriller, or at least it's set up like that at the moment, and given the nature of the
The one good thing for Pakistan is that Noman Ali, he's good with the bat, then Sajid Khan also, and both of them play spin well. So at the moment you've still got batters who can handle themselves. Noman Ali can also take the attack to the spinners. Now, it'll be interesting how he plays. I thought Ahmed Jamal just curbed his natural instinct. Will Noman do the same? He will not.
Yeah, already see him hit 1 4 over long on, over mid on rather, to Rayan Ahmed just prior to lunch. I think that's where that morning session tipped massively in England's favour because of the nature of the service, and we've repeatedly spoken about this, that because it's difficult once you to get yourself in, and then once you've gotten a start, which Shan 26, Rizwan 25 both got, it was important for them. They got 50-run partnerships with Saud back to back. Well, Baz, generally you have a tendency to get on the wrong side of a few of your fellow commentators. Earlier on, prior to lunch, you had a few things to say about the wonderful piece, or pieces rather, Michael Atherton's been writing.
Says someone who hasn't even read the headline.
Well, I didn't bring it up. It wasn't my discussion. Athers, thank you for joining us.
Belatedly, apologies. That hour for lunch confused me. And of course, having to sit next to Baz for the next half hour. Always a pleasure, Bazid. Always a pleasure. 192 for 7.
Post-lunch, Ben Stokes has decided to go back to his quicker bowler. Bowled 7 overs, picked up the one crucial wicket of the order, that of Kamran Ghulam.
Those try and understand why he wouldn't continue with Rayan Ahmed, who made that dramatic intervention just before lunch, 3 for 24 from 8 overs. Maybe he felt that Noman Ali, as well as anybody, was picking Rayan Ahmed just before lunch. Saud is obviously a very good player of spin, and therefore just changed things up a little bit after lunch. And a short burst now from Gus Atkinson.
Interesting how Noman plays this. Saud, I know, will just bat the way he does. Once he gets into a bubble, then he very seldom gets out of that, just goes in his own rhythm. Now Noman, with the ball coming onto the bat, the faster bowler, maybe it's his opportunity to take it on.
You look at the way the field is set, 2 men square, behind square, on the offside and the onside on the boundary. He's very square, either side of the wicket square. There could be a case of maybe just bending his back and trying the short one. See if the field does change for Noman.
It's 2 leg, yeah. Yeah, it's been a leg. 1 minute. Go around 4 count.
It does change. Wide-ish third, fine leg stay back. Fielders square on either side do make their way up. Fielders in front of the bat, and that one slip.
No.
We've got the fans engaged and energized as well. Invertex Solar Energy, a fantastic facility for all of you to remain engaged in what is setting up to be quite an intriguing contest. Satisfied English fans post-lunch? They thoroughly enjoyed that morning session, especially the Barmy Army. As you spoke about the depth that Pakistan have in that lower middle order. Normally Salman Ali Agha has got that job cut out to bat with them, but there's a lot of confidence in them. I was wondering when the next roller would come along.
Well, there was just a smirk here from one or two, including Gus Atkinson, Ben Duckett there, because this was really an attempted bouncer from Gus Atkinson, and Noman Ali began to sway out of the way as if he was in some danger. And actually, it was stump high, so had it been straight, it would have been a real threat.
Well, that's gotten up. Significantly more than the previous one. Does well, picks up 194 for 7. Talk about Noman, he's got 14 half centuries, 1 first class 100 as well. And you look at that short one, normally you'd expect a tail ender would probably take their eyes off the ball, turn their head, leave their hands out there. Irrespective of the fact that that ball did not get up, he still followed the ball.
Kind of feel in a game like this, which is a relatively low scoring game and certain to be a result, that lower order runs are going to be really important. So Noman has 100, as you say, Sajid the same. If those two can give Saud Shakil significant support here and get that score up to England's score, then Pakistan well in the game.
And they did score those runs in that second test match. Noman 32 odd in that first innings with, I think, Amir Jamal got into a good partnership. Sajid got 20 odd with Salman Ali Agha in that crucial second innings score when Salman got 66. 63 correction. So very handy runs, and both more than capable of not only just hanging in there with decent defensive technique, but more than able to score the runs as well.
Nice, show him! Lovely that, Bash! Real good, boy! Yes!
Yeah, this is really good. It's a line that is just outside the off stump, off a good length as well, just enticing Saud to maybe go in for that drive. He's got the 2 men stationed in front of his eye line for that uppish drive. Just trying to draw him forward here. Gets it through for 1. .196 for 7.
Smith.
Shorter second session, 1.5 hour, and scheduled time is up till 5:20. Vigo tells selfie moment. Fans, well, the smiles come and go, ebbs and flows of the game. They've come out in decent numbers again. Yesterday was a good crowd. Hopefully, as the sun settles. Oh, just a forward press. Line just leaves Noman.
Just watching Gus Atkinson here in pretty lifeless conditions, really, which generally is the way in Pakistan. Which seamers from other countries have impressed here in the last few years, Bazid?
Conditions slightly different, but Nahid Rana was very good in that Bangladesh series, but they left a little bit of grass on it, so there's a bit of carry. Hassan Mahmood bowled really well. Pat Cummins, I thought, bowled extremely well in very testing conditions. Didn't have figures to show for it, but he bowled impressive spells with reverse swing. And that in the end they won the series 1-0. They should have won 2-0, but Babar and Rizwan got hundreds in Karachi in the second innings, and even in that test match it was Pat Cummins who kept on running in. And just on that note, Athas, we saw that bouncer. That part of the pitch hasn't been challenged at all. It's the first time for Pakistan in the history of Test match cricket that a fast bowler didn't bowl a ball in the first innings. First time ever. So tells you a lot about fast bowling.
There's been a lot of firsts throughout this series. .197 for 7.
Yep, at lunchtime we saw England's fast bowling coach out with the cohort of non-players. Chris Wokes, Ollie Stone, Matthew Potts. They were all being put through the paces under the eye of Jimmy Anderson. It's interesting, isn't it? You bring a fast bowling coach and you don't know what the conditions are going to be like ahead, but in a game like this your fast bowling coach has got precious little to do. And of course Pakistan are led by a fast bowler as well, although it didn't seem when Jason Gillespie arrived that these were the type of conditions that they were looking to take teams on in. You can see what Bashir is doing. He's bowling a little more slowly than he did in the opening session at the start of the day. He's got a slip and then 2 catches at short extra cover. So he's trying to entice both Shakil and Noman Ali into driving the ball to one of those 2 men, or the slip, who is Stokes.
At first you mentioned, Baz, where it's happened in the history that an innings has gone by and Pakistan haven't bowled a fast bowler. It sounds a little bit more bizarre because it was Pindi, where again traditionally fast bowlers have wreaked havoc, your home ground. It's probably a first that the Pindi surface has actually looked like this also. You're slightly older than I am, so maybe, I don't know, in your time maybe seen something like this before?
I don't think so. I remember watching Salim Malik get 237 in the second innings at Rawalpindi to save a test match. Yeah! Gone. Yes, it looks very straight. He's gone straight up. Maybe he's hit it, but it looked very, very straight.
Well, the nod from Noman suggests he's very confident he's got some part of the bat.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check both feet, fair delivery. You can go to front on, replay please. Ball is close to the bat, you can go to the ultra edge. Okay. Can you rock back one frame? Can you go back one frame, please? More, one frame more. Okay. Move forward. Yeah, I can't see any gap. And spike as the ball past the bat. Saikat, you need to change your decision to not out. You're on the screen, make your signal.
Yeah, he knew right away. The nod of the head, the communication to his partner, and the review straight up. Pakistan retained that review.
That said, it was more excellent bowling and captaincy from Stokes and Bashir. The start of the innings, we'd talked about him bowling slowly outside off stump to the two catches. Then one of those catches was put to fine leg, and suddenly Bashir bowled quicker and straighter, almost got the LBW. 198 for 7.
Pakistan trail by 69. And 21 between the two in the middle. Very important runs. And they'll want to knock this trail off, at least try and get as close to Pakistan, to England's first innings score. As he does, just tinkering with his field, making sure all his men to the leg side of Saud. So he's got 3 men now in the front of square on the leg side for Saud Shakil, and 3 men hovering, fine leg, backward square, square leg, all halfway. So a short ball ploy.
That's that famous series where Pakistan won in Karachi by 1 wicket, and then here Pakistan were made to, I think, follow on, and Salim Malik just played Shane Warne and Tim May immaculately, got 237, and also then Damien Fleming got a hat-trick. But that was probably the one pitch I can remember from memory, which was sort of flattish. Then we had a series where the blueprint for the pitch was there's a little bit of seam movement up front, and then at the end, fourth, fifth day, you'd get the fast bowlers getting the ball either to die or kick up, and the fast bowler was always in the game. It was only against Australia, the series here, where we produced a very, very flat pitch. And then it followed on to that famous epic test match that we had here, a complete road. Before that, there was always something on offer for the fast bowlers. The characteristic change, I think, was during that Australia series.
Pakistan did try and go back to it during Bangladesh series as well. They obviously left a little bit of grass, and the Bangladesh bowlers in particular, you mentioned Hassan Mahmood up front with that new ball, definitely exploited those conditions to get Pakistan's top order in trouble.
Yeah, and I think the second test match that we had against Bangladesh, that was a terrific pitch. Yes, Pakistan lost the game, but that was a really good pitch. That was sort of old Rawalpindi pitch, which offered a lot. The spinners got wickets, and also then I think all nine wickets in the fourth innings for Bangladesh. Third innings. So second innings that they bowled in, 9 wickets for the fast bowler. So that probably wasn't a road.
Does that road lead to your real estate?
Slightly bigger than mine.
Right then, disturbance behind the screen, I think is okay. We carry on. Yeah, plays it well, keeps his wrist rolled over it to keep it along the ground. Also brings up Pakistan's 200. What a fine moment to bring in our official styling partner, J. Dot.
Well, England have gone to the short ball ploy now to both these left-handers, which is a measure of the fact that the partnership is a stubborn one. Actually, sometimes more difficult to play the short ball on these lifeless pitches. We saw a bouncer to Noman Ali in the previous over that didn't get up at all and was in fact at stump high by the time it passed the batter. So can be tricky, and that's why Pope is in there, right close in at silly point. Because without the bounce, the batter has to look to stand and play rather than duck. And if you do stand and play, and then by chance the ball does get a little bit big on you, and Saud Shakil is not a particularly tall man, then that brings Pope into play. He's very close there, in on the offside, but that's why he's there.
One to end the over. It's 201 for 7. Shoaib Bashir has been really good, especially against the left-handers.
This is why he's so good. Saud Shakil picks up length and then just rocks back straight away. And once he's got back, he has the ability then to turn it away for a single. But Saud Shakil, the ability to judge length and then gets into a position where he can either just tink it offside or leg side. Now that means that the options of a single is always on when he's playing against spin.
He's done that well throughout his innings. Drop and run and get the ball into the gaps. And we saw interception points, especially to Saud Shakil. Very rarely or very often does he get stuck in between. He's very assured, especially to the spinners, like you mentioned. Either in front on his front foot, or when he goes back and across deep into his crease.
Come on, boy. Come on, Bashi boy.
Pakistan keep taking the scoreboard along, 206 for 7.
So Atkinson continues, and there are fielders running from right of screen to the left of screen as the tactics and the plans again evolve with Stokes at the helm. Root is now in at slip. Men catching in the deep at deep square leg and fine leg, but it's a more orthodox field. Long given up trying to predict what Ben Stokes will do with his bowlers and field changes, particularly after the break. I felt sure he would give Rayan Ahmed the ball straight after the lunch break. He saw it very differently. So we've had a bit of short ball ploy, a bit more line and length and straight perhaps now for a period of time.
It's an interesting way he plays this, isn't it? That's sort of very front-on stance or position he adopts when the ball arrives. And then a complete 12 to finish.
It's that right foot that was almost pointing at mid-wicket. I feel on a pitch with a bit more bounce that line would give him trouble.
Almost feel like writing to the MCC, you know, that coaching manual from 1963. People just seem to be ignoring it.
It's just that area, isn't it? Because everywhere else he looks incredibly compact, and player that knows what he's trying to do and how he's trying to do it. That's a lovely full face of the bat, but it's fuller.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing in the end, we've all seen people with some extraordinary techniques, sometimes completely outlandish, sometimes slightly quirky, sometimes just slightly eccentric, whatever it might be. going away from the absolute norm. But there's one thing, isn't there, which binds the good players together: the ability to watch the ball all the way, leave the decision-making process until the last moment, watch it literally onto the bat as best you can, and play late. And those things we're seeing here. Also the composure, just the composure to be able to happily play along at your pace, unconcerned by what's going on at the other end, whatever the bowlers are trying to deliver.
.206 for 7.
Just go for one.
Just trailing now by 61. 194 at the start of the day. We had that extended morning session as it's Friday, 2.5 hours. Rayan Ahmed was the star for England in that morning session, eventually brought into the attack. So Rayan bowled 9 overs, took 3 for 25. One of those overs was bowled very late last evening, but he was the pick to date. Bashir has twirled away through 26. It'll be interesting to see what Stokes does from here on in, because that deficit has been brought back to 61, and it is going to be the man of the morning, Rayan Ahmed. What impressed you with him in the morning, David?
Well, see, the big difference from, for instance, a couple of years ago, or what we've seen in between even, is that with Rayan you'd always think, as with so many leg spinners, it's a question of control and precision. And he gets, we know what he gets right, which is the googly, to put a top spin, not so much leg break. But what he got this morning, by and large, was very persistent line and length. So it's always at the stumps, always had the batsman playing. Seems to have added the roller into his repertoire. So yeah, if your lines and length are consistent, and the batsman seeing him for the first time, and this happens so often, if you're not quite sure, I mean, for instance, Ahmed Jamal didn't seem to be quite sure about the googly that got him, then keeping the lines and lengths right is so important. Twice now he's just dropped a little short with these first balls of this new spell, and no real damage done as such. So yeah, that greater consistency is the thing you would want from him, and what we saw quite a lot of in that first session today.
Maybe the fact that on occasions, as you say, David, he can be a little bit inaccurate is possibly why Ben Stokes held him back for so long, but his accuracy in that spell this morning was excellent. He's just leaking a little here as he tries to get into this spell.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he's just a little bit short on length here. That's been the theme of this over. It's bowled all leggies. And it's just a little bit short on here, a little bit too short. Batsman, especially a well-set batsman, will just sit back, stand back and watch it. Getting it up there is okay, easily dealt with on this one. But that gives you what you want, which is a batsman coming forward. Ball's not squirting away for runs.
Again short, again easily punched on the offside for a single, so no real threat on that occasion from Rayan. 211 for 7.
They're really bowled well from the pavilion end. Rayan Ahmed is very consistent with his line and length. Deceive the batsman with his repertoire, And that control with the googly. Jamal had no answer. I don't understand why he's been preferred to ball on the far end.
So I've given up trying to predict what Ben Stokes does as captain. He does it his way, and normally very successfully. But 3 wickets for Rayan from the far end. Started with Atkinson after lunch from that end, and now he started his third spell in effect from the end that he didn't take 3 wickets from, and now we got Bashir at Rayan's end.
Now, don't forget, there's the far end as far as they're concerned, and there's the far end as far as we're concerned. So it was the far end as far as we're concerned where he started, now the far end as far as they're concerned where he's bowling. Am I boring you?
Sort of Monty Python-ish, really.
It is.
There's a couple of noises, and I don't think Omar Gaffney is going to raise that finger. There's a discussion. England have 3 reviews remaining. Stokes is going to ask for the third umpire's opinion.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check both feet, fair delivery. You can go to front on replay, please. Yeah. Go to the ultra edge, please. Flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision is not out. Pitching outside of, impact outside. Please, you can stay with your original decision, not out. You're on the screen, make your signal.
I think the 2 noises, the first one was the gloves hitting the front pad, and then obviously the second one, the ball hitting the leg. This is where Jamie Smith needs to play a bigger role, though, when England do or do not decide to use the DRS. Surely he would have seen that would have been outside the line of off stump. That was straighter, but dealt with nicely. Should only be 1. In fact, they can come round for 2 as Atkinson fields in the deep.
Yeah, with so many decisions, but especially DRS, the keeper has to be involved and has to be, well, has to be sure, has to be confident to say his piece.
Like it, Bash. Lovely Bash, lovely Bash.
If that review was also born out of a slight bit of frustration with this partnership building. It's now up to 36 and Pakistan just trailing by 54. They had 3, why not we try it, but they burnt one.
He really played well, Nawani, during the second test match in the first innings, involved in a good partnership. Brought that respectability to the total. And that partnership made a difference. Repeating it once again. Contributing with the bat as well.
Yeah, it was one of the passages where England lost touch in that second test match. Losing effort for England there. Various times where they might have been competing. Some of they lost wickets, some of they didn't take wickets, all that sort of thing. And yeah, in world cricket for donkey's years now, the contributions from tail enders have been very, very much part of an equation. If you can get 30, 40 runs from a tail ender, partnerships of 50, 60 or more from tail enders, makes such a difference. You gone are the days of sort of 8, 9, 10 Jack giving you their wickets away.
2:15 for 7. Very handy partnership of 38, and it's something that Pakistan did extremely well in Multan in the second one. The tail wagged. 22 from Jamal, Noman and Saud now 38 in their partnership. 2:15 for 7. Sound was dropped, remember, on 26.
Yeah, not straightforward. I mean, a drop nonetheless, but not straightforward. Big deflection, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the only way Jamie Smith was going to take that is if he just flung his left hand out at it. It was a significant deflection, but nonetheless, it was one that England would have liked to have taken. Again, Rayan Ahmed is just a little short.
Well, if you're looking for inspiration, a cup of Tapal tea might just help. The lounge in full flow with Pakistan's finest tea, that Tapal Dandadar. Look into the leaves, look into the bottom of the cup to see what the future holds.
Chipped and she had to catch it, but it's a long way away from Bashir, who's sort of run around that a little bit. They come back for 2. Tea leaves, Mystic Lord Gower, is that what we're talking about?
That's the sort of thing. Yeah, slightly comic from Bashir as that sort of turned around him.
He wanted to be angry, didn't he, Ben? Oh, that's better. That is better. A man caught in no man's land, neither forward nor back.
So close, Ray.
Yeah, it's just that teasing length. And when you haven't got so much time to watch it, you're guessing at the amount of spin.
Take that. He's not going to hang around. If it's up there, it's going to go. We saw that before lunch, and that's a 6 after lunch.
It seems like he was waiting for that length. A bit of flight from the leg spinner. Saw it and went after that, middle it. And gets his first 6. Important innings once again from Numan Ali.
Well, they're important blows, aren't they? I mean, yeah, wait for the right one and go for it. It's beautifully struck by Numan. No question of no man's land this time, is there?
Nicely played. 2:25 for 7. We've had 73 overs in Pakistan's innings. They trail now by just 42. Time for drinks. Come for a break, he's back now. Naman Ali, his batting partner, receiving treatment for either back stiffness or a bit of cramp. He's 28 not out. Saud is 88 not out. He's played really nicely. He's played a strong hand in Pakistan's total so far. He's been the standout performer. Dropped, albeit a difficult drop, on 26 by Jamie Smith. So Ben Stokes has gathered his troops together. What plans has he come up with here? Well, it's going to be Shoaib Bashir. It's not an overly attacking field, that's for sure. Long off, very wide long off, deep point. Rayan Ahmed is like a short third man. And now there's another fielder going back onto the fence, which is Leach down to the leg side sweep. So Stokes is mindful of the runs as Pakistan edge closer. Does the break the concentration? He's going to play his shots. This occasion, a big swoosh, and he gets in one.
Well, let's give him credit, because by and large he's picked good balls to do it to. He did a couple straight down the ground a long way. Really clean contact, the sort of hit you'd expect from a batsman higher up the order, so I see nothing wrong with this.
Go straighter though, that's where he's been
well,
strong,
yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. That last one was dragged a lot wider for sure, but it was full enough.
Nice pass, nice pass.
And as the totals come closer together on first innings, it makes England's third innings a little more tricky. Of course, Pakistan have to bat last, and we don't know what this pitch will do over the next few days, but 50 partnership and a very handy one. And the man Ali has played his part significantly. He's got 29 of them.
Yeah, from England's point of view, they picked up those 3 wickets thanks to Rayan Ahmed in relatively quick time. You fancy getting some more quickly, finishing things off. So this is a real obstacle and a potential problem. 50 off 95. And Noman, the greater contributor.
Nice pass.
227 for 7.
See, again, what I like about Noman playing the shots, Saud seems very secure, very organised, very compact. I mean, he's got 100 in mind. He's, 89 not out. But it's a partnership that's working. And Noman actually is the man better qualified to take what could be a risk, but the way he's played those shots haven't been particularly risky. It's not as though any have skewed off or dropped into space, or he's been lucky to get away with it. So it's a great balance, and every time someone finds the boundary, that gap diminishes quite nice. If you're just nudging ones and twos slowly, it'll take an age. But if someone hits the odd boundary, then the gap, which is now 40 runs between the two sides, narrows that much more quickly. So tactically, I think that's pretty sound.
Unusual forward defensive.
Well, there's elements of Steve Smith in as much as, don't worry about the feet, where the feet are. Oh, that's just drop shot, and it's so hard to get the ball to carry. It's well bowled. Going back to Saud, it's not a question of where the feet are necessarily, it's where the bat ends up.
Chances of an edge going to Ben Stokes largely depend on how hard the batsman's gone at the ball. Play with soft hands, it's got a very slim margin, slim chance to carry through.
Big Hotel, those handsets, the official mobile handset partner of this series between Pakistan and England.
Just been a bit too easy for both batsmen to knock Rayan Ahmed into the offside off the back foot. Might be a change of angle from the leggy coming now as he goes right arm over the wicket. No change of field. That's nice in terms of his length and line coming back towards the pads. 230 for 7.
It is the most frustrating thing, isn't it, for a captain? Just getting down to the last 2 or 3 wickets. England here needing 3 more to get the 10 in this Pakistan first innings, and everything seems to slow down. Whatever you try for a moment or for half an hour, 40 minutes doesn't quite work. Just takes one ball. That's the sort of the mantra, isn't it? Just takes one ball to change things around again.
Cut away and cut away hard. Potts is the sub fielder out on the offside. Nice partnership of the innings. 55.
Yeah, smart batting from these 2 batters out there in the middle. Just working the holes.
That's excellent running. Knew they wanted 2 straight away. Sprinted the first.
Tell you what, it's also very deft, isn't it, with the bat? And it's the sort of shot you can play when you're 90 odd not out. Early on in the piece, if you're turning the bat on a potentially turning ball, there's all sorts of risk attached. When you're seeing it as clearly as he must be now, you can judge these things just that little bit more easily. Judge the line, the length so full he was just able to turn it away.
He's one blow away from 3 figures. He's worked incredibly hard to get into this position. He'll have the team's perspective at the forefront of his mind, but also that personal milestone. Cleverly, skillfully done, actually. Sort of fell outside the line of the ball with his head and just managed to keep control of the bat and punch it up to long off. So he goes to 96. Pakistan trail by 32. .235 for 7.
Well, it is telling that this is the highest partnership of the innings. Points to all sorts of things. Ball getting old, maybe. Pitch not doing progressively as much as people feared at this stage. Dangerous thing to say, isn't it? But 235 for 7 gets them now to within 32, Pakistan. Still with Sajid Khan, who can bat a bit as well, so they'll be very much realistically looking to get up to and beyond England here.
2:35 for 7. Saud is 96 not out. Certainly be 97. In fact, he settles for just 1. Just hasn't got his length and his line right so far, Rayan Ahmed.
Yeah, noticeable difference between the earlier spell, the wicket-taking spell from the other end, the pavilion end, compared to this spell since the break.
Only 4 boundaries for South Shakil so far. He's a nudger. And that's what we saw from him against Bangladesh. He played for about 2.5 sessions and then was able to hit the boundary. He relies on his defensive technique, simple dabs, maneuvers the length, can absorb pressure as well. South Shakil.
Ollie Pope appealed, but the ball was grassed. Don't think there was any bat involved. A bit of bounce though. Sweeps hard. Fielder in the deep. Crawley didn't see it, wouldn't have mattered. It was right in the gap and powerfully struck away for 4.
Well, Numan is turning out to be very, very irritating for England. Keeps picking the right ball, just like this. Keeps playing the right shots, just like this. Keeps finding the boundaries, just like this. Deficit 27.
There was scamper a single. Stokes hurls the ball at the non-striker's end. Gets applause from Joe Root, and it's backed up by Duckett. England feel this could have been close. Would a direct hit have had him shy? As ever, full throttle from Stokes. Oh, and it would have been out as well. Brilliant athleticism and anticipation from England's captain, just the accuracy wasn't quite there. It's out on 97. Remains on 97. 2:41 for 7. Pakistan trail by 26.
Pakistan inching towards England's first innings score. They trail by just 26 runs. Whilst you like a lot of things about Ben Stokes' captaincy, I think he's got this horribly wrong. This partnership has almost taken England by surprise. The last time I counted, South Shakil had 68 singles. 67 singles in a score of 97. And what that has done to Pakistan, it has allowed this nice flow of rotation. And almost a brilliant catch. It bounced more, he's down for the count. Ben Stokes, frustrated, desperate.
Yep, everything's been dying in front of him, so he's come in really close. And this must have hit the shoulder of the bat for it to go so far. It did, and Stokes couldn't get there.
Oh, wow, Joe.
Credit to Numan for batting like a proper batsman. He's not really rushed things at all. He's picked the balls to hit. He swept well. That one got really big on him. Still a well spread out field for Noman to just pick a single. There's a warning to bowler running onto the danger area. But this pitch, that's a surprise one and all. I mean, it's just been so benign and almost dead. In fact, it was Noman Ali who was warned.
Yeah, it's played pretty well. It's a slow turner. New ball again, we keep talking about it. New ball's a couple of overs away. That might just do it a bit quicker for the spinner.
That's these lower order runs. Saw that in the second test in Multan, lower order runs which mattered the most, and again Pakistan rallying. 65 this partnership. Wicket number 8.
Another single to South. Shakil on 98 now. He's not flinched from his
if they run on the pitch again.
England waiting for the second new ball and hoping that it'll create some impact, some magic. He's absolutely destroyed England with this rotation of strike.
He has, but he's been smart as well. All those rules we talked about, you did your pitch report today about playing straight. That is early on in your innings. Play straight, get forward, you mentioned that as well. As you get in, you get used to the pace of the pitch, the bounce of the pitch, you start seeing it like a football, then you can sweep, then you can play off the back foot, then you can do what you want.
Stylishly played. Fielder a bit deep, another shy at the stumps, another close call probably. He's tiring a little, I think, Noman.
Yeah, I hope he didn't forget that Jack Leach bowls left arm and throws right arm, because he was struggling again.
Yeah, go on then, Ducky.
On 99, and I'm sure he'll not look for a 4. Probably just nudge it in that gap for a run. But what a knock under pressure. Such a clean innings on a unruly kind of a pitch. Well, he gets a single, he'll raise his bat to the gallery. His partner is happy chappy because it's 100. 100 number 4 for South Shakil. Flawless against spin and very apt against pace, and his temperament was rock solid. This is one hell of a knock.
Yeah, outstanding knock. It really is, on a pitch that was always going to be dominated by spin and spinners. You want your best player a spin to stand up, and South Shakil has definitely done that. Such a composed 100. Brilliant.
Yeah, not a bad strike rate considering that bulk of his runs has come in 1s and 2s. There's a sweep shot. Noman Ali connects one.
I loved his celebration, actually, Noman Ali. Saud was fairly restrained and just jogged through for a single. Noman ran with his arm in the air. He loved what his partner has done. And hopefully, for a Pakistan fan, continues to do.
Does it so easily. Works it away through the offside, works it away through the leg side, and it's another single. It's 2-4-8 for 7.
Look at Noman at this end. His arm was up. His teammates were up as well. Not just the runs you get, it's when you get them, what the surface, 1-all decider. What could be a relatively low-scoring test. Magnificent 100.
A lot to like about this 100, lot to like about Noman's batting. And to see him enjoy his partner's 100 was pretty unique. I think he's contributed to his calmness as well, because he has batted purposefully, Noman, with a lot of thought and process. And that must have felt weight off his shoulders. He could bat the way he wanted to bat, just pick the bowlers off for ones and twos and not be rushed into playing those aerial shots or changing his plan, his strategy, his batting pattern. And Noman really has helped him in that regard. Held his own from his end, and South Shakil did what he could do best, just rotate the strike.
Well, you have to tick things off as a player, as a partnership. The next thing to tick off, be there for the new ball, because we all feel the new ball will just do it a bit quicker for the spinner. And then the next thing after that, get in front as a partnership. Trail by 19 at the moment. That will go down with these runs. Stay there, and then every run counts as a bonus. 250 up now for Pakistan, something else to tick off.
And there's no guarantee that the second new ball will yield results for England. They may end up getting runs quickly, at a faster rate. But always useful to have a settled pair out there to see off the threat of the second new ball.
And South Shakil, we talked about this earlier, the ability to play square of the wicket, to just wait on it and then pick caps both offside and leg side. So that single option is always on.
But the surprising bit is that Ben Stokes have not really been able to do something to disrupt this rotation of strike. He's been quite keen to just have this kind of feel for this most part of this partnership.
Nice, Joe.
Talked about him being assured. Again, spin, South Shakil. An innings in Gaul where he batted beautifully. And again today, being able to just be composed, be in his bubble and just carry on. 251 for 7.
New ball due. I think they've taken it straight away. We will have a look, actually. It looks shiny from where we are. New ball has been taken. And it will be Leach with it.
He's had a long rest, and his job really will be to give England a bit of a breather. In this session, only 10 runs have come through boundaries and 54 runs through ones and twos, 44 singles and 5 twos. He's coming on to bowl after 23 overs rest.
45 for this fella, no. Yeah? थोड़ा देख लेना 2-4 बॉल. हाँ.
What have we got? A short leg in place. But the field has not really changed much. A toughie for the keeper. Trying the reverse sweep, not connecting, but picking up a couple of byes.
Like that, no.
Bit more grip, bit more turn, bit more bounce with the second new ball. Comes back for two, Noman Ali. Pushes himself into the 40s.
Nice knock.
It's nearing tea time, but Trapal Tea Lounge, Pakistan's #1 tea. You served garam chai in that lounge all day.
Oh, big inside edge, no chance. We heard it up here.
Yeah, didn't have anything going for it. No one behind the stumps was interested. He was outside the line anyway. That's what Noman Ali gets his leg way outside, inside edge onto that back leg. Nothing going for it.
That's good batting. He has the strike, Noman, 257 for 7.
So the biggest risk in this partnership has been the run out. There's been a couple of times when Noman Ali has been trying to get home, or there's just been a bit of confusion. Shorter session this one, just an hour and a half. It's another thing these two could try and just put as a partnership. I mentioned those numbers, but get to tea.
A shorter session this. And we'll have a normal third session. When the tail is fighting, you know that the spirit in the dugout is extremely good. And this fight back from Pakistan through Noman, he's batted so sensibly, tells you how the dugout is feeling right now. Oh, gets it past Joe Root at mid-on. Will pick up a couple of runs. Bashir has bowled a long spell. It's been given the second new ball. Just 8 runs adrift now, Pakistan. Missing the stumps. Umpire is not going to be pushed into raising the finger. 2 runs to Noman Ali. I don't know whether it was played or not. Let's have a look at the umpire. Waiting for DRS moment to finish. And he signals leg byes.
Yeah, just on the angle, Stokes was asking his spinner from round the wicket, is it going down? Did it straighten at all, or was it just going down on the angle? It didn't straighten. So probably just going down the leg side on the angle.
Another appeal in unison. Close, but not close enough.
The new ball, the off spinner ball just sliding in. The LBW in play because the new ball will skid on.
That's a better option for Noman, just tucking the ball around the corner instead of sweeping it hard. The new ball will have extra bit of bite and pace. Couple of balls ago. Oh yeah, big inside edge. No one close to the bat on the leg side, no short leg, no silly mid-off.
Yeah, that DRS where Stokes just asked Bashir, once the bowler says, I don't know, then it's probably not out.
Seven down for 2-6-2. Bit more chirp in the dugout. Pakistan were looking down and out at one stage, but this has been a remarkable comeback. Once again, Noman Ali providing them with a bit of relief. Umpire's call would have been umpire's call had that been given out. So it was pretty close.
Nice, Matt.
So in Multan, the second test match, first innings, last 4 wickets added 102. Second innings, they added 76. Right now, it's 86 plus 22 for the 7th and 8th wicket.
And it has been a recurring problem for England over the last 3 or 4 years, actually, is getting through the tail. Now, tail enders have changed. Noman Ali's a very decent batter, as we've seen here. So it's not like the old days where you had 4 buses coming in at 8, 9, 10, 11, one after the other. But England have had an issue at getting through tail enders or lower order batters. They have on this tour.
I think England needed extra pace for Mark Wood really to get rid of the tail, or maybe a leg spinner at this stage. You know, the Rangan, the top spinner, jumping more at Noman Ali and forcing him to play out of his bubble.
So good, Leachy.
These are important runs. Pakistan trail by just 2 runs. Even Stevens. The game is also now become 50-50. Oh. Once again inside edge saving him, otherwise he was dead in front of the stumps. Ben Stokes, what is he thinking? More frustration for him, more frustration for England. That's the end of the over. 265 for 7. That one keeping low. Oh, big inside edge.
Coming, lad. Go work your boys.
Partnership of 88 of 150 balls. Noman, in fact, in this partnership have outscored South Shakil. He has 45, South Shakil 38.
Yeah!
This time it is Plum, and he's done. Very close of getting to a 50, but he's done his role remarkably well. He'll walk back with his head held high. High five from his partner, because he played an incredible role in this recovery for Pakistan.
Yeah, he's disappointed, really disappointed, because he's been punching those with a straight bat through mid-on. For once, he tried to go with a cross bat. And with this pitch and a new ball skidding on, that is a dangerous shot, and he knew it the moment he missed it. He wished he had just punched it down the ground. You can see him there walking off, but he played his role. He has done with ball and bat since he's come into this series. 45 in 84, 265 for 8.
Sajid Khan with a smiling face walks in. Pakistan 2 runs away from matching England's first inning score. He can bat as well. I'm sure he'll have a brief. South Shakil on the other hand, would he now try to play a bit more aggressively, or should he just continue batting like this?
The same question can be asked of Sajid Khan, really. Should he play for Saud? You fancy Sajid wants to play his shots. We saw that in the last test. He's got shots that he can play. He's no mug with the bat either. It's just that you've got a batter at the other end on 106 and you're approaching tee.
The ball skidding off the surface, second new ball, would have gone on to hit the stumps, played across the line, went back, decided to work it away through mid-wicket area, maybe looking for his 50, get a couple of runs to get nearer that target. Yeah, he knew straight away that he had made a mistake, a bad call. He'll earn more respect in the dugout, and that is what every cricketer wants to have. Being appreciated for fighting for the side. Umpire will be looking hard at how he's run for that single, running down the danger zone.
Yeah, he had a problem with that in Multan. He's not doing it on purpose, just sometimes batters just set off, especially tail-end batters and bowlers. They just head off. They are on a final warning here for a run penalty, Pakistan.
A lovely little moment as Sajid Khan walked in. There are a couple of players from England who understand Urdu, who can just relay stuff. Shoaib, as he walked in, goes, "Here comes my hero."
Sensible and smart and sublime. Well, scores are level now. It's been a hard-fought first innings for both sides. And in both instances, tail-enders making it count. 267 for the loss of 8. Bails will be removed by the umpire, so we have T, and at T, scores are level. Saud Shakil has had another great session. 80 for the loss of 1 Pakistan in the session. 4 wickets had gone down in the first one, so England really being made to work hard. A frustrating session for Ben Stokes and his players, but Pakistan will be very happy because they've dragged this game back into their court.
Yeah, both innings following a similar pattern after a decent start from the openers. There were a cluster of wickets for England and for Pakistan, and then for England the recovery came from Atkinson and Smith. For Pakistan it was Noman Ali and Saud Shakil. Scores are level. Pakistan with 2 wickets in hand. It is set up perfectly for the final session. Series level, game level at the moment.
70 सिंगल्स करा दिए हैं, मुझे ये तुक बता इस फील्ड की।
To ask you a question.
before tea that he wasn't overly impressed with England's tactics against Saud Shakil. Do you think they could have, should have brought fielders up? There's a lot of singles in that 100. Do you think they should have tempted him?
Well, two things. One is I think he's just played very sensibly. He's played the conditions. He's been, as it were, impervious to any threats from England. The danger actually was Noman, who is the man more likely to play shots. So you can understand England maybe trying to cover that. Yeah, it's a fair point. It's one of those ones I'm going to be erring on the side of agreeing with Ramiz in the sense that you've got a man who is controlling an innings. You want to try and disconcert his thinking. Therefore, with Ben Stokes normally you'd expect more effort to do so, actually. You know, Ben's been so proactive the last 3 years, whatever it is now that he's been England's captain. You'd expect maybe more changes, more tinkering with fields, more tinkering with bowlers. But anyway, from now on in, it gets crucial yet again. Scores are level, and whereas England previously were trying to deny Pakistan a lead, now they're going to try and minimise that lead.
First ball after tea. Remember, England have a newish ball in their hand, which has done more. Pakistan now have a lead. 2 ahead. Interesting to see the tempo here now. Saud obviously back Noman Ali. Sajid Khan, as we saw in the last test, can bat. How he plays and how Saud plays with him.
There's a strange sort of rattling sound in the back of the box.
Also
sounds like Ramiz.
Also known as Ramiz Raja, who's still ticking about the field.
But yeah, it's a good point though. Ramiz, of course, is always right about these things. If you're allowing ones and twos to be picked up on a regular basis, the scoreboard's ticking. Doesn't feel quite right. So yes, maybe a bit of a change here, just to cut off a few of these angles, cut off a few of the easy ones, force something slightly different. Yeah, let's go for it. Anything to keep Ramiz quiet is. But the other thing, I always believe that as captain bowler, they should work together. Each can exchange ideas. In other words, if the bowler has what he thinks is a good idea as to how he'd like to get someone out, or if he wants to apply more pressure, he's entitled to go to his captain and say, please, can we do this?
No.
Vice captain is allowed to come up and say, do we think this is right? That sort of communication between all, I think, is very much part of a good team ethic. However much you admire and respond to your leader.
Turn and bounce with that new ball. And Sajid just watches it go past the edge, 270 for 8. Well, as a spinner, he won't mind seeing this. He will take the new ball and a puff of dust, and it has definitely done more with that harder Kookaburra.
Well, it was always going to be a case of playing that spin and playing it well, and so Shakil has just done exactly that. 110, an important run.
That will be a couple. That's his. He has 2 areas, the sweep, which he hasn't played as much because of the surface. He has gone to it, but that's his favourite shot, the off spinner in particular, the back cut.
Saw his wagon wheel as we came out from tee, and again so strong, plays the ball late. Also the dreaded sweep. He's played it well every time he has brought it out.
No, I think that's bounced with a new ball. Just bounced a bit much, which you haven't said much on this surface. Not a tall man, so they're just debating the height. Yep, Stokes is going to have a look.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check both feet. It's fair delivery. Front on replay, please. Ball is close to the bat. Can go to the ultra edge. Clear gap between bat and the ball. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Chris, you can stay with your original decision not out. You're on the screen. Make your signal.
Everything was right there. It did bounce, but because he's a short man, you were still in play. But you needed it to be hitting hard, not clipping, and it was just clipping.
Nice bash.
Oh, it's been the new ball either side, with the spin, with the variable bounce, where it's just done a little bit. Even this time, it was the height that was in question. Shoaib Bashir himself gestured to Ben Stokes that maybe on height. Needed the umpire on their side.
Down the pitch, mid-wicket, mid-on, try and get there. Neither can, because it's gone all the way for 6.
It's good cricket, it's a great shot. Starts with good footwork, gets right to where he needs to be, and then the swing of the bat with the follow through just unleashes. That's a high quality shot.
Goes down. And just past a diving mid-wicket. Saud will try and get back for 2 to stay on strike. First sign of aggression from the lower order. 281 for 8.
Well, Oman had played some shots in that crucial partnership. Sajid is of the same sort of ilk. But the first one was the better shot. He got himself into a great position, just unleashed. Second one, he actually got a bit too close to it in the end, but adjusted.
It's a fine line, isn't it? Sajid plays a big shot, gets out. Everyone will say, what are you doing? Saud Shakil, 100 the other end, 113, play for him. Belt it for 6, great shot. Full toss, and when you've batted that long, you're not going to miss out. It may not go all the way. Rayan Ahmed gives chase.
Yeah, if you're looking at lower order batsmen playing those shots, just look at the quality of the way it goes. This obviously is a bit of a gift, a rare gift with the full toss. But compare, for instance, Sajid with Rayan Ahmed last night, who came intent on launching it into a different town and didn't get there, didn't stop himself. I've always said, and I'll say it yet again, if you come down the pitch, if you get into the right place where you want to be, you can go through with the shot, keep your head down, keep your eye on the ball, go through with it. If you're not there, you change tack. You just bail out of the shot and make sure it doesn't get past. I have no problem with Sajid Khan's shots in that last over. The late call, obviously from the third umpire, no ball called.
Well, as Sajid came in to walk, the vice captain, Saud Shakil, on the other side, told him, just hold on, have a look for a couple of deliveries and then do whatever you want. Because he knows both Sajid and Numan, well, they both got first-class hundreds, Sajid included, so more than handy with the bat.
This one's been timed better. It still may not go to the boundary. That's quite a decent hit in that direction, but it'll be the same result. 3 more. Runs coming quickly now and the lead building quickly. It was only a moment or so ago we were saying Pakistan in front. Now they're 22 runs ahead.
Another lower order partnership, 24 ran in quick time. It's that point in the game where the England camp will be thinking about this lead now Pakistan is getting. A third innings batting has been a bit of a concern for Pakistan. I'm not quite sure. I mean, we haven't come to that point where we found England in any bother, but for Pakistan's sake, it's let them down. So they'll want all these runs.
Aruz, are you trying to pass the curse of the third innings on?
Absolutely.
Well, it could be very, very relevant.
Well, what we do know, whatever will happen when England do come out will happen fairly quickly. And the wicket's not going to get any easier.
Hasn't got a lot worse though, has it?
It's still played.
That's the thing.
We're still playing quite nicely.
Hard sweep. Crawley gives chase. He can't catch up with it. First boundary for 108 deliveries for Saud Shakil. He's been knocking him around in 1s and 2s. Finally, he finds the boundary. 294 for 8.
Even on this occasion, they had Zach Crawley about 15 yards in from that boundary. Plays it in front of square. Had it been on the boundary, maybe not. But just gets away from him. 108 deliveries.
Well, Crawley was the right sort of distance, wasn't he? For that sort of shot, if you don't absolutely nail it out the meat, if it's going to be aerial at all, and dropping in that region, it's just a question of the line for the fielder. But shot took it away from there.
Down the pitch again, long way up. Duckett's underneath it, and it's gone over his head all the way for 6. 300 up for Pakistan.
Well, Duckett might not be the tallest, but it didn't matter who was out there at long on. This would have cleared them by the height of a decent building. Everyone watching intently just to see how far it went.
But again, what Sajid is doing really well is hitting down the ground, still looking to hit straight. This favors his strength. He knows he's got the muscle power to get it over the boundary. And all 3 hits for him have been straight and straightish. He's got the crowd involved for sure. Out in decent numbers again here in Rawalpindi.
Well, runs are coming everywhere. Yeah, Saud carries on his very steady fashion, with Sajid prepared to play the big shots and playing them super well at the moment. Yes, you might get the odd miscue coming up, but at the moment he's nailing absolutely everything.
Will he go again? He loves hitting wide mid-on. He's hitting slightly with the breeze. He does come. He does go again. It's Duckett again.
It is 6 again.
We're not on a highlights reel. It's all live action and it's all raining sixes and boundaries from Sajid. It's 3 now from the meat of the bat. Once again, dances down the track. He is giving his opposite off spinner a bit of a tick with the bat. The gallery enjoying this.
Drag leg side, he didn't pick it up out there. He'll have to pick it up from the boundary now. Off spinner against off spinner, Sajid is winning.
Well, the previous shots have been high quality and very well controlled. This time he loses his balance, but he's not quite there. But he still gets plenty on it. And although that's not out the meat of the bat, it's in between the fielders. It's 4, not 6. But 6-1-1-6-4 is only one man winning at the moment.
Goes again, long way up. This will take some catching. It's going to land between them. Yes. Everything going Sajid and Pakistan's way. Gets away with it. 19 from that over, 313 for 8.
Yeah, he's loving this. So is the crowd. Shoaib Bashir at the moment, dragging his length back and lands in between those two fielders. 48 now in just the 30 deliveries. They've come out swinging. In the 4 overs post-T, Pakistan have posted 46. Important runs, important lead now, and in no time, it's also 46.
Well, he's backed his matchup at the moment. Spinning in, he backs himself to hit with the spin. He's yet to run down the pitch to Leach because he knows spinning away is higher risk. Can he control himself? He stays at home. That's good batting. Is the running good? Yes.
Well, yeah, the role that Saud can play here, of course, is the same role with the bat, but just the quiet word of advice to the man who is ticking like a... Well, I won't finish that. He's ticking anyway. But it's, yeah, this last, 10-15 minutes have been absolutely brilliant for Pakistan. You know, the bravery to play those shots, the ability to play them well. I thought Bashir's last ball of that previous over actually was a good effort, just to drop it a little bit short, to get a bit of bounce. Nearly got what he needed, albeit at a cost with the top edge.
50 partnership, excellent, valuable runs. Just got to be careful with that running. Umpire, he's done it well off Bashir because he's been running and belting it out the ground and running straight up the middle. Off Leach, he's got to be careful.
No.
Yeah, watchful. I was again so telling him just be careful against Leach, but they've left mid-on up. Does he take him on?
No. Oh, no.
Well, Leach isn't giving him anything particularly in the air, is he? It's that flat, straightforward trajectory.
Very smart from Sajid Khan. He's got passion, but he's just held himself back there. 315 for 8.
Hey, this is him start of the day. Looks like there's a full repertoire out there he's not quite unleashed yet. Doesn't need them. The way he's been striking, he doesn't need to play the cuter reverse sweeps and the like, because with this backlift, this follow through, the ability just to smack it out the ground over long on like that by some distance. That was the ugly one. That was the slightly uglier version. Still found a gap. But that's changed the entire complexion of the game in the space of, feels like seconds, but in 20 minutes worth.
Well, they've bashed Bashir out of the attack. It's going to be the wrist spin. A new challenge. Not so much for Saud Shakil, who's faced quite a lot of Rayan Ahmed, but for Sajid Khan at the other end. Now, at the end of the last but one over, Saud Shakil sternly said to his batting partner, don't go every ball. Stay with me. Maybe a word here as well. Translate for me. Aruj, what's been said?
Yeah, interception points. So at the moment, been very good. Yeah, it's again, Sajid was more animated in that discussion. He's eyeing out the fielders that are on the boundary. It's like, I got this.
Maybe the chat was get the little paddle out. We saw you practicing the reverse sweep. Get the paddle out.
Well, it is, dare I say it, sensible. Because inevitably the field has been set back. So all the big shots pretty much covered. I mean, okay, if you hit it out of the meat and hit it miles over the boundary, done. But the big shots are covered. So now he can play his, he can change to his cute side and just paddle it into the gaps. I mean, they can both do this now because there's so much space out there for the ones and twos.
Gets past the keeper. Jamie Smith, run out chance at the bowler's end. Sajid gets back.
Nice, Ray. Coming in, Razor! Come on, lads!
First sign of cramp from Saud Shakil. It's not as hot here today, but he went down with a bit of cramp and he had to send his partner back. Very good from Rayan Ahmed. 3 for 56. His figures 317 for 8.
Well, it's one of the few times that Ben Stokes hasn't really come up with an answer. And he has been forced to defend. So credit, you've got to give credit to this belligerent Pakistan lower order. And first of all, there was the guessing game, would Pakistan get close to parity? Then in a hurry, suddenly they were up there. Tea time comes, everything's pretty much even Stevens. And in a flurry, Pakistan have taken this sizable lead.
In the air, over extra cover. What a shot that is. That is as good as a top order batter could play.
I think it's fair to say he's having some fun. He's showing his entire repertoire. He does well. Goes inside out and gets enough elevation, gets enough to get under the ball and gets it over the fielders on the offside. Look at the game going forward now. Yes, Pakistan will have to come out and bat in that fourth innings with, not quite sure how quickly or if this pitch will deteriorate or add more spin to it. These runs are important.
Nicely, just played it late. He'll pick up a couple, that new ball. Just goes off the bat a bit quicker. Yeah, in the last game, England should have had a lead, and they dropped those catches in the 1 over and ended up giving away 75-run lead. Here, they could well have had a lead. And now, because of Pakistan and the lower order, they have a lead.
Also just reminding you on the drop catches, Saud was dropped at 26. He was dropped behind the stumps when he was on 26. Team score was 86. There's been plenty added since then.
323 for 8.
Talk about the drop catches, Nas. There's drop catches on either side have hurt. And this one to Shoaib Bashir. He was on 26. He's had it 100 to himself. Saud Shakil and the team score as well.
Well, that bottom-heavy scorecard just tells you the value of having people down the order who can do more than just hold a bat. So that Saud hasn't had to change his game. He's not had to do this sort of the archetypal let me just look after the tail job. He's just allowed Noman and Sajid Khan now their absolute freedom with a bit of useful and sage advice in between. And they've got themselves in a position where the big shots aren't necessarily necessary. Because now the field is set so far back and the gaps are enormous on both sides. Just get bat on ball, ones and twos, you can go 4, 5 and over almost comfortably without taking too many risks.
Beautiful, Rayan. Nice, Ray.
Rayan Ahmed seems to have introduced a little bit of caution here. He's got the line, the length again right. In his spell just after, well, his last spell, he was a bit off the pace.
I guess the next challenge for Sajid Khan is, will he be able to pick Rayan Ahmed? Maybe the first time he's faced him, he'd have watched maybe some footage of him. Tailenders struggled to pick the googly, but he is a spinner himself, so he'll be watching carefully out the hand for that wrong un. If in doubt, sweep.
Nearly. Inverex Solar Energy, providing solar power to charge your mobile phones, allows the fans to be to stay in touch throughout the day, make sure they're not running out of energy. The ones running out of energy in the middle at the moment are England. Now that, oh, hello. Well, he's the sort of character I'd imagine who won't worry about gentle blow to the chin. This attempted scoop here, just watching it, straight off the bat into the chin. It's painful. Give him a nudge.
Yeah, it's come off the edge and hit him straight into the chin, missing the grill.
Yeah, in football it's a compulsory change of shirt. It looks like it's going to be with cricket as well. While he changes his shirt, let's have a look at this innings. Used his feet. Again, showed Bashir really well. 37 not out from 32. Hits him over wide mid-on, and when he didn't get to it, he dragged it even further. That was the one he didn't really get to and just had a hack leg side. That is a class shot with the spin. He's hit with the spin all the time. Oh, quite a long delay because Sajid's having some treatment, and also Saud Shakil's just had his calves and his hamstrings stretched, taking on some fluids. Runs down the order. And the glue in the middle, Saud Shakil. Change of shirt, a little bit of treatment on that cut as well, under the chin. Drink of water. His partner's had some fluids. We'll try and go again.
Well, his shirt's gone off for a bit of super stuff.
Oh, Dave, lad.
And it's been plumped into the Super Asia washing machine. I mean, this is why these people are here for us. Cleans like a dream. We'll find it. Give it an hour or two. We've got a dryer as well. We've got a washing machine. We've got the paddle. We've got a dryer. Just hang it out. It'll be fine.
Well, he'll be a pleased man, the skipper. On his first test in Multan as captain, and his side are in a good position here, a healthy position. First innings lead vital. Who knows how this pitch is going to play?
We saw reactions in the balcony. Salman Ali Agha definitely enjoyed Saud's innings, but Shan Masood as well. A double fist bump out of his chair. Once again, Saud has held this middle order together and has got Pakistan significantly ahead now.
Man has gone on the sweep, Ollie Pope. So that means that shot should probably be put away.
No runs.
324 for 8.
Partnership 59, 37 of those from Sajid Khan, and it just shifted the game to Pakistan's advantage. Lead by 57, that is significant now. Saud Shakil, as he's done all day, just turns it away to the leg side, gets to the other end, the single, and the partnership builds.
Come on, boys. 9-10 Lichi. Go, no.
Has been a problem for England. Previous test match as well, dismissing the lower order.
Oh my God.
There's two ways of looking at that, aren't there? There's a problem for England, but also well played Pakistan. Since Norman Ali and Sajid Khan have come into the side, not only have they given them cutting edge with the ball, but stiffened that lower order fantastically well.
Nicely bowled.
In Multan, the last 4 wickets across both innings in that second test match that Pakistan won, 178 runs came. It's a significant part of that game, and they've already added more than that here, the lower order.
Let's try to dissect, figure out why they've been such a success duo. Sajid and Noman, they importantly think like a batsman, and B, they've got solid temperament, and they have this game plan which is based on good defense and bit of aggression. Now in this partnership, like was the case with Saud and Noman, Noman had more runs in that partnership compared to Saud and Sajid. 38 in this partnership of 61. Saud Shakil just 22. That's the other thing that has helped Saud Shakil to play as normally, as naturally as possible. No pressure from the tail enders. He has allowed them to execute the plan, and they've been very, very sturdy, stubborn, and intelligent.
Come on, boys. Come on, lad.
Sajid took the attack to off spin, hit the matchup that worked in his favour.
Oh,
328 for 8.
I remember Abdul Qadir used to get extremely angry if he were to get out to a leg spinner, and then he would walk out there and start hitting the ball at times aimlessly, just to prove a point that, you know, this was so tameable and doable. Why couldn't you read his wrong-un or the top spinner? I think today there was a case, Sajid versus Bashir. What's so big, what's so super about Bashir? He can be tamed and hit over the top.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
England search for the 9th wicket. Pakistan now 61 ahead. Turned into the offside, single taken.
Well, I really enjoy watching Sajid Khan play both with bat and ball. It's a combination of heart and head. He's got real passion and energy. That's evident with every ball that he plays with bat and every ball that he sends down. But there's a bit of intelligence and smartness there as well.
Yes, heart and a lot of head.
That's probably been the only issue, the running between the wickets, even with Noman and Sajid. Otherwise, the batting's been spot on.
For a tail ender, it becomes a little difficult to stop himself when he's in that zone of hitting 4s and 6s, just to then suddenly drop anchor and play carefully. That's the other thing that Sajid has done so well. Quite happy to rotate the strike. It's not a one-dimensional batting that we've seen from him.
So good, Ray. Come on, boys.
I think he read the wrong gun there. The crooked angle of the bat suggesting that it was going to turn from off to middle.
No run.
Super Asia, Pakistan's leading home appliance brand, automatic washing machine magic of one touch. Confidently played is 330 for 8. Yeah, the lower order 7 to 10. Pakistan 38.47 partnership average. Plenty of runs, 654 in the series. Low order runs. Really telling stat where that Pakistan have been able to pile on the runs from the lower order. Still going, Jack Leach, he's reached his 100 into his 31st over.
Well, it's a measure of Pakistan's position and the trouble that England are in. It's very rare to see a field set by Ben Stokes with no catcher within spitting distance of the batter, whether it's a slip or a short leg, whatever. There's nobody there now.
I think Pakistan richly deserve that field set because they've been outstanding. In fact, outplayed England when it comes to batting in the late middle order. 65-run partnership, absolutely been a joy kill for England.
It's turned. There's a belated appeal. He's got that to turn from outside off stump. There was bounce. Don't think there's going to be a review. There's still a discussion between Leach and Jamie Smith. Ben Stokes just walks away.
bounce. I mean, that is such a smart shot, and it looks pretty innocuous because all he did was to just change the angle of his blade to run it in the vast area which doesn't have a fielder, but he does it so expertly.
Into the onside, another single. The inside edge, so that's why not a lot of excitement. Otherwise, the ball did turn back in.
Thought there must have been, because it looked very adjacent. If it hadn't have been the angle from which Leach is bowling round the wicket and that ball straightening, you'd have been very interested for an LBW.
Pakistan build on, 333 for 8.
And where did this go after it hit inside edge and pad? How close to Jamie Smith? Mentioned that there was no slip in place. Stokes has put himself in that short third man position.
One out for Saud. Both back, please.
Well, hard to call that a chance for Smith, but of course, had the slip been in place, it might have ballooned up and given Slip a chance. Remember that Saud was put down on 26 by Jamie Smith this morning, almost not quite at the start of the day, but not far after the start of the day. Only chance that he's given, he's played superbly that apart.
The problem for England when it comes to beating his bat with pace is that this pitch doesn't have any pace or bounce, so he can easily be on the front foot and not worry about the short pitch stuff. We know he's flawless against spin. His batting can be just a little bit iffy on bouncy tracks against pace, but this doesn't offer any bounce. Once again, I think he's asked for help. Bleeding again.
I was chatting to Bazid about batsmen from Karachi, Rambo, and why reputationally they're good against spin. Is it just south of the country, hotter conditions, and therefore pitches that break up more readily?
I think it's the hero part as well. You know, you get a lot of batsmen from that area, and it's become kind of traditional as well. You know, right from the 50s, 60s, you know, the great Hanif Mohammed from Karachi, the Mohammed brothers from Karachi, followed by Asif Iqbal, who's an excellent player of spin bowling. Javed Mihadad hails from Karachi, and so we in Punjab had a lot of pace to offer, and so maybe because of climatic conditions, because of the pitches, and just the cultural thing also, I think Karachi batsmen seem to have more patience, better technique. They developed their skills much better when it came to batting. Had a lot more patience than a Lahorite. A Lahorite, you know, you ask him in a club game, how much did you score? He would say, you know, first ball 4, second ball I hooked for 6, and the third I flicked into the fence. How many did you get? 18.
Yeah, much to do with the conditions. The pitches there offer a lot more turn. Obviously, club cricket played there, you get surfaces where you have to build innings against spin. A lot of spinners used there, and as you go south, yes, climatic conditions. The winter in Punjab or the winter up north It then supports fast bowling. South is pretty hot, so you always expect spinners to play a role, and that's why these guys from the start play spin well. While we wait, these are the wickets, Pakistani wickets as well. This was Abdullah Shafiq playing back to a ball which spun in sharply, and then a little drive through the offside inside edge. The plan worked from Stokes. This was a beautiful delivery. The seam back in. Only wicket falling to base. Atkinson with that wicket. Kamran Ghulam dismissed. Mori was Shan Masood trying to turn it to leg. Caught at gully. Was one, then swept one, and was found right in front. England right in the game. When this happened, a little bit of spin, and Salman Ali Agha has been so good in the series, was dismissed. Roogli did for Amir Jamal, and just thinking that maybe England would end up with the lead. Long partnership. Salman Ali then dismissed for 45 after a great partnership with Saud Shakil. The last two partnerships have meant that now Pakistan lead by 66. Saud Shakil 133 not out. Sajid 40 not out. This partnership 68. Previous partners was 88. And they look unflustered as Saud Shakil yet again. Immaculate defense.
When a lot is happening off the surface, I think you can play around with your field set, or maybe ask a pacer to bowl a few off-cutters. England tried the short pitch strategy as well. That lasted probably only for 6 balls. I haven't seen England to expand their range in terms of field set and bowling variations. Time for Tapal Tea. It's a Tapal Tea moment, Pakistan's very best. That's good. England have been a bit more experimental in field set, in bowling changes, variations, over the wicket, round the wicket.
Obviously the morning session went their way. That intervention from Rayan Ahmed put them in a good position. A few eyebrows raised that Rayan didn't start immediately after lunch, and I tried to explain it as best I could that Noman had picked the leg spinner pretty well just before the lunch break. But that was the point where Pakistan started to wrestle control of the game. What else could England have done? Stokes has obviously not bowled himself. That's the one bowler he's not turned to, and he tends to want to bowl when the ball is reversing, and maybe the lack of roughness on the ball because of the lush surrounds has influenced that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, not too critical of the way that the spinners have bowled. I think both Leach and Bashir have bowled reasonably well, and Rayan Ahmed did what he was selected to do, which is to come on and make an impact. You have to give credit to Saud Shakil, who's played excellently, and the way that Noman and Sajid have given him great support. This is an innings fashioned under pressure, and he's shown great calmness, defiance, character, whatever you want to call it, in a tight situation.
In the air and gone. So the short ball in the end does the trick. Didn't really come onto the bat. Saud Shakil dismissed.
Probably in 2 minds whether to go for the pull shot or just play that flick, that glide round the corner. But let's, for the time being, applaud this Herculean effort. This really has been one-class innings from Saud Shakil. Batted so well with the tail, played superbly against spin. And if Pakistan go on to win this test match, it'll be because of this knock. Pakistan lead by 70 when he gets out. In 2 minds there. Once again, that shorter length troubling him. But not before he's absolutely dented England big time. Terrific response he got from Noman and Sajid. Pakistan's vice-captain and hogging the limelight with a brilliant ton.
Yeah, deserved applause from his teammates and the crowd here at Pindi, which has filled up actually as we got towards tea time. Cool of the day, the heat dissipating, the crowd came in again, and they've witnessed a fabulous 100 from Saud Shakil. He's held this innings together and has pushed Pakistan into not quite a dominant position yet, but a very strong position with that lead. Dismissal just showed that on these slow pitches that short ball ploy can be difficult to contend with. You're just not quite sure how quickly or otherwise the ball will come off the surface.
Zahid walks in at number 11. It's Sajid Khan on strike now with the leg spinner. He does want to attack. Now, where is the options? So there's plenty of boundary riders, plenty. It's just that Stokes in slip, but everybody out on the offside. There's a short fine, rest everybody boundary riding. How does Sajid now play this?
Well, the field is set for him to not hit a 6. He goes up in the air and it's a 6. Doesn't care about those two fielders and long on and long off, and it's a huge 6.
Fantastic. This guy is a really good cricketer. Full of passion and conviction with the way that he plays, sizing up the situation, last man in, and he's going to take it on.
Yeah, fabulous. We've seen this a few times now in this innings. On to 47. All 6s in that 47 now. Does he chance his arm again?
No.
Stays back.
That's pretty cocky. He is now farming the strike. Yeah, I mean, in two minds clearly whether to play it along the ground. Just couldn't control that shot. Times it so well. It's single this time, so it's Zahid who is at the striker's end.
And Saud Shakil, the fabulous innings, the blueprint of how to play on a slow turner, and the dressing room knows the importance of this knock, especially in terms of the series, in terms of the decider. Now the field will come in. Leg slip, a slip.
Wrongan.
Yeah!
Bowls him.
What a ball that is.
The wrong one delivered perfectly. Rehan ends with 4. Pakistan end with 344 and the lead 77.
I mean, that's why leg spinners are so good against the tail enders. It was a wrong one and he just couldn't read it. And so unlucky for Sajid Khan. He's left high and dry on a brilliant 48. Yeah, back of the hand. Wrong gun, it spun sharply and between bat and pad. So England's frustration is over now. They'll have to handle this lead. Pakistan with a very, very handy 77-run lead. How will it impact England when they go out to bat? This is going to be such a critical moment with the bat for England.
Yeah, it's a very handy lead, and it's a handy hour that Pakistan have got left. It can be a bit of a nightmare for a batting side. When you're in deficit, you're coming out in the third innings, you're facing a deficit.
Yeah. Ever since he has returned to Test match cricket, very impressive with the ball and with the bat. Keeps picking important wickets for Pakistan, Sajid Khan. He has excelled on these turning tracks. People are getting used to his celebrations.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a surprise that you'll see him in action very early on as well. He's taken the new ball all the time that he's been involved in this match and the match previously. He took a blow to his chin in an attempt to play a sweep shot. Got clipped under the grill. Hopefully that bleeding has halted, but what hasn't halted is wicket-taking ability. He's been exceptional. Fantastic numbers, and again a 5-wicket haul in the first innings. 6 wickets to him. Pakistan spinners, 3 to Noman, 1 to Zahid. All 10 in the first innings went to the spin. I think he'll be very happy. We saw the elated captain up in the balcony when Saud got to his 100, and he dug them out of a hole and put them in a position of strength. 77-run lead. Now, Wardy, we were discussing the approach of the England batters as they come out. The top order of England had a slight amount of trouble when they batted in that first innings. How do you reckon they're going to approach this?
Well, they'll approach it with a very positive mindset. That is just the way this side operate. And England have absolutely the ability to rattle away and knock off this deficit very quickly. I think the approach in terms of technique should be play the ball a bit straighter. I don't think we'll see too many sweeps from the likes of Zach Crawley. Ben Duckett might, that's his way, but he has said already on this pitch it's hard to sweep. I think it's a straighter approach, but a positive approach, absolutely, for sure. But they've got to negotiate this new ball, which will potentially bite into this surface with the proud seam. This is not what I expected, though, I have to say.
Yeah, no matter what. You know, it's all about going with the right options. Yes. You know, as batters, you have to stay positive. You have to look for runs. But for that, you have to keep few strokes in your kit bag and leave them in the dressing room.
Well, unless they sew that up, I'm not sure what we can do. It's not really in the eye line of the batsman. They're going to try and cobble something together.
I think it was a reflection of the sponsor advert behind the digital screen, because I just picked up Zach Crawley saying that's fine. So it was a reflection of the digital screen from behind that white sheet. So the rib doesn't matter because now they've switched it to a white background, and I think Zach Crawley is happy. Well, it is a bit of a surprise. Saim Ayub with the new ball. One slip.
Oh, yes, buddy.
The sweep is out and we'll get team runs. Leg bye signalled to open England's account.
Yeah, you can still afford to play that sweep stroke as long as the ball is pitched outside the leg stump or on the leg stump. I still believe this pitch has plenty for the batters as well.
Yeah, I think the line becomes important on which you sweep. I think that'll be something that Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley and the other batters to follow would have discussed. We saw Mohammad Rizwan lose his wicket to misjudged in line where he swept Rayan Ahmed from in front of the stumps. with a slight amount of invariable bounce again, and the pitch is still held up quite decently. But you'd imagine they like and they'll want to play the ball straight, at least in this initial part. Well, we've already been surprised with who got the new ball to start the innings. Anyone want to take a guess on who gets the ball from the other end?
Salman Ali Agha, maybe.
Unless there's a problem with Naman or Sajid Khan, I've got no real explanation why you would go away from something that was so successful first time round. I know Duckett and Crawley got England off to a reasonable start. You know, sometimes a left field decision works, but it doesn't make any sense at the moment. One without loss.
Yeah, you saw Sajid come out on the field. There he is. So both Noman and Sajid are on the field. Shan trying, maybe it was just the one over. Haven't seen Amir Jamal in action with the ball from Pakistan.
इस तरह अपना वो काम पूरा कर दो आप इस तरह वहाँ से यहाँ वहाँ से वहाँ
Noman Ali with the new ball from the other end. No surprises here. "11 wickets in that second match. 9 in the second innings. Here up in Multan.
Oh yeah!
Straight away lands the ball in the right area, Noman Ali, and that's what you get from him, accuracy.
Noman Ali might get some turn with that hard new ball, but he's more a flight and guile operator, whereas I think with a brand new ball on a pitch like that, you want to drive it into the surface, a bit more like Sajid Khan. So I'm sort of got to try and think why Shan Masood would do this. I'm at a loss at the minute.
And the lead Pakistan have got of 77.
Oh.
Now 75. It has to count. And the only way is Pakistani bowlers at least picking up 2 wickets. No need to experiment.
A sweep, well controlled. Well hit as well. A couple of runs to Ben Duckett to open his account. Bank Alfala the way forward. Both English batters also opening their accounts. Well, Syme's ploy could just be the one over. We'll find out.
Oh yeah.
The conundrum for Duckett is really sort of what you were asking earlier. How does he play? Is it straight or stick with the sweeps that have been hugely successful in his career in all conditions, but particularly in the subcontinent and here in Pakistan? He'll probably want to sweep. He's sort of battling as to whether he should.
Catch it!
Yeah, from that line, as a batter, you can afford to employ that stroke. End of the over, the first one from Naman. It's 5 without loss.
As It's very good from short leg. Good anticipation. And normally if a batsman gets into a sweep position, you sort of take basically the brace position. But he went with the ball, sort of read Duckett's body language that he was going to paddle it rather than hit it hard. And you've seen those taken before.
Well, no more surprises now. It is Sajid Khan with the ball. It was the 1 over out of the box strategy. Just maybe if something happened, throw the English batters off, but it's back to his front line spin bowler. He's picked up 6 in the first innings. With the new ball, you want someone to get some energy behind. He's got that.
Yeah, heard Rizwan telling Sajid Khan there is no point having a deep point because early in the innings he's not going to play that reverse sweep.
Oh yes, buddy.
You never know with Duckett.
It was interesting. Jamie Smith, at the end of day's play yesterday, said Ben Duckett came back and said it was almost impossible to sweep, and he reckoned if Ben Duckett says it, well then that's it. Well, Amir, your question has been answered. Reverse sweep it is to pick up 1.
I think that's just an indication that Ben Duckett is reverting to type. You know, this is my best way in these conditions. It's not a raging turner, and we haven't actually seen that many now keep down like we did in the first innings, and he knows to his cost about the one that kept down. So he's been evaluating the situation today and the conditions today whilst he's been fielding.
So does Zach Crawley. And you'd imagine that's probably the best way to play. England will back their natural game, natural ability to strike the ball, score in the areas that they are comfortable with. And if there's one that rolls or keeps low or spits or jumps at you and it's got your name on it, then be it. Oh, that sounded really good. The crack off the bat from Ben Duckett.
That was exceptional. It was premeditated, that's for sure. Then he saw the bowler flighting that delivery, delayed the stroke, and then swept it. Quality.
Well, we knew whatever was going to happen fairly quickly. Both Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett looking positive. He goes again, gets enough to get over fine. Dealing in boundaries, Ben Duckett closes the over out with it. Back-to-back boundaries, 15 for no loss, England.
Well, it's highly skilled batting. The first one was immensely well struck in front of square. He just gets a little bit further over and the hands go up so he can get it up and over and into a different gap to get it finer. So he's just nailed Sajid Khan about 200 feet in front of square. He's now sort of flipped him 100 or so feet behind square. Now much of this is a mental battle. Right, come on Sajid Khan, you've had your fun in the first innings and with a bat. We're going to throw some punches back at you.
He knows how to deal with Sajid Khan now. You know, the first one he stayed inside the line of the delivery to be able to hit in front of square. The other one moved outside. Intelligent. That can be upsetting for a bowler.
Yes, buddy. Yes, Bob, say.
Looking up at the big, enormous scoreboard up there, it says, what? Well, 10 overs and 5 balls remaining in the day. What are we local time now? 39 minutes past 4. Light. Come on, you two. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it does dip in this part of the world very quickly. But the artificial lights provision is there.
Also, Pakistan, you'd imagine, will continue to bowl their 2 spinners. Might get close. What do we get close? Interesting battle here, just giving the ball a little bit of air, just to drive or draw Zach Crawley forward. He's got him 3 times in a row now. And Noman to Zach Crawley, so this sets up for an interesting battle. Zach will obviously look to be positive. Put pressure back on Noman.
Oh yes, Bobsy!
Quite a few times Noman has dismissed Zach Crawley attempting to push at the ball through covers. I don't see a point of having deep cover. Bring him in. Have the batsman driving the ball through extra cover. Lure him.
I think Sean's got his work cut out in finding that fine balance between catching positions and where he thinks his bowler can potentially get either of these 2 England batters, but he also knows that they will come hard at them. They will deal in boundaries, so wherever those potential boundary options are, he'll want to cut them off, and hence why... Oh, that one's come in. Inside edge. 15 for no loss. Probably why he's got that sweeper fielder.
And because of those tactics, Pakistan was allowed to come back into this game. They were offered easy singles in the park. So as a captain, you have to realize the situation and come up with the tactics which are suitable.
England now trail by 62. Both openers looking positive. Ben Duckett in particular. He's come out reversing. He's played a couple of sweeps to the boundary. And this is the other matchup. Sajid's got Duckett. Correction, that was Ollie Pope to Sajid Khan. That's a very, very close call. Sajid Khan's pleading all of the fielders from Pakistan. He's saying that's gone. Skipper, let's have a look. And we will have a look. Looked very, very close.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check both feet. Fair delivery. Front on replay, please. Like to go to the ultra edge. Looks like small gap there. Would like to go to the ultra edge. Okay, flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to ball tracking when it's ready. Waiting for the ball tracking. Original decision is not out. Pitch outside of, impacting line. Wicket sitting. Cycled. You need to change your decision.
Fantastic, fantastic review. He was certain, he was 100% sure. And confirmation now on screen. Pakistan draw first blood. Once again, it comes off the bowling of Sajid Khan. Big wicket in the context of the game. Ben Duckett goes for 12. England 15 for 1. in at number 3, Ollie Pope. He could surely do with some runs. England trail by 62. He averages just under 35. More importantly, he's up against Sajid Khan, who's picked him up on 3 occasions. 3 consecutive occasions now. Tinkering with the field. Slip. Short leg catching, mid-off up, long on back.
Yeah, brilliant bowling from Sajid. The first one he bowled was clocking 93 kilometers per hour to Ben Duckett, and the next one took the pace off. Significant change. And there was no fault, let me tell you, of Ben Duckett. When you see, as a batter, being looped in the air, you expect a bit of turn. And he just went on with the arm. Amazing delivery. I'm not sure whether he bowled it deliberately or not.
Natural variation with a new ball. Sometimes it hits the seam. If it hits the leather, it's going to slide on. But once there was no inside edge, it was only a matter of height. Ben Duckett is not a tall man, and that's hitting not the bails, top of the stumps.
Lobs up, it's been taken once again. Sajid and the squad behind reckon this is gone. The umpire, he's not interested. All the animation, all the drama very quickly dies out. Shan not interested, overs done, 15 for 1.
Well, it's close. Given some of the on-field decisions, it might have been worth a little look. Ollie Pope's plan will be to work it to the leg side. When he came out and took guard, he took middle and off, so he's trying to get outside off stump. Here's Naman to Crawley. Might be sliding, not according to umpire Gaffney. There'll be a conversation here with Zach Crawley and England's vice-captain Ollie Pope, and they're going to look upstairs. Crawley, I think, feels it might be sliding down on the arm.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check both feeds. It's a fair delivery. Front on replay, please. Rock and roll, please. There's a small gap between the bat and ball, but I would like to see the ultra edge. Flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to the ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket sitting. Chris, you can stay with your original decision out.
The cheer from the contingent in green and this Rawalpindi crowd.
You're on the screen.
Spin sensations are on a roll from Pakistan. This time it's Noman. He's picked up Zach Crawley for the 4th consecutive time. England now have lost both openers. Zach Crawley for 2, England 15 for 2.
Well, as ever, a lot now rests on this man's shoulders. Pakistan in a formidable position, England trailing by 62. Both openers are gone. Joe Root. And we're coming up towards Stumps on day 2. Another one here for Pakistan. My goodness me. It's an incredible test career thus far. And his ability and performances in the subcontinent have been phenomenal. They will need to be here for England now because they are in deep
Well, he's a sort of a batsman who could deal with heroin situations. After scoring a double-hundred, he went off the boil. He's due for a big one. England wants him to come good now.
Well, the new ball for Pakistan on both occasions. Sliding on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was just kept very, very low in line with the stumps.
Well, uncharacteristically in the first innings, Joe Root misjudged the length. He's just done it a little bit there to get off the mark. That's the dismissal of Crawley. There must have been a conversation saying maybe that slid with the arm, but just as it pitched, it held enough to take it back to the stumps. Very good bowling.
Yeah, set him up. Kept on bowling him outside the off stump, and then the arm delivery aimed at the stumps. Off the mark.
Pakistan, well, they've done the first 5.3 overs fantastic, but like you say, they've got Mr. Dependable in their way. We've got a ripper, yeah, absolute ripper in that first innings from Sajid. Sharply spun from outside his rough on the offside.
Root's dismissal in the first innings. Does like to play the spinners off the back foot. Good bit of bowling, got to say, but he's slightly misjudged the length, and that is uncharacteristically Joe Root. And this was his first ball. Don't miss that. Well, he didn't.
This is good from Shan Masood. Reacting to the situation quite well. He knows Joe Root is a big wicket. He's got a gully in place. Another fielder, catching fielder.
Well, it's got everyone involved. 6 done, it's 19 for 2.
Well, the pressure is on England. And the last overs of this second day will be testing ones, to say the least, as England do their best not to lose any more wickets after this start, where they've lost 2 quickly.
Yeah, and here's the challenge for Ollie Pope. He's been dismissed last 3 times against Sajid Khan, couple of times driving, then sweeping.
Got to see the ball like that, of that size, to survive this. I think he plays with harder hands compared to Joe Root, for example. That's why, you know, he wants to feel the ball, the bat. Difficult to change technique now in the middle of the series. But Pakistan certainly doing more with the ball compared to England spinners. He's bowling at pace, he's turning them at pace and targeting them from that off-stump channel.
19 for 2.
Yeah, it's the situation, it's the pressure, sometimes changes the way that things appear. But I think you're right. When England had that new ball, and the assumption was the new ball might start to grip a bit for the spinners, didn't seem to do that much more. And of course that onslaught from Noman, from Sajid Khan, put the pressure right back on England's bowlers. It's been exciting to watch.
Slight change in plan. Previous over from Noman Ali had a slip and a gully. Now they have an extra man on the leg side, so it looks like he's going to bowl straight. And it goes to gully, but it may not have carried.
It's a difficult angle really to read how much the ball is going to spin, because he's got a lower arm, bowling arm, and then the ball spins like that. It looks doubly difficult and spinning more than your normal bowling action.
Scamper through. It's an odd position. I'm wondering if he'll stay there for Ollie Pope. It's like a short mid-wicket. Surely you want the batter to be turning against the spin, get a leading edge.
Targeting the front pad. Crawley didn't read the variation of the straight, the ball not spinning and coming back into the stumps. This was pretty much similar from Noman.
He's changed it now. At mid-wicket has gone over to the offside. I think that's a good move for a leading edge or drive on the up.
Thing is, you've got to spend some time at the crease to understand the pace and how to bat. His confidence is just a little bit low. He's got plenty of talent, but it's just that the first few overs can be tough, especially for Pope, who is not a great starter.
नहीं बंद कर देगा देखना.
Oh, gone. What a beautiful bit of bowling. Drop, turn, bounce, and Pope has gone again, and England in a whole heap of trouble. 20 for 3.
Terrific bowling, and what a day he's having. Noman Ali with a perler, a peach, a ripper. Had to really play at that line, pitched probably on that middle, playing it low, and an easy catch for Salman Ali Agha. Just couldn't handle the spin or the lack of pace maybe. Nervous starter. Pope goes early. England in a lot of trouble. 20 for 3.
England 20 for 3. They still trail by 57. What a late afternoon and evening it's been for Pakistan. They built a lead, and now they're working their way into this England lineup. 2 Yorkies in the middle. Brook joins Root. Lovely combination, these 2 spinners.
Sajid Khan with passion and fire in his belly and a bit of fire in the delivery as well. He's a bit quicker and at you. Noman Ali calmer and flight and guile. And they're too good for England at the moment.
Well, England are going to rely heavily on Root from now on. Pope was very low there.
Well, it's been mentioned a few times about Pope just jabbing out in front, and if we see that wicket from sideways on, you will see how he jabs out at it and the way it carried to slip. Compare it to someone like Saud Shakil, who we've seen bat all day and let the ball come to him. Watch Pope here and where he intercepts it. Out in front, low hands, as David Gower mentioned, and it just flicked the glove.
He had a nice stride out, but he was still a mile away from the pitch of the ball.
Completely misread the length. You see that side on replay, the ball doesn't pitch on the replay.
Had he played it off the back foot, could well have been a half-trekker. That's a nice shot. You got to be careful not hitting the ball hard against the spin. It's just proper batting is needed here. I think England are thinking about so many things right now. The pressure of the runs, the lead, and the sweep shot, and whether they're good enough to play a defensive front foot shot.
I think you have to give the bowler credit. Look at that change in pace. That's why he went forward to a ball and poked at it, and it was nowhere near the length he expected. Beautiful bit of bowling again.
Also, I think he took account of the new ball as well, Normally. He knew that it will skid off the surface if he pitched it just a wee bit shorter.
But it's what Noman Ali does.
Good change, guys, good change, good change, guys, good change.
24 for 3. It should be no surprise. I mean, the great spinners.
Well, after the end of the over, the umpires have decided that the light is too dark, which I find surprising with two spinners on. But Pakistan, as you can see, they're not that bothered. They are all smiles. What an afternoon they've had. And the difference in emotions between England and Pakistan is stark.
I mean, great batting from Noman and Sajid to help Saud Shakil build pressure and Pakistan to take that wonderful 77-run lead, and then the two spinners bowling superbly with the new ball, and so it's been Pakistan all the way. Session 2 and 3 belong to Pakistan and this cricket team. How a win can have such a positive impact on you. That Multan Test match and the form and the comeback that we saw from them, they're taking it forward into this contest. Yeah, they've had a massive day. This fellow has been so good to watch with the ball, with the bat. 48 not out, and then he just lifts the entire tempo of the team. He G's them up with his great body language, and yes, the handlebar moustache to go with it.
Well, that's how heroes are made. That's how you drag people in to watch Test cricket, with characters, with performances. I mean, this afternoon and evening session for Pakistan have been absolutely game-changing. And whatever anyone from overseas wants to say about pitches and conditions and teams, Pakistan took the game by the scruff of the neck this afternoon, and they've grabbed England round the throat, and they are squeezing as hard as they can. That's an extraordinary scorecard. You know, 3 of the top order gone, only 1 into double figures, 2-12-1. Root and Brook were not finding it easy for those last 5-10 minutes either. 24 for 3 puts all the pressure onto the tourists.
What a day's cricket. 295 runs and 10 wickets today. And this fight back was led by South Shakil. England dropping him when he was on 26, and that was critical, really. The umpire's call not given out on field, so he survived the scare. But then Sajid was tremendous, hitting it with the spin. South Shakil getting to his 100 and then finding a willing partner who was looking to jab England hard with 4s and 6s.
These were high-quality shots. And that, for instance, for a tail-ender, just manoeuvring it over extra cover quite so easily is extraordinary. For South Shakil, that sort of change of pace, change of line, just a bit early on the shot, the ball didn't really bounce for him. At the end of a great innings, and the end of the entire Pakistan innings with a good googly from Rayan Ahmed as well. But at that stage, you could tell from England's body language, they were battered by the onslaught from the bat. You see Ben Duckett doing what Ben Duckett does at the start of the England innings, looking for those sweep shots, looking for runs on the board, looking to try and take the attack back. But then the cunning of Sajid Khan, and that was the most enthusiastic appeal of the century.
Yes, very theatrical, because he knew that the batsman was absolutely dead, gone. Beautifully bowled, didn't spin it, it came back, natural variation probably, and then one that beat Crawley that didn't have any spin on it. And another mighty blow there, just dropping it a bit short, and Pope there, massively forward. Even then he
Like I said, by Pakistan after lunch, there was that time when England were getting the wickets, but Pakistan managed to have that partnership. Saud Shakil was the star performer for them today, and with the ball, Sajid Khan, you can just not keep that man out of action, whether it's with the bat or with the ball. And to talk more about him and generally today's test match, I've got David Cower and Ramiz Raja. Rambo, great day for Pakistan in the end, because the way it was going at lunch, it seemed like it's England all the way. It seemed like there'd be probably some kind of a lead for them. But then what did Pakistan have for lunch?
Probably Subway, which we had. But no, on a serious note, I think Pakistan deserved this position because this is not the first time that their last 8, 9, 10 batsmen have absolutely bossed the proceedings compared to what England have produced with the tail. Pakistan are way ahead. 600 plus runs scored by the last 3 wickets, and so there was great determination, a lot of common sense. Saud Shakil was outstanding. I mean, he manicured. It was a manicured innings. It wasn't as if he was bashing the ball. It was like, halki pulki chapat, thodi bahut, and not more than that. And that was enough. I didn't like the tactics from Ben Stokes, actually, and I mentioned that in the commentary stint as well, because they allowed Saud Shakil and company to just rotate the strike at will. And for good 110 balls, there was this sequence of 1s and 2s that actually helped Pakistan to build momentum and put pressure on England. And the field was still the same. 2 men at cover, or either 1 man at mid-wicket, 2 men at cover for both, actually. It wasn't as if they were attacking Noman or attacking Sajid. And so it allowed an easy passage for Pakistan.
I agree with that. And one thing that struck me too is that normally speaking, Ben Stokes, who can be incredibly proactive on a good day, and has been for the last 3 years, give or take, would at some stage say, give me the ball, let me see what I can do, because he's that sort of leader. And for him to at no stage offer to bowl, any of the quicker overs were all bowled by Gus Atkinson. But I take the point, and I'm sure Saud Shakil himself would have said, this is fine, this suits me absolutely fine, because he knew his role. The great thing about Saud's innings is he knew his role perfectly. Nothing ostentatious, keep adding the runs up, and I have to say this was a fully deserved 100. One slice of half luck early on at 26, with a half chance drop behind the stumps, but such a measured innings. So calculated, so calm, so cool, picked up runs. I mean, he didn't look in any trouble. And that's the mark of a man who knows exactly what he's doing. A nice pat on the head.
I mean, if you talk about his innings, Rambo, I mean, there weren't many boundaries or sixes.
Just 4 or 5.
He ran really hard for those runs that he scored.
Yeah, I mean, look at the batting chart there, the wagon wheel as it's called, and so it's just little nudges and little pushes over towards square leg and mid-wicket, nothing extravagantly straight as well. He likes playing the cut shot. He didn't play a lot of sweep shots as well, so England didn't really get him out of his comfort zones as well. Because playing a sweep shot on this pitch can be just a little bit taxing and hazardous, and he didn't require to play any other shot but that, just glide the ball for a run or nudge it through the offside for a single.
We've got to talk about Sajid Khan, because what a character he is. You just can't keep him out of the game.
He is, absolutely. I mean, he's wonderful for the game, wonderful test match. And, Pakistan needed such a character to just G them up, because they were going down and out since last 2-3 years. We haven't won anything at home in test cricket, and here comes Sajid. Everyone underestimated his spirit, his talent. And look at that kid. I mean, obviously he wants to grow a moustache like Sajid Khan. Handlebar moustache.
Yeah, I'd like to, but I can't.
Yeah, I'm trying one.
Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve for sure, DG. I mean, but these contributions by the tail-enders from Pakistan were absolutely crucial. Whether it was Noman Ali or Sajid Khan, they've been contributing since that last test match, really.
Well, they both made it incredibly easy for Saud, the other enders, to carry on playing. And he knew they could play the big shots. Yeah. The Sajid Khan thing is extraordinary. I mean, the ability for a tail-ender is helped by one little thing. When you're batting at 9 and 10, if you miss cue, well, you're 9 or 10. It's not quite so important. Hence, when you look at England later in the day, trying to bat like numbers 1, 2, 3, as if they know exactly what they're doing, and under immense pressure, because the psychology is so different. But when you're down the order, and just looking for that lead. When you gain the confidence and the freedom to play those shots, you just put all the pressure back on the ball. And it then starts to look as though it's not turning at all. And so it was a brilliant way to gain the ascendancy.
All right, second innings by England then, already lost 3 wickets. Would you attribute that to the pitch, conditions, Pakistan's bowling, or how do you look back at the dismissals?
I would start with Pakistan's bowling. Apart from Saim Ayub having to bowl 1 at the start, which was just a fill-in. Again, the 2 usual suspects, Sajid and Noman, very clever with the mixture of the brand new ball turning when tweaked and then sliding on when not tweaked. And that is so hard to play with this, with the way the regulations are written nowadays and the way LBWs work. If you get it slightly wrong like this, so both Duckett and Crawley beaten on the inside edge when they're worried about the ball going on the outside. Pope was just undone by the fact that he was trying ever so hard to get forward, to smother the spin, completely misread the change of pace from that's really clever bowling, because Pope thought that was going to be 1.5 yards fuller, and it wasn't. I mean, that's clever bowling, taking all the pace off, dropping it short. Pope got so low that it wasn't an edge, it was a glove. And which is a big mistake. I mean, it is a big mistake, but also a really lovely piece of bowling.
Well, thank you so much for your insight and thoughts, as always, DG. Well, we're talking about the man of the moment, South Shakil. What an innings it was by him. We'll hear from him on the other side. quick reminder of how things went on day 2 of this test match. It's the final test match between Pakistan and England, and England are trailing by 53 runs. Pakistan has got 3 wickets of England courtesy Noman Ali and Sajid Khan. Well, before the break, we spoke about how good South Shakeel was with the bat and the kind of support he got from the tail enders. Now we have the man of the moment with us on pitch side. South, thank you so much for joining us. South, पहले तो आपको बहुत-बहुत मुबारक हो जिस किस्म का 100 आपने खेला है अंडर प्रेशर. उस वक्त कुछ विकेट्स गिर चुकी हुई थी, तो बताइए अपनी थोड़ी इनिंग्स के बारे में बताइए. बिकॉज एक चीज़ जो हमने आपकी तरफ से देखी कि इतनी ज़्यादा ये नहीं था कि बाउंड्रीज या सिक्सेस में जा रहे हैं. बहुत ही एक सेंसिबल तरीके से आपको नज़र आया किस तरह से आपने अपनी इनिंग्स को पेश किया.
जी बिल्कुल. अगर स्टार्ट से ही देखें ना तो आज इस वाली इनिंग में ना इंग्लैंड की तरफ से जो है ना थोड़ा सा मुझे डिफेंसिव अप्रोच लगा था. जब मैं कल अर्ली ऑन बैटिंग पे भी गया तो उन्होंने थोड़ी सी फील्ड पीछे रखी हुई थी, तो मेरा ख्याल है कि वो मेरे लिए आसानी है. उसमें ये होता है कि अगर आप देखें तो मुझे सिंगल्स लेके फिर सेट होने का टाइम मिल जाता है, तो वो मैं समझता हूँ वो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ भी है. और
इंग्लैंड की वीकनेस भी थी. इंग्लैंड
की वीकनेस भी थी वो. और इसमें यह है कि फिर मुझे जब एक मोमेंटम मिल गया कि जब मेरा सिंगल से काम लेना शुरू हो गया तो फिर मैं उसी पे स्टिक रहा. फिर मैंने कोई चांस एक्स्ट्रा नहीं लिया. मैंने कोशिश की अगर मेरा सिंगल से काम हो रहा है तो मैं उसी पे रहूँ.
दूसरी चीज़ जो नज़र आई, ऑब्वियसली आपकी तो शानदार इनिंग्स थी, लेकिन आपके साथ जो आपको सपोर्ट मिला, पहले नुमान अली आए, उसके बाद साजिद खान जब आए तब आपने उनको ये कहा भी एक पॉइंट पे कि हर बॉल पे शॉट मारने के लिए ना जाओ, तो थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताइए.
उन्होंने बिल्कुल नहीं सुनी इनकी.
हाँ, एक टाइम पे तो फिर मैं गुस्सा हो गया. मैं काफ़ी उस पर गुस्सा किया. अमूमन मैं करता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन देखें हम जिस तरह नुमान भाई खेले, बहुत मज़ा आ रहा था उनके साथ खेल के. और जो ना जो एक स्टेप मैंने वहाँ लेना था वो ऐसा लग रहा था कि नुमान भाई ले गया और साजिद ने वो स्टेप लिया जो कि रोल मुझे लेना था, तो मेरा काम वहाँ पे और ज़्यादा आसान हो गया था. लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा क्रेडिट जाता है उन दोनों को, जो जिस सिचुएशन में अभी हम हैं उसमें लाने के लिए उन दोनों को बहुत ज़्यादा क्रेडिट जाता है उसमें.
देखिए, आपकी बैटिंग देख के ना और आपकी पर्सनैलिटी देख के कुछ सुकून सा महसूस होता है. कामनेस है आप में, वो इनबिल्ट है या वो किस तरह से आपने की है ये अपने आप को इस तरह से प्रोग्राम? नेचुरल है? आपको गुस्सा नहीं आता है?
नहीं, मेरा ख्याल है कि गुस्सा नहीं भी आता, लेकिन यह है कि कुछ जो आपकी कुछ लिमिट्स होती है ना, तो आपको कभी कभार उस पर रहना पड़ता है. अगर मुझे मेरे सिंगल डबल अगर उस टाइम पे अच्छे हो रहे हैं तो मैं ज़्यादा पे रिस्क नहीं लेता, उस पर रहता हूँ. मेरे ख्याल में अपने गेम को सोचते हुए रहते हुए और जो आपसे अच्छा हो रहा है उस टाइम पे उस पर रहते हुए उस पर रहता हूँ.
और स्पिन को इतना अच्छा कैसे खेलते हैं आप? इसकी क्या कोई ख़ास बचपन से या आपकी जो ट्रेनिंग हुई है वो क्या स्पिनिंग कंडीशंस में हुई है या एक नेचुरल गिफ्ट है आपके पास?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल. देखें, अगर आप एक कराची का प्लेयर होते हैं तो आपको भी पता है कि वहाँ स्पिन विकेट्स होते हैं और आप बड़े हुए होते ही हो कि स्पिन खेलते हुए आ रहे हो. लेकिन मैं ये समझता हूँ कि मैंने जो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है, जो मेरा सिंगल लेने की जो स्ट्रेंथ है, मैंने उस पर हमेशा से बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया और मैं अभी भी उस पर बहुत ज़्यादा काम करता हूँ कि वो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है. मुझे पता है सिंगल स्ट्राइक रोटेट करना है, सिंगल लेना है, मैं किसी भी एंगल से सिंगल ले सकता हूँ, विद द स्पिन भी ले सकता हूँ, विद द स्पिन भी ले सकता हूँ. तो बीच में कोई जगह पर जब मॉडर्न डे क्रिकेट चेंज हो रही थी तो मैं भी अपने चीज़ों से थोड़ा हट रहा था. लेकिन ये है कि फिर बाद में फिर समझ में आती है कि जो आपकी स्ट्रेंथ है उस पर रहना चाहिए.
एक और सवाल, पेस बॉलिंग कंपेयर टू स्पिन बॉलिंग, जिस तरह से आप खेलते हैं वो हमारे पास स्टैट्स होते हैं कि आप मतलब है वर्ल्ड क्लास बैटिंग है आपकी स्पिन के अगेंस्ट. पेस बॉलिंग के अगेंस्ट क्या मेहनत करें, क्योंकि अगली जो आपकी सीरीज़ हैं वो टफ़ सीरीज़ हैं. टफ़ से मुराद ये कि कंडीशंस डिफरेंट होंगी और आजकल जो एनालिटिकल फील्ड है उसमें बात पहुंचेगी कि किस लेंथ पे आपको बॉल करनी है. उसके बारे में क्या आप कर रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल. मैं उस पर बहुत ज़्यादा अवेयर हूँ कि कौन सी लेंस जो ना मुझे मसला कर रही हैं और मुझे पता है मैं किस किस जगह पे जो ना शायद आप जिससे मैं समझा सकूं कि मैं थोड़ा सा खुल रहा हूँ और मेरा पीछे वाला लेग जो है वो जो है वो ओपन हो रहा है. तो मैं उस पर बखूबी काम कर रहा हूँ और मुझे आइडिया है कि किन चीज़ लेंस पे मुझे काम करना है आगे साउथ अफ्रीका वाली सीरीज़ के लिए. लेकिन ये है कि जब आप फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट में आ जाते हैं तो वहाँ पे भी आप इतनी ज़्यादा स्पिन में नहीं खेलते, आप ज़्यादा वहाँ पे फास्ट बॉलर खेलते हैं. तो ऐसा, लेकिन ये कि जो थोड़ा सा एक पेस का फैक्टर होता है, वहाँ जो 4-5 किलोमीटर का फ़र्क आता है, उस चीज़ पे मैं काम कर रहा हूँ और इंशाल्लाह वहाँ पे भी रिजल्ट्स आएंगे.
अच्छा, मैच सिचुएशन पे आ जाते हैं. काफ़ी फेवरेबल है पाकिस्तान के लिए बिकॉज 3 विकेट्स भी लेनी है. आप खेल रहे थे, आपको कंडीशंस का ज़्यादा अंदाज़ा है कि किस तरफ जा रही है. सेकंड इनिंग्स में बैटिंग करना कभी आसान नहीं होता, ये तो सबको ही पता है. बट क्या लग रहा है जितना आपने खेला है कि कैसी थी पिच? आई मीन व्हाट आर द थिंग्स दैट यू नीड टू परहैप्स वॉच आउट फॉर?
देखिए, मेरा ख्याल है कि जो बॉल की हार्डनेस है ना वो जितनी देर उस पर रहेगी ना तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल टाइम है बैटिंग करने के लिए। जैसा जैसा थोड़ा सा बॉल सॉफ्ट होता है तो वहाँ पे आपको जाके टाइम मिल जाता है, लेकिन देखें जब प्रेशर पड़ेगा और जो सिचुएशन पड़ेगी उसके मुताबिक अगर हम वो कैपिटलाइज़ कर लें और वहाँ उनको पकड़ लें तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हम इस मैच में काफ़ी इन है।
ऊपर के नंबर्स पे बैटिंग करना चाहेंगे?
बिल्कुल चाहूँगा, क्योंकि मैं कभी भी मतलब मैं फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट जितनी खेला मैं 3 नंबर पे खेला। मैं पाकिस्तान के लिए जब से खेल रहा हूँ तो मैं 5 नंबर पे और वनडे क्रिकेट भी 5-6 नंबर पे खेल रहा हूँ। मैं इतनी डोमेस्टिक में इतने नीचे के नंबर्स पे खेला नहीं हूँ। अब जाके मैं जब डोमेस्टिक खेलता हूँ तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि मैं नीचे नंबर्स पे खेलूँ, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि मेरा रोल पाकिस्तान टीम में फ़िलहाल क्या है।
मैं वो इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि अगर आप नंबर 3 पे खेलते हैं डोमेस्टिक में तो आपकी ट्रेनिंग हो जाती है पेस बॉलिंग के खिलाफ भी और स्पिन के खिलाफ भी। सो अगर आप किस पेस बॉलिंग के खिलाफ बैटिंग को इसमें और निखार आना है, आपके पास एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि डोमेस्टिक में 3 पे खेलें।
जी बिल्कुल, मैं आपको कहा कि अगर आप मेरे डोमेस्टिक का स्टैट्स निकाल के देखेंगे तो मेरी सबसे ज़्यादा परफॉर्मेंस और सबसे ज़्यादा रन ही 3 नंबर में है। तो ये
वाइस कप्तान भी है ना, तो 6 नंबर से तो लीड नहीं करेंगे आप अगर कप्तान बनते हैं तो।
देखते हैं इस पर, मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि अभी इतना ज़्यादा हमें नंबर हिलाने की ज़रूरत है।
नहीं वो तो ठीक है, मगर मैं समझ रहा हूँ आइडली ऊपर के नंबर्स पे भी आपकी बनती है बात, क्योंकि इतने रॉक सॉलिड हैं आप।
बिल्कुल,
चले ठीक है। थैंक यू सो मच साउथ फॉर योर थॉट्स, यू वर एब्सोल्युटली ब्रिलियंट टुडे। इनफैक्ट एक टाइम था जब लग रहा था कि पाकिस्तान काफ़ी मुश्किलात में है और आपने पाकिस्तान को वापस,
मुझे भी लग रहा था,
आप लग रहा था, सबको लग रहा था उस वक्त, लेकिन आपको बड़ा अच्छा साथ दिया साजिद खान ने भी, नुमाली। सो थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन एंड गुड लक फॉर टुमारो ऑफ कोर्स, एंड थैंक यू सो मच रमीज फॉर योर थॉट्स। ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर to have you on Pitside, and we shall be meeting you for day 3 of this test match tomorrow. It's an important day.